Good morning. I was putting things in tabs and I lost track of time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jason, thank you for that member on the YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Put the munya in the bag. Ooh, true. True and real. No one gets hurt. Motherfucking music and fiction. Thank you for the 13 months, my guy. Thank you. John Schwepp is a furry degenerate and everyone knows it. I don't even know who that guy is. I was like, oh, just some like random fucking pro ID online guy. It turns out he was like a previous advisor in the Trump admin or some shit. I was like, what the fuck? He got ratioed into oblivion. Did you play the demo for an upcoming game called Donatal? I play as a sci-fi immigration officer and interrogate various space aliens to decide whether to let them into Earth or send them back home. It's way more fun than you thought it'd be. And you wish you didn't have to deport a cute cat girl. It's like Papers, Please, but in outer space. Let's go. Get bullied by the anime avatars. True. True and real. And speaking of getting bullied, don't forget to buy my merch on Kirsche.com. It's available until March 20th. It's available for a hot fucking minute. You want the social security number of the guy with the Vegeta avatar that called me a retard? True. True and real. Namunya. Malam K. Kaku, thank you. Thank you. Leonard G, thank you for that gift sub to Malum. It has entered its 4th month. Thank you. Twitch words these things so fucking weirdly. Already ordered it all? Look at this fucking guy. Thank you. Thank you. I already bullied you successfully. I know bully. Cat you don't have, but dog you do. You want a flippin' car, but your grandpa is allergic. I don't understand. Okay, I was like, what? You want a cat, but your grandpa's allergic. I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out like why the grandpa would be in the car necessarily. Come on, yeah. Co-pilot, you in a plane? Oh boy, You're gonna do another long gift sub to someone just to confuse Kirsche once a month. God damn it. Thank you, Lord Suchio, for the one. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for streaming on my birthday.
Oh.
Would you grant a wish and do a Bostonian? Yes, I do. Kirsche love, Kirsche love, Kirsche love.
I'd be like, oh fuck yeah, I do. Lord Suchio, thank you for the huge slaves, the repeating slaves. I'm gonna stack them like sticks. Thank you. Thank you, and have a happy fucking birthday. I hope you have a great birthday day. Eat the delicious pastry of your choice, please. Happy birthday! I think you're gonna do... I read that. I'm already losing my mind. I finished submitting all of my tax stuff this morning, so I am a goopy. I had to look at numbers. I'm dead. A true DK0, thank you for the 2 fucking years, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. There's still cat poop in the sandbox. Thanks, I hate it. Is this the Mother Teresa red pilling stream? Oh no. This is where slowly over the years I'm going to learn every historical figure that we were taught is good is actually bad. A Dragoon Waffle, thank you for the 20 months of Prune. Thank you. Hylian Juggler, thank you. It's a birthday stream for you too. You're having sush? A fox who love. What is a sush? I don't know what that is, but happy birthday! Happy birthday, Hylian Juggalo, man. I hope you have a juggalo-tastic birthday. I don't remember what the like little axe man is called, or hatchet man. Is it just called hatchet man? I wasn't into juggalo culture. That was my mom's friends. Sush is sush. Yeah, get that Fago, brother. Happy birthday, Hylian Juggalo, man. Happy birthday. By the time of my next stream, you might have a new job offer. Thank you for the laughs and white pills. Fuck yeah, bro. We love to see it. Ollie Wally, thank you. Sue said, the more you know about Munya, the less about Munya you actually understand. True. Sun Tzu was my greatest advisor. Star Phoenix, thank you. Remigrate the Space Latina cat girls. They have to go back. Lothius TV, thank you for the 10 gift members. Thank you. Thank you. Anthony, thank you. A Foxu, love. Time to finally get you a pew you've wanted for years. A 500. Smith & Wesson. Good luck. Good luck. I hope it serves you well. A mead drunk fox. Thank you for the gift, subby bubby. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Mokana Lady. Good friend Mokana Lady. Hello. Are we talking about sleeper cells today? We are, because it seems like there's been two attacks. That are kind of strange. Wastelander, man, thank you. Father! The Foxu has awakened. It's a Dune reference? Oh, I don't know anything about Dune. I don't know anything about it. You think it's 3 now? There was one with the Discord Kitten t-shirt that I retweeted, and that was the one in Austin, right? I think. And then there's another one, possibly, that's like a mass stabbing. We don't know anything about the suspect in the mass stabbing, but that happened like 2 hours ago. The New Hampshire Guard was also activated last night, and they're not saying anything about why. Yeah, I had that in a tab, and I was like, there's no fucking information. Why did the Guard just get activated? There's one in Ohio, too. I don't even have the Ohio one. Jesus Christ. I think the Austin one, and then some stabby dude on I-95. Yeah, let me bring up the tapes. Yeah, there's this one. This was just breaking. Mass stabbing with shots fired on I-495 near DC. Situation developing. Police shoot a man who stabbed multiple people on a crash on I-495. I mean, to be fair, if anyone is gonna have a mass road rage incident, it's probably gonna be on 495, but like, that's kind of weird. I wonder exactly what happened, right? Is this like a normal car accident and someone just road raged out of their mind? Or is this like someone purposefully caused a car accident and then went on a stabbing spree? And also, like, what were they stabbing with exactly? Because if most people are staying in their cars, can you easily stab through a car window? I don't know. There's not a whole lot of info yet. The AGEP3, thank you for the 9 months of tier 3, thank you. Lots of gremlin gargling today. New vocal stim unlocked. It's hard to make gargling noises when there's no liquid in my mouth. How do you get a mass stabbing incident on an interstate? That's what I'm asking. Was this someone who purposefully caused an accident in order to do a stabbing? Or is this just like an accident happened and someone had a road rage incident? Could have been a stabbing, first responders, people getting out of their vehicles to assess the situation. Make TikToks! I hate how that is actually a possibility. My beloved, DM me a feet pic so I know you're fine.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat
raid? Oh god,
raid?
what a weird text message that would be to receive in the middle of an incident, right? Be jammin', thank you. As a native of the area, until you hear about any Aloha snack barring, this could have been anything, but it's odd that it happened on Sunday, not busy. I would say it's not so much odd that it happened on a Sunday, it's odd that it happened immediately after something happened in Iran. Because, like, what if this is like some weird sleeper cell activation shit? But I mean, I guess that's a little tinfoily until we have more information. That's a little tinfoily? Is this, yeah, here's another thing on the stabbing. Several people stabbed. Pause video. I said pause, you piece of shit. Several people stabbed on the Beltway with shots fired by Virginia State Police. Outer loop of I-95 at Little River Turnpike in Annandale, Virginia. The suspect is down after shots were reportedly fired by Virginia State Police. At least 4 victims have been stabbed on the Beltway. 2 are reported in critical condition. Fairfax County Police are assisting VSP troopers with shutting down the outer loop of the Beltway now. And 495 stretches pretty much like the entire East Coast, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure that's like what we would take to get from like Mass to Florida. And Crozan, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Bringing England to the US. I mean, some cultures just really like stabbing. The stabbing was done by Lil Ayatollah Jr. What the heck? Is that different from I-95? 495 is the loop around DC. Why do I know 495? Yes, thank you for correcting me. Why do I know 495 from like New England? That's crazy. Just 95? 495 is the Long Island Expressway. Maybe I'm just getting it confused with 95 then. Maybe I'm just getting it confused because numbers are difficult for my brain. There's a different I-495 in Mass around Boston. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know which one I was getting it confused with, but clearly there is a confusion here because I was like, I recognize that, but I don't know anything about the DC area. Interstate 95 is the one that extends up and down the East Coast. Thank you. Why do I try saying anything about numbers when I know I'm bad with them? I'm glad I have you, chat. You have I-465 in Indiana, and you are concerned! The 3 495s you know of? There's 3 of them, huh? North-South highways are I-95 and US-1. I don't know where US-1 is. 495 is an interstate expressway. Or roads you don't drive. Hey, I can remember some road names occasionally. Numbers and cars, a spicy cat's biggest weakness. I had a friend when I was younger who thought it was incredibly cute that there's a place in Massachusetts called The Loop. And The Loop was like a great place to hang out at if you were like a teenager, right? And since I can't remember how to get anywhere, and I don't drive, and I don't know anything about numbers, and they hurt my brain, I was really proud that I could remember the exit that the loop was off of. The loop!
Sunday Fox in newspaper subscription. I had to wait till today to order merch, but I've been hyped to finally buy my first ever streamer merch from you. I may be a streamer / VTuber tourist, but I'm your tourist. God bless you, Foxu. Oof. Ouch. Wallet hurty.
Wallet hurty. Ice Bees! You don't act like a fucking tourist. You're part of us. You're part of the collective. One of us. Thank you, Ice Bees, for buttering my fucking doggo. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Flash quiz. Foxy, where's Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard? I don't know where it is, but I know not to go there. Next question. But like, I've had a friend that thought it was really cute when they would be like, hey, Kirsche, where's the loop? And I'd be like, oh, exit 4! Because like I could actually remember where the fuck it was. And so now I will never forget that it was exit 4. I don't know if it's still exit 4, because I know Massachusetts decided to be like, we're actually gonna renumber every single exit in the entire state. Why? Fuck you, I guess. The loop is Chicago, though. No, there's a loop in Massachusetts too. It's like a big strip mall thing. You add an extra digit in front of the interstate offshoots, so you get multiple 495 because they're part of the I-95 system. Shouldn't they be different than 495? Like, why not? Like 495, 595, 695. Like, you know, why not? Why not make it less confusing? It is still exit 4. Yes! Yes! They don't destroy everything. Holy shit, that would be infuriating. Yeah, I have like, it's funny because like the last time I was in Mass, they had like signposts that were like
95 circles DC, whereas I-95 goes straight through. Anytime you see a 3-digit primary highway number, it is a loop around a city instead of going through it.
That's really interesting, and I will probably not remember it. I'm so sorry. Numbers just break my brain. You know, they rub up against it and then they bounce off. Brent Wolfe, thank you. Thank you, my guy. It's only 90 with the crazy exits. It's just like, there's still a whole bunch of signs. The last time I was up in Mass, you would see like, I'm just gonna say numbers because I don't remember any actual exit numbers, alright? So you would see like exit 40, previously exit 12 or some shit. And it's just like, why have you done this? I guess it's supposed to make it easier, but I don't know, man. Bounce out of it, Dio. The previous poster was incorrect. 2468 are beginning of bypasses. 1357 are spur routes into the location. So 495 goes around while 395 goes in. I am now going to vote for whatever politician removes all numbers from any kind of roadway in the United States. They redid all the numbers on 93 and 95. It's fucking shit. What was the reasoning for that? Because like whenever they redid the numbers, I don't think I was living there. So your 495 goes around and the normal 95 just goes in. I don't understand roads. As a driver for work, that's horrid. Your head hurts. Yeah, abolish numbers 2028. That's my platform. Yo, Pookie, thank you for the proom. Thank you for prooming. You heard there used to be a Highway 69 in Ohio, but it had to be changed because the sign kept getting stolen? Damn. What the fuck? The exits around you were just mile markers. The Sorrow Drive will always be exit 26. I wouldn't know, man. Slumber Balu, thank you for the 9-month resub, my guy. You're gonna say what nobody will? America has a communist judge crisis. Millions have died. True. And congrats on this, the day of your birth. Please enjoy a placenta sandwich. Reminds me of the numbering system used for buildings on military bases. Building 247 will be next to building 10237, which is next to building 23. I don't think I would have survived the military. Not just because of, like, the demanding and the drill officers and the regimen and the physical fitness exams. But, like, bro, I don't think I would have been able to keep track of where anything is. I can't even read military time, dude. Whenever I'm faced with, like, a 24-hour time, I'm just like, please, what is this? What the fuck is an 1847? Stop it. That's not real. I'd be drummed out for staring at bulges all day. Well, the men have to have, like, buzz cuts in the military, so I would be, like, less attracted, you know? That's probably why they make men have buzz cuts, you know? It's not because hair would be bad in combat because someone could pull on it. It's so the women in the military don't distract the men by being attracted to them. Kirsche would have gotten lost before first attendance. Very fucking true. Very true. If it's greater than 12, subtract 12. Well, for a while, it was the repeated exit number with letters. I don't remember. Military time is relatively easy. For anything higher than 12, just subtract 12. When I was still working in insurance, the best part of my time working there was when they finally changed the military clock in all of our internal systems to 12-hour time. I was like, holy shit, yes! They finally hired enough retards that can't read military time! One of us! Military women are actually disgusting. Wow, that's just like your opinion, man. I don't know anything about military women. You like your hair too much to cut it off? Guys, you realize you're asking Kirsche to subtract 12 from a number between 13 and 24, right? Oh, 13 minus 12 is 1. I can do that one. It's when it goes like... It's when it goes like above 13, I start getting confused. Because when it's 13, I'm like, oh, okay, so like 12 is 12 and then 13 is 1. But then if I look at like 14, 17, my brain's like, hold on, wait a minute. Now I have to like think 12 is 12 and then 13 is 1 and then that means 14 is 2. But then like the higher the time goes up, the less efficient it is to like count on my fingers to see what time it is. It's so much easier to just look at the clock. Why do I have to do math to figure out time? Vet bros coming in clutch. Time zones? Oh, I hate time zones. Wait until Kirsche learns that 12:30 a.m. is 0030. Thanks, I hate it. 17 is 5 because 17 is when you get to go home. That would be really funny if there's someone that only knows like 12, 1, and 17 because of that.
I was playing Void Bastards while watching yesterday's
What is that?
stream. Turns out one of the announcers on the ships has the exact same voice as your TTS. I thought I was losing my mind for a bit.
Oh, that is kind of spooky. That is kind of spooky. Thank you, Blood Dancer, and I'm sorry you got heckin' spooked. I'm sorry you got spooked. Basic math is too much for the Foxu. It really is. Math is my fucking weakness. I have horrendous math abilities. Kirsche Virus, thank you for the 5 months of Proom, brother man, thank you. Slyrai, thank you. Exponents are one thing, but when did they add roadways to math? We've officially gone too far as a society. True. True. Typharia, thank you for the Proom. Thank you for Prooming. B Jammin, thank you. A bunch of East Coast states renumbered their exits based on mile marker instead of sequential exits. Remember we used to have old exit 4 for camp. I don't remember what any of like the old exits I would frequent would be. Ghost of Aces, thank you. MLKJ Boulevard is always exclusively in the most dangerous part of the city, except when I tried opening a P.O. box in Georgia. I opened it like really far away from where I lived because that's smart thinking, right? Yeah, like it's not efficient because now I have to drive 1,000,000 miles to get to the P.O. box, but it's smart because it's nowhere near where I live. That's thumbs up. And so the UPS store where I opened the P.O. box was on MLK Jr. Boulevard, but I was like, this is the nicest MLK Boulevard I've ever seen. There's like giant cherry trees. Everything is clean. I don't see any kind of nervous. All the buildings are nice. Have I entered Bizarro World? You never got packages. Yeah, I never did get my packages. They would always get kicked back to sender for some fucking reason. But at least they weren't getting stolen. Someone get Kirsche the math from Marine's workbook. I don't know, even the crayon eaters could probably do the math better than me, man. Didn't the French experiment with decimal clocks for a while? Thankfully that never caught on. I don't know. Did anyone hear about the Google Maps update they're going to push? Place reviews and other features are going to be turned off until you log into your Google account and hand over your data. I hate when I'm like at a shop and they try pressuring you to leave a review, because like I don't want to leave a review because one, there's going to be like a tracking system of everywhere I've been if I leave reviews, and two, that's a good way to get doxxed, buddy. That's a good way for people to find out where you are and what your patterns are. Scan our QR code for menu. Thanks, I hate it. This place forced me to leave a review. 0 out of 10. There was a nail place. I might have talked about it, but there was a nail place I went to ages ago where like after like you get your nails finished and you go up to pay, the lady was super pushy and she's like, well, let me see your phone. And then like she taps stuff to try to leave a review for you. And I was like, fuck off. Fuck off. Sorry, ma'am, I can't leave a Google review. I have a Yahoo email. Bro. They're gonna chip us by 2030. Oh, I have a tab for that. Oh, I was gonna go to the Austin shooter, but let me bring up the microchipping tab first. As I saw this and it said Washington state lawmakers are advising a bill that would restrict employees from microchipping workers. It would prohibit coercive subdermal microchipping while allowing voluntary medical exceptions. No companies currently mandate this. And I was like, okay, all right, hold on. If no companies are currently mandating chipping, what was Washington so worried about that they preemptively passed this, possibly years in advance before we even have like mass microchipping technology? Because as of right now, the only microchips I've heard of are like some severely disabled guy who got one from Elon Musk, and then people in Sweden implanting chips in their hands that they can use for quick pay. Those are like the only two instances I can remember off the top of my head. And so when I'm like, hold up, Washington is preemptively passing something that sounds like it's good and would protect us, now I'm worried, because why would they do that? So I had to look up an article to make sure this wasn't just some like weird shit. And there is an article, unfortunately. Washington lawmakers advancing bill. So this one said advancing bill. Why are they advancing a bill restricting employers from microchipping workers? With hundreds of bills dying with less than 2 weeks left before the end of this year's legislative session, one of the bills advancing has to do with microchipping. Lawmakers want to restrict companies from requiring or pressuring employees to have microchips implanted under their skin. It's not a real-life problem right now in the US. There are no known cases of companies requiring or forcing workers to be microchipped. The measure is intended as a preemptive step, just in case. The main sponsor of HB 2303 is Representative Brianna Thomas, who represents areas like West Seattle. The proposal has drawn little testimony or debate among lawmakers this session, but the bill has already passed the House, which kicked the issue to the Senate side. This week, the Senator Labit? What am I reading? What is my brain? The Senate Labor and Commerce Committee voted to advance the measure to the next step after laughing about it briefly before passing it. Are they just like passing things that are, it's just a prank, bro, now? Like, that's what we want to know. I don't know, man. From looking at the way lawmakers are voting so far, there's some bipartisan fear over human microchipping. But one lawmaker who voted against the measure during an earlier House committee hearing said he was concerned over government overreach. I think that's a little weird too, right? Because if the bill is addressing companies requiring employees to get microchipped, that's not just them having a conversation. I feel like if the real overreach would be to force people to get subdermal implants. Yeah, right? Like, what? Representative Joel McIntyre said he was initially supportive of the measure, but after some thought, realized it was too restrictive to tell a company and a worker that they could not even talk about an issue. They can't even ask, and that's how I understand the bill as it's written. I thought to myself, then what right do I have, even as a lawmaker, to come into the workplace and say that this novel technology cannot be even discussed or requested by the employer to the employee? This guy wants to fucking tag and bag his employees like cattle. Supporters argue the legislation would ensure employers are never able to surveil or track workers through subdermal chips. The bill only regulates employers and does not weigh in what people do outside of work. There are also exceptions made for microchips used for medical purposes. What do you think will come first? A medical purpose microchip that does something like useful for many millions of people, or a medical microchip to balance AIDS? It worked with the COVID jab. You can see this being pushed. Yeah. Ooh. I wonder if the discourse of the future is going to be like, what the government did to us under COVID was just a test run for getting us to consent to the subdermal plants. Neither, we get scammed first. In a statement, Thomas said, there are reports of voluntary microchipping. It would be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, to mitigate the civil rights and workers' rights issues that would come if and when companies start requiring these. But because of the power dynamic, true employee consent for these programs is impossible. We don't want to have to try and clean up an impossible mess after it's too late. So we're getting ahead of the problem. If only we could have done that for immigration. A microchip that listens to what you say to serve you better personalized ads. Oh god. Just imagining like the fucking eye surgery stuff of the future. And it's like, oh, your ability to see has been impacted for the next 45 seconds while this ad plays. Hold up. 5 dead after the stabbing? I don't see any article on the side, so like you just said that with completely zero context. Do we have more information on that 495 stabbing then? Scandalad, thank you for the 14 months. You remember Crypto Bros having subdermal RFID chips for their keys? Anyway, here's Nashville! Oh god, that hits me like a brick every time because I've like forgotten about it multiple times even while I'm trying to remember it. Danny D, thank you. You've already threatened your boss with the labor board and fed labor violations for calling you on your personal phone on vacation. This could get you lawsuit money. How exciting. Massive Doggo, thank you. When are we getting nano machines like Senator Armstrong? I don't know if I would want them. Schmear lies, thank you. Sirens now in Jerusalem. You're on a supermarket run and your wife is alone with the kids now, so she locked the safe room. It might have hit near you. I heard booms. I hope you guys can stay fucking safe, bro. I've been seeing a lot of Twitter posts about how just Iranian drones are breaking into like even apartments in Dubai and shit. Getting kind of spooky out there. Anthony, thank you. The post office uses decimal time. 24 for the hours, 100 for the minutes. Is that why nobody wants to work for the post office? What the fuck? How do you go between normal human time and post office time? As part of your LASIK financing agreement, you'll now see 3 minutes of ads overlaid over reality. Please do not divert your focus away from the ads or they will expand. No, you cannot deter them or defer them while driving. Why aren't you using one of our self-driving cars? Oh god. What a horrible reality to think about. Baja Cat, thank you. Now the US government is scared of telling companies what to do. Suspicious! True. But when the government is against something, it's usually a good idea. Also, a lot of the fake MAGA and conservatives getting unmasked. You know, I feel like we're still in fog of war at this time. So, like, I don't want to preemptively be like, yeah, this is a great thing! And then, you know, we end up in some kind of snafu in a couple of days. But it's also like, a lot of arguments were made yesterday for why, like, just yoinking the Ayatollah was a good thing. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. He will lobby like a homeless man if they ever try to put ads in eyeballs. True. Internet Zen Master, thank you. West Seattle, you heard your hometown mentioned and find out it's about microchipping? Why is my hometown like this? You can see the argument being made by the politicians about preempting the microchipping, but holy shit. Yeah, all the weirdest stuff comes out of the deep West Coast, I guess. What happened to not my sand, not my problem? Well, if it's good for America because we deter them from trying to strike us, then that's a good thing. And also, China being our greatest rival, if we are able to short-circuit some of their oil supplies, that would also be a good thing. So it's like, I see it having, like, decent, that's pretty okay for us as a country. But I'm still like, I would like to focus on our country. If we can go in and we can bomb someone who's doing bad things to us and it does harm to our enemies, sure. But please, we have so much we need to fix at fucking home. That's why I made that tweet earlier, where it's like, how many fucking dictators do we have to yoink before judges stop blocking deportations? And it's like, how many countries must we destroy the dictators of before we can finally start sending them back home? Trying to get a decent chunk of their oil from Iran, so this is going to kneecap them. Yeah, both Iran and Venezuela were oil suppliers to China. So this seems like a big fuck you to China kind of thing. Iran's regime change was partially our fault 50 years ago. All the soft power crap during the Cold War. Well, someone had said that, like, we were helping install the Shah, and then we also helped install the guy after the Shah, and now we're doing this in current year. So it's like, that's very interesting. That's very interesting that we were like, hey, we're gonna have this leader guy here, and then commies, we're gonna do commie things, and then we're doing more things now. I was like, I don't know. And it's like, I guess, right, you can never count on what's gonna happen when you're like, hey, you're liberated now, go do your thing, we don't want to fuck with your country. You have no idea what kind of power gap is gonna be there. You have no idea who's gonna end up taking power. Could they be worse than the guy that was there before them? Sure. But that's why it's like, maybe this, like, global phenomena of just, you can't colonize places anymore might be bad. Taking out Venezuela and Iran means China's not touching Taiwan now and will need to beg Russia for oil. Trump's put Russia in a position of leverage with China and is sowing discord between them. There was another tweet that was announcing that Putin wanted to start, like, some kind of negotiation or whatever. And it's like, all right, well, this is the third time he said that. Let's see how it goes this time. Iran names new Ayatollah Sam Haidullah. He can't keep getting away with it. True and real. There's no discord between Russia and China. That's the thing. He's worried. He doesn't want to get yoinked. If you think about it, it's better to be in the country that does the yoinking than to be a country that gets yoinked. And Cauldroneer, thank you. If you get a chip and then cut off the flesh containing the chip and keep it alive separately, that sounds horrific. A B Jammin, thank you. Need me to react to more Tartaria? It's your favorite whack job conspiracy theory. It includes all the good hits, phantom history, flat earth, etc. So Tartaria is just like the Zoomer smorgasbord. They combined all of the previous conspiracies into a big one. Sounds like we're doing gotcha pulls in Iran at this point. I do not wish to play super Iran SSR Ayatollah. Please don't make me. Your biggest concern is the U.S. replaces Iran's dictator with another dictator that supports U.S. interests over the long-term benefit of Iranians, which will only increase terrorism in the long run. Not only that, but we have no business running that country unless we're just like, you're no longer Iran. You're United State number 51, right? Like, unless we completely conquer the territory, we have no business being there running their country. It's better to be the yoinker instead of the yoinky. Sun Tzu, probably. Pneumonia. Persia shall rise again. Oh, can you imagine when the internet is up again and unrestricted? The relationship between China and Russia can best be described as enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yeah. And if China has to go to Russia to start asking for oil, that's going to be an interesting negotiation. Where am I on YouTube? Owen Benjamin Smith used to cover Tartaria and mud floods on occasion. What is a mud flood? What does that mean? Sparky Redhead Supremacist, thank you. Can we stop speedrunning the prophecies of Revelation? You hate the Antichrist. You will not be chipped. You will not eat the bugu. Yeah. Yeah, when some people start doing that, well, maybe eating the bugs isn't such a bad thing. I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. What do you mean by this? What kind of soy-filled, like, proto-estrogens have you been drinking that has led your brain to this conclusion? Smug Go At, thank you. Neuralink sponsored Futurama Dream ads. Thanks, I hate it. Can't wait for all the vids from freed Persian women showing off their fat tits. What the fuck? Star Phoenix, thank you. When did we update the term oinking from meaning taking their leaders to turning them into gravy? Also, Munya is the space between Kirsche's ears. I'm just using yoinking as a catch-all because it's easier to say yoinked than it is to say, well, we spirited one away in the middle of the night and then we killed another one. Like, that doesn't roll off the tongue as easily as just saying yoinked. Yoinked from this mortal coil. True. You've had cricket flour bread. It's nasty. You kind of hide the astringent taste. I don't like that. Your biggest concern for Iran are the communists of the MEK taking power. Communists are always an issue. Uber Sneak, thank you. You'll die on this hill. You'll eat a buffet of crow if you're wrong, but no nukes have been lobbed yet. You think nukes are fake and very gay. I think it would be very weird that you would need a nuke to be used in order to believe its existence. But also, no one has said that Iran has nukes. They've said that Iran wants to make nukes. The whole Iran wants to have a nuclear program has been a talking point since I was a child. Got Eddie Bravo in the chat. Brother man! What does that mean? Nukes aren't real is a wild conspiracy theory. Tried chocolate-covered locusts several years ago at the Natural History Museum. Honestly, they're pretty good. I wouldn't want to eat a locust because it's a bug, but I feel like if you eat a locust, that's like exerting dominance over a biblical disaster. Stoned dragonfly, thank you. Warheads on foreheads. I think he was referring to how this hasn't started World War III. Oh. If that's what he was meaning, I did not get it. I apologize. It's pretty simple. We got yoink and bonk. We bonked Iran and we yoinked Venezuela. Eddie Bravo is Joe Rogan's conspiracy theory schizo friend who's just asking questions. He doesn't believe nukes are real. I don't like how just asking questions is some sort of like weird conspiracy theory thing because it's like, I literally do just ask questions. And it's not as some sort of gotcha. It's like, I don't know everything, buddy, man. And if I don't know everything, because I'm not a pretentious twat that thinks I know everything, I need to ask questions in order to understand things. That's what happened to Kirsche yesterday. Bro, I didn't look at like all of the quote retweets until after stream, but like the amount of people just being angry are insane. The locusts are just grasshoppers with too much estrogen. I never thought of it that way. If you asked me to draw a picture of a locust, I would probably draw something that looks like a scarab beetle. Because I don't know what a locust looks like. But when I think of a locust, I think of like something that kind of looks like a scarab beetle, but sounds like a cicada. That's kind of what I picture in my brain. And they went from 0 to 60 in record time. It was very sad and telling of the times. Who are you? Locusts are just swarming. Do they look like grasshoppers? It's a big fuck off grasshopper. Locust. I'm looking up an image of a locust because now I really just want to know what it looks like. Oh my god, they are just big grasshoppers. What? What? Why were these scary? Why is a swarm of locusts scary? I feel like a swarm of like fucking... Where is it? These are... These are like Hercules beetles. Do scarabs look like Hercules beetles in like current year? Because that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. I guess the closest thing I can find to like what I picture a scarab beetle is something on fucking Etsy. Which is kind of weird if you think about it. Okay, here's a good picture. Here's a good open image in new tab. Like whenever I think of locusts, this is what my brain popularizes. This is the image that happens in my head. Someone says locust and this is what I picture. Look up how locusts metamorphize from crickets. That's a beetle. I know this isn't a locust. I know I looked it up. Locusts are like the giant grasshopper thingies. But prior to right now, and probably going into the future because my brain is Swiss cheese and I can't remember anything. This is what I picture when someone says locust. That's a scarab. I literally said I picture something that looks like a scarab beetle. I literally said that a second ago. The Mummy movie really implanted on you, didn't it? I don't know if I saw the Mummy. Ow. Stone Dragonfly, thank you. He's really close. Locusts are grasshopper that have eaten their food source until they're starving. Why are they so big, though? Locusts are literally grasshoppers. It's a biochemical change they have when their population density is over a certain amount. So they start getting super big when they run out of food. The reason locusts are scary is because they'll swarm in literally billions and will eat an entire country's crops. I do remember them eating crops, so that makes sense. Wait, is that a Hercules beetle? Apparently scarabs look very similar to Hercules beetles, but this is not a Hercules beetle. Mao killed all the sparrows. No sparrows to eat locusts. Locusts eat all the crops. People starve. So what you're saying is that following communist doctrine literally leads you to biblical disasters?
Locusts are scary because they used to move in swarms large enough to turn day to night across all of Manhattan and would eat everything made of plant matter, from every crop in the field to the wood in your house in minutes.
That's really scary. I didn't know they could eat the wood of the house. That's fucking spooky. Walla Walla Bing Bang, thank you. And also, how did we deal with the locust populations? So, like, if the locusts would get in giant swarms that would blot out the sky and turn day to darkness, and locusts are eaten by bird, and we already had bird back then, so, like, how did we deal with it? Fire birds? So is this where the, like, birds are actually not real and they're a government function came from? Because if birds are the ones that eat locusts, but there weren't enough birds eating enough locusts to prevent locusts from growing to the point where they blot out the sky from how many there are, the government had to create birds that would deal with the locust crisis? Not enough burb. Bird is the word. We waged chemical warfare on them. Oh, fun fact, we didn't deal with the locust issue. We just got farming so good that there's actually just abundant food. So grasshoppers don't get their stress response and form locust swarms. So we negotiated with the grasshoppers to stop eating our food. Farming made it happen so often, they starved, and it just didn't really happen anymore. Ask Mao about this one. The 3 Pests campaign. The CIA planted locusts on the black farms. The CIA actually sent swarms of locusts infected with syphilis to Black Wall Street. That trooper, thank you. Sorry you're late, Miss Kirsche. You're having lunch with your dad. Hi! Please don't scold you too much. 3rd day in a row catching it live. Hacking streak, bro. I hope you had a good lunch with your dad. You found them. The Persian baddies are real. That flying saucer, thank you. You destroy the riverbanks where locusts breed. But if you destroy the riverbanks, doesn't that create other problems? That's not a bird. I know this isn't a bird. It's got pretty Egyptian wings, though. Imagine the peace talks of grasshoppers about making enough food. Feed us the Keebler elves and we will stop eating your crops. Where is it? Where is it? Wow, wow. Oh yeah, there's a couple of tabs, a couple of more tabs I have. Was this one one of it? All of them are retweeting? Yeah. Retweeting by refreshing. I'm dead. This guy, I don't know who William Wolfe is. Executive Director, Center for Baptist Leadership, a former Hill staffer, and Trump appointee at State and DOD. So the fact that a billionaire real estate playboy who liked to slap his name on steaks and wine has proven to be a better diplomat and military strategist than every other politician and foreign policy expert over the last 30 years is such a damning indictment of the DC establishment, I honestly don't know how they recover. And I think this is a good point. When you think about all these people talking about forever war and how we were in and out of Iran in like a couple hours, it kind of makes you wonder, hey, what the fuck was everyone doing before now? If we could go into Venezuela and spirit away their leader in the middle of the night in a couple of hours, and we can go in and kill Iran's leader in a couple of hours, what was all this forever war bullshit for decades before this? It kind of makes you think that all of these strategists and all of these politicians are just lying to you for the sake of money and power. And they just enjoyed keeping human suffering going because they're weird as fuck. I was like, I don't know, man. The Forever War BS was for money laundering. Yeah, it's really weird. And I think if there's one takeaway, even if you don't necessarily like Trump getting involved in other countries, like just full stop period, right? Even if you're like, I can see that there are good things from him doing what he did in Iran and in Venezuela, but I would have preferred he didn't do that and just kept doing things domestically, right? Even if you have that opinion, going forward, politicians are probably going to try and go back to the Forever War policies because that's how they make money. And I don't think it will be as easy for them to do that and make excuses for doing that after Trump having done these, at least at this point, 2 things. We're not in and out with Iran. We're striking them again right now. This is escalating. I haven't heard of us doing another strike yet. Do you have a source? America's not out. We're still bombing them. The campaign will last for weeks. I haven't heard of any more bombs from our side. Do we have a source for this? That's a good question. If there's a source, like, yeah, I'm willing to read it. A massive doge, thank you. Forever War. I don't want a Forever War. I do not want the Forever War. Casus belli used to be a thing. Countries only fought to accomplish an objective and stopped as soon as possible. War was expense, not profit, like it is now. Yeah. AJ the Groundhog, thank you. We're gonna free Cuba before we get GTA 6. A question for our wonderful and wise Boston Foxu. Over the past 40 years or so of document leaks and declassification, it seems like almost every conspiracy has been proven right or mostly right. The few that haven't been so proven are at the stage of I can't see through the fire at all through the smoke. What is my guess for the next one to get the same resolution? Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. As I made a comment earlier because Matt Von Swole, I've been talking about him for a while. Like it's so great every time I see him comment on something and he's like, wait, we were doing that? Wait, that was real? It's like it's so funny and it's like wholesome in a way. Because like it started from him learning last year that hands up don't shoot was fake. Earlier today he commented on the Obama sending like $1.7 billion to Iran in like 2015, early 2016, I can't remember. But either way, he like just learned that was a real thing that happened. And I was like, damn, bro. Wait, you can do that? He was like, wait, that was real? And it's like, well, it's on video. Canis Lupus Mechanist, thank you for the 22 months, thank you. Thank you. Can't believe we got Will Stancil 2 before GTA 6. Can GTA 6 be good without Laszlo? I have no idea. Sent a DM with the article source that said Trump said fighting could go on for the next 4 weeks. Okay, see, I don't like that. I don't want to be there for 4 weeks. This is not, that makes this not a quick in and out as has been being reported on Twitter. Where is Daily Mail? Okay, here we go. Still not a Forever War. If he went from we're going to bomb them, kill their leader, and get out to 4 weeks, I'm not gonna take the Forever War off the table now, right? Because that just two more weeks, bro. It's 2 weeks to flatten the curve. Trump also revealed a potential timeline for the war with Iran, suggesting fighting could go on for the next 4 weeks. It's always been a 4-week process. Has it? Has it? We figured it will be 4 weeks or so. It's always been about a 4-week process, so as strong as it is, it's a big country. It'll take 4 weeks or less, the president explained. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that. President Donald Trump broke his silence Sunday on the first U.S. casualties of the Iran war in an exclusive phone interview with the Daily Mail. 3 U.S. service members were killed in the fighting. They have yet to be identified publicly. They're great people, the president said. And, you know, we expect that to happen. Unfortunately, could happen continuous. It could happen again. So this wasn't just bombing if there were service members who got killed. How did they get killed and where did they get killed? Is my question. And it's like, I don't want this. I don't want this. And I don't think that shorting China of some of their oil is worth sending more Americans to die in the sandbox. I don't like that. It's like, I don't know how else you would deal with China, but if the result is, like, having to go in... You believe it was the Iran bomb of a US base in Iraq that resulted in the deaths? They got hit in the reciprocal strikes from Iran to bases in the region. Not boots on the ground, killed by retaliatory missile and drone strikes while on bases elsewhere. And that explains why Iran is just kind of throwing missiles into other countries around them. You'd prefer more later then? Would it be more later? They hit a Kuwaiti base. It's Kuwait, not Iraq. You're putting even more money on China, feeding Iran targeting info and laughing. 4 weeks is faster than Desert Storm, and that was one of the fastest campaigns ever. The only campaign that was faster was Operation Just Cause, where we crushed Panama in like less than a week. It would be more later. In a direct... I don't think we're gonna have a direct war with China. Because, like, China would probably not bother attacking us directly. They would continue doing proxy war and sending spies. Sir Noto, thank you. Back to the sandbox. We all love the sandbox. I don't love the sandbox. Glenn, thank you. A month of pay plus combat/danger pay. Tax exempt. Not that bad. What? Thaddeus McThunderslong, thank you. Apparently YouTube doesn't want you to talk about the moral way to Boogaloo. It does not. I don't understand. This has been the plan since the very beginning. This will last weeks. Trump and Yahoo want to destroy every Iranian military base and kill every single general. I don't want Americans dying in the sandbox, is like my biggest thing here. They send in the B-1s and show them the US's bones. They know that we're bound by law to defend Taiwan. China plays long game. I don't know, man. Iran has an active air defense and is a large country. It's going to be a while before all targets can be removed. Yeah, maybe. That does not make me happy. And I'm kind of like seeing stuff like this kind of slides my like
stationed at a Kuwait base that was missiled by Iran in retaliation for our attacks. They have missiled every base location in the surrounding 7 countries.
Which is to be expected, retaliation for taking out their leader, to be fair. But it's like, that's incredibly unfortunate. China looks like they play the long game, but they're just as subject to stupid short-term politics. Fair. Brent Wolfe, thank you, my guy. I don't want people dying means you can't ever use force. It's a bad argument. I think this is where, like, I get really conflicted. And it's very difficult for me to, like, figure out, I guess, how I should feel about these things. Because, like, you're right. If you use force, there's going to be some casualties eventually. And you can't always apply the, like, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make, like, evil thought process to all of it, right? The mullah had stated he was building up to do the missiles as a first strike, which would have put more danger on our service members. Do we have, like, a source that, like, they said that they were doing a first strike? And that we just preemptively strike them before they were able to do the strike that they were claiming they were going to do? Because, like, where does this information come from, right? The days of mass invasion and mass casualty wars are over. Well, I mean, hopefully. Now it'll all be low casualty, fast-paced wars that come and go, not forever wars per se, just a lot of fast conflicts. Welcome to the modern era. There's no black and white here. It's a complex situation, but Iran did need to be dealt with, even if we have to do it. Better to do it quick, no boots on the ground, and get back out. Yeah, you want to be left alone, but they don't want to leave us alone? Yeah, that's very true as well. Complete military superiority minimizes American casualty. That's also true. That's also true. You do recall hearing they were mobilizing? Like, I know that they were building fucking missile programs and they wanted to do a nuclear program. I just don't know if they were specifically planning a strike in the short term. Seems like what I want is a bloodless attack for our side, which is ideal, but a few dead soldiers in pursuit of the end of a regime that supports terrorism around the world is a small price. I don't know. Is it right?
But once enacted, it should be hot, fast, and lethal. That unfortunately means that the enemy also gets a vote. If the enemy is in range, so are you.
That's also true. Thank you, Brent Wolfe. It's just like it feels weird, right? Because it's like I'm not the one putting myself in danger.
What horrors you have seen. Browse the tabs to drive us mad. Still a good time will be had. Whilst you wiggle in your corner there. The wizard has returned to cast Begone Red Squares. Also, bought sleeves, hoodie and scroll.
Thank you! Thank you, Blue Mew, my guy. Thank you for the lovely poem as well. Thank you. Iran actually didn't really need to be dealt with. A deal that satisfied all our wants was pretty doable. Well, if a deal that satisfied all our wants was pretty doable, why hadn't we done it? Why hadn't that already happened? They had basically told us to fuck off anytime we tried to do something peacefully with them. Habitual line crosser, a former air defender on X. Anyone commenting, keep your anti-American opinions to yourself. Learn the history of the region. See how many lives have been lost from Iranian terror proxies. The hard decisions made today could save countless lives in the future. And I don't think he's necessarily wrong, right? And maybe I get like way too caught up in the like, I just don't want any kind of death or suffering. Maybe that's like the like woman brain being like, no one should get hurt, no one bad should happen, you know? And like when you have to make tough decisions, sometimes there are tough things that happen due to them. And it's just like, I don't know, man. The reward that costs PI is at once tempting and intimidating. I don't know what that means. Trump made it clear the magic words for a deal where we will never seek nuclear weapons. Israel didn't stir anything. Iran refused to agree to a major point for a deal. Woman coffee sip. Do something peaceful where the US decides every term. Sounds balanced. What? Stone Dragonfly, thank you. It could just be stabilizing Iran like we did Venezuela. The issue is that you'd think that the Islamists are more fanatically aligned than the starving of Venezuela, which is also true. Zenik, thank you for the czar. You just want everyone to appreciate how Kirsche is a good woman, wise enough to understand the situation, but still mourns the brutality of it. It's like, I don't like that. And like after years of talking about how no one should go over to the sandbox to die anymore, because again, not my sand, not my problem, are the benefits to our country worth this kind of a sacrifice? And I just don't know if it is. I don't know if it is. When they left out the part where Trump tore up the nuclear agreement with Iran to make nuclear power plants that required enriched materials, I don't know what you mean by that. You would like to see nuke inspectors in Israel? Please and thank you. Fuzzy Taco, thank you. Your degree is in military history and you did some research. The Iran situation is a short war's worst nightmare. The depots and stockpiles, bases and reserves are spread out countrywide, even in civilian areas. It was always going to be longer than we wanted. And like, you can't... If this is something that is going to be good for our country and our country's interest in the long term, you can't just say, you can't do it because there might be some losses. Because then you'll just never get anything done, right? If there's any chance of any kind of loss, then any risk will never be taken, and then nothing will ever happen. And so, like, these are decisions that I would fully admit are made by people very much more intelligent and informed than I am. So it's just like, I don't know, man. You hear we killed the new Ayatollah? What? Is it time for India to contribute ground troops? The problem is that the entire region of the world has never naturally organized and set up their own countries and governments. It's always been outside force and influence instituted over any given region and people. Either a conquering army or a CIA KGB-backed coup of radicals. That whole part of the globe has been a problem for over 1,000 years. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. It's good to want no one to die, but unfortunately due to human nature, sometimes the sword needs to fall. And again, when I think of, like, the war on terror and how long we were there and how many people were lost due to that thing, if we can achieve something good for our country in a far shorter amount of time with far fewer casualties, that also prevents more casualties in the future, then obviously the short-term, small-scale operation is much preferable to something that would go on like the war on terror did. So with that scope in mind, like, this would be a better thing, but again, with the cost-benefit analysis, I don't know if it is worth it. The only way to do this fast would have meant civilian mass casualty events, multiple mass casualty events, to do it in days. Here's the problem, though. Iran wasn't going to just sit and play around in the sandbox. You don't want to sit in the desert for 20 years, but we can't just ignore threats. Yeah, and I mean, again, it goes back to, like, if he could go in and just kill the leader in a couple of hours, even if we're going to have 4 weeks there, why wasn't that something that could have been done instead of 20 years in the sandbox? Why couldn't we just strike and then 4 weeks and then out? Persia existed for a long time, and they have the capacity for it. The problem is Islam naturally destabilizes any place it gains a foothold in. Also true. Nixon's Daydream, thank you for the 36 months, my guy. Thank you. Your issue is, can't solve the terrain issue without getting rid of Islam, which isn't possible without doing some really evil shit. I don't know how getting rid of Islam solves a terrain issue, because, like, getting rid of Islam doesn't suddenly make mountains turn into valleys. I don't know what that means. Dark Lelouch, thank you. Kirsche, there's a saying related to the relationship between soldiers and their commanders. Risk us if you must, spend us only if you must. And maybe this is like... How do I word this? Hold on. Let me use my one brain cell for a second here. Because I gotta figure... I'm not great at wording these things when I'm not sure about, like, the information, right? And so I want to make sure I'm not saying something that, like, doesn't come across well. So, we had this, like, forever war, where it just seemed like we were piddling about, not really accomplishing anything, just wasting tons of lives and time, and not doing things correctly for the War on Terror, unfortunately. And because of how long that was drawn out, and how it seemed to just be in the best interest of people trying to maintain power and line their pockets with money from the war apparatus, we had all these people who came out and they were like, never again, never for any reason will we ever touch the sandbox, never for any reason will we ever do anything over there, never for any reason ever, never, right? And then there was like the other faction of people who were just like, I'm not going to die for Israel. And it's made this sort of climate of anytime something happens in the sandbox, it's just de facto bad. And de facto, if we did anything in the sandbox, it's because of Israel, and there's no other reason it could ever possibly be. And I feel like those would not be such outspoken positions if that war had not lasted so long. And so I'm wondering, right, if part of the money and power axis for why politicians stayed there so long is so that in the future there would be issues with, like, getting people to do things that would be in the best interest of America, right? Because these are people who didn't want America to survive, right? None of this was done in the best interest of the United States. It was done in the interest of specific politicians wanting power and wanting money. So it kind of makes you, I guess that's a bit tinfoily, right? But it just kind of makes me think, was this something to sort of get Americans to side against their own interest if we were to do something that would benefit our country in the future in that area of the world? And the 20 years in the sandbox was but nothing more than money and power, you know? Who we deployed knew the risks, trust the plan. Brown Bear, thank you. It's important to remember that Iran declared war on us after Maduro got yoinked. Did they? I thought they declared war on us, like, decades ago, and it was just kind of like a... They declared war, but nothing's been happening. It kind of like when someone in Civ declares war on you, but then never sends troops to your borders, and you're like, what was the point of that? Iran declared war in the 70s? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Started off for the right reasons and continued for all the wrong reasons? Didn't we end up going there in the first place because of, like, the WMD things? Was that ever even proven true? But Iran would have been working towards killing Americans regardless of these attacks? I mean, yeah, I agree with that. They do the death to America bullshit, so eventually it would have been something that we have to contend with. And I do think it's a weird position to be like, hey, all of these guys over here say that they want to kill us and they're developing weapons to try and kill us because that's the goal that they have, but we should just leave them alone until they actually strike and do something, because preemptively striking people who want to kill you is bad. Like, I think that's a shitty opinion. I think if people want to kill you, they say they want to kill you, and they're advancing a goal to kill you, you should definitely do something about it first, because why wait, right? Technically true, there were chemical WMDs, not nuclear WMDs, that were the intelligence reports originally claiming. WMDs were Iraq, and when you say it started off for the right reasons, you meant we went to Afghanistan because we attacked, we were attacked, and then we stayed for the money and used WMD as an excuse to also go into Iraq for the money. I see. Shoot first, ask questions later. If you only think of WMDs as nukes, then it isn't true. However, Iran did have mass-scale chemical weapons and did use them. I see. The Great War on Terror lasted so long because politicians had to micromanage everything. We would make progress, start capturing and eliminating insurgent leadership, and then the politicians would reel us back. Your unit was #1 for bomb drops in eastern Afghanistan when you were there. And you literally lowered mountains with the amount of bombs that we dropped. The guys who replaced us were told to try and limit offensive operations and to let the Afghan army lead everything.
Social that 9 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk, and their naval command center destroyed. This cuts their total naval power in half at a minimum.
Thanks, Trump updates. Thank you, Darth Andrea. Thank you, Darth Andrea, for the information. I wouldn't even know how large the Iranian military was in the first place. But talking about letting the Afghan army lead everything, I wonder why they switched to doing that. And it makes me think, like, maybe this was part of the, we want to eventually leave, so we want their army to be able to take care of things, so we're gonna let their army lead everything and learn from us, but that ended up making things worse because they weren't as capable, maybe? And so that kind of brings me back to the, like, well, if we go in there and we remove the leader, they should be able to govern themselves. It's their country. They should do what they want, right? And then back to that other guy's tweet where he's like, well, maybe some countries just aren't able to do it. And if you're telling me that when the Afghan army led everything, stuff kind of started, I guess, being less efficient. I don't know. Well, like, what? And it gets so complicated that my opinion just goes back to, I don't even want to be there, man. I don't even want to deal with it. It seems so complicated, and that there's no, like, winning answer. That the answer is to just never get involved. But you can't be isolationist, as much as it would be nice to do so, especially as, like, the largest military power in the world. Iran has the structures in place. Afghanistan did not. Note, said ships did not even bother to launch. They knew they weren't going to do shit, so this is less important than it sounds. I see. Full Q, thank you. Iran is not about Iran, it's about China. That's what I was talking about a bit earlier. Notere, thank you. At least one Syrian pilot confirmed chemical attacks in their civilian war were Iraqi weapons, and the Kuwaiti interior minister at a press conference confirmed seizing $200 million worth of weapons someone tried to smuggle at their border. They were real. I see. Fat Electrician has a video on the last time we took out Iran's navy when Ronald Reagan was president. It's a 19-minute long video and funny as hell. You can link it if a mod wants. I don't really know anything about that, and also, I guess I don't really care about taking out their navy in the past. I'm more interested in learning about, like, the current conflict. Abra-fucking-cadabra, thank you. You don't see why the left doesn't support this. Some of the missiles were non-bombnary. The real question is, where is Cat P Fetish, and why isn't he providing us with updates? I think it's because Cat P Fetish is an on-the-ground U.S. correspondent, not a war correspondent. You worked with Afghanistan's best of the best in their army, and they were largely spineless and stupid. Interesting. 22 rioters are dead in Karachi, Pakistan after trying to breach the U.S. consulate. What? Marines are doing their job to make sure a second Benghazi wouldn't happen. I mean, that's good. That's weird that Pakistani people were trying to breach the consulate. Update is not slang for update, it's slang for upvote. Yes? The operations room has another video on it. Came up yesterday. Video on what? I'm scrolling in the YouTube. Paul Farrell, thank you. Islamists are why the U.S. created a navy? We've been dealing with them in one way or another for over 200 years. I don't think that would be true. I'm scrolling. It is? Islamic pirates? Really? The only reason we created a navy was because of Islamic pirates? That seems kind of weird. The Barbary pirates are Islamists? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about the Barbary pirates being Islamic, I guess. Islamic Jack Sparrow! It's because Pakistan and Afghanistan is having a war of their own? Oh. How confusing. We had a navy before the Barbary pirate affair? The consulate thing is happening in Iraq too, and we're threatening them if we don't eject the Iran-friendly politicians. That's why post-revolutionary US Navy exists. Marines, not the Navy? What? It's literally in the Marines theme song? to the shores of Tripoli? I am very confused now. Marines, yeah, you sent them to deal with pirates? Chad, I don't think Kirsche knows where Tripoli is. I would have said Italy, which was confusing me with Barbary pirates. Chad has broken her. I don't know anything about, like, military stuff in this regard. That's actually pretty close. It's North Africa? What did Kirsche go to school for? She has remembered nothing. This is prime American public education, brother. It was Italy for a little bit. There's a Tripoli, Libya, and a Tripoli, Lebanon. I don't know about those Tripolis, but I know Tripoli's a great fucking bakery in Massachusetts. It once was controlled by Italy. You didn't know that either. We're all learning. Thomas Jefferson signed letters of marque for privateers to take down Barbary pirates. The Navy came from an insane Scotsman during the Revolution. Marines were cemented during the Barbary Wars. I'm 100% American. You can tell by my American education. True and real. The Afghan army was hit and miss for every squared away unit that actually wanted... I hate when I'm trying to read something and Twitch just like forever scrolls, even if I scroll up to try and stop it.
The Navy Act of 1794 was specifically to recreate the Navy following the colonial Navy disbandment after the Revolution in order to combat Barbary pirates. To the shores of Tripoli is in the Marine hymn, Tripoli being Libya.
That's so weird! I didn't know that Libya was a renamed area. I guess that makes sense because so much stuff in that area has been renamed. Thank you, Internet Zen Master. Wait. Thank you, Brent Wolfe. Sorry, my thing is scrolling so fast. Thank you, Brent Wolfe, for the Tripoli being Libya
we stood
Marine
down
tips.
The Navy after Revolution, then it was re-established to deal with the pirates on the Barbary coast of Africa. Now it's permanent.
I had no idea that we tried to dismantle our navy and then re-established it. Why would you dismantle? It feels like if you establish a military branch, why would you dismantle it? That don't make no goddamn sense. Why is my PC fucking having a fucking fit? What is this? What is this? Let me close Azure Lane. Confirm. Go away. Motherfucking Internet Zen Master, thank you. U.S. Marine Corps was born as a result of the Barbary Wars. The modern U.S. Navy was also born during that period because the U.S. Revolutionary Navy was mostly decommissioned. Tripoli is Libya. That's why I thanked the wrong person. You both said the same thing. Thank you. Thank you. I wonder why it got renamed. I feel like I'm very confused at the moment. Star Phoenix, thank you. Did I hear about the psychic in the Koberger case having to pay $10 million to Schofield because of reputation damage? I did not. I did not know that they won a case against that. Kodo the Fox, thank you. Learning military history is a great way to contextualize modern politics. It's genuinely worth looking into if you want to understand things. Probably. As a woman, and especially as a woman when I was born, growing up, I hated anything that had, like, military storyline in it. So I didn't like watching any kind of TV shows or movies that had any sort of militaristic anything. I just found it incredibly fucking boring. So I probably lost a lot of context that I could have learned about things, even if it was through, like, pop culture media. The Afghan army was hit and miss for every squared away unit that actually wanted to fight. I don't know what that means. And there were 5 that were just there to get paid. The Afghan army was hit and miss for every squared away unit that actually wanted to fight. There were 5 that were just there to get paid. So the Afghan army was basically filled with people who didn't want to be in the army, but it was a free paycheck. We had multiple instances of Afghan security forces paying Taliban not to attack them. The Afghan army unit out of your FOB was ran by a former warlord from their civil war in the 90s and would kill anyone who he thought was Taliban. So they were the only Afghan unit in your area that we trusted. That seems kind of silly. Like, what is the point of even being in the military if you're paying the enemy to not attack you? Because, like, as soon as you stop paying... all your previous payments mean jack shit. Like, Ghost of Aces, thank you. As a woman when I was born is a crazy thing to have to say. You know? The Afghani army were lazy and stupid from your experience. They don't have a coherent government. It was specifically meant for the revolution. You see, back then, we actually followed our word, and we said we would not have a standing navy, so we dismantled it because we were no longer at war. Why would we say that we wouldn't have a standing navy? Like, who would have stopped us, to be honest? The founding fathers were very against standing armies, including navies, so they disbanded them after the Revolutionary War, which is why they had to re-establish them to deal with extinction threats like piracy. Why? Like, that seems like a very dumb thing to be against. Because if you want to be a nation, you have to be able to defend your nation. So, like, why? We didn't want to let them sit! We didn't want a standing army because a lot of the issues we had with the British were the soldiers in their army. Things were different at the time, so it makes more sense now. I don't think it makes more sense now to dismantle our army, actually. The standing militaries were seen as ways for politicians to exert their personal influence. There's a reason there's a Third Amendment. Standing armies were expensive and led to overreach. Okay, that's a fair point. It's funny because all the biggest powers at the time were scared to fight the pirates, so they just paid them not to attack their ships. We said, fuck that, and beat their asses so bad their empire collapsed. It's also how Morocco became our oldest friend. Fuck if I know you think I'm in the head of a man 250 years ago. I mean, I guess. Fear of FEMA, thank you. Paying people to not attack you is 90% of human diplomatic history. Oh, it looks like it didn't work out very well for a lot of people who tried that, right? Chad is glossing over the actual causes. Britain paid the Barbary pirates to not harass their shipping, and when the US revolted, we were no longer covered by that agreement. Britain probably told them, hey, go mess with the Americans. Isn't that more reason for us to keep a standing army? That doesn't make sense for a reason why we would dismantle it. Ancient times, soldiers during times of peace would often become brigades because they're bored and jobless. What do you mean we're still doing that? We pay tons of countries to not attack us? I feel like we shouldn't have to, right? Like, if I'm sitting here and I have, like, the largest militaristic capabilities that no one can really match, and I'm like, hey, if you attack us, I'll just wipe you off the face of the earth. I feel like I don't need to pay someone if I have the ability to do that. Private armies were also a thing back then. That's also true. People forget that the states are technically separate countries united under a federation. I don't think it's exactly like separate countries. Having a military that big is expensive, true. This was a time when you could privately own warships before the government cucked us on the Second Amendment. Standing armies were not such a thing. That's fair. I would like to restore my American right to own cannons and machine guns and a warship. We have the biggest sticks. If anyone demands money to not attack us, we should just fuck them up. I don't see why we wouldn't. Trump has a new address. Okay. All right. Let me take this. Dark Lelouch, thank you. Founders feared standing armed forces. Continental Army and Navy were disbanded in 1783 following the Treaty of Paris after the Revolutionary War. Ghost of Aces, thank you. I read that already. Sebastian Servas, thank you for the pen. MIC should be used to free, stabilize, separate countries ruled by tyrants around the world without attempts at forced democracy, nor seeding future incursions until the MIC is somehow dismantled. I don't know what the MIC means, but I'm assuming that's something in the American military arm, in which case I would disagree. I don't want our military to be consistently used to free and stabilize or separate other countries. I feel like we should much more focus on things going on at home because we have a plethora of problems, and we have a ton of homegrown problems that we can't seem to actually address. And so I don't want to be sitting in my country and watching my army and my tax dollars freeing everyone else while I have to consistently contend with the threat of communism coming to power where I live. Because if we're freeing everyone else but we get conquered, what was the point? What was the point of all of it? Important to keep in mind for context. Military-industrial complex. Thank you. Thank you. I am very bad at acronyms. Paul Farrell, thank you. This is why history is important to things happening today. Also a fair point. And it is fun to learn about history in some contexts, but whenever it comes to military stuff, my brain just gets goopy. Probably because Le Woman. Kodo the Fox, thank you. Learning military history is a great way to contextualize modern politics. It's genuinely worth looking into if you wish to understand things. You have a vague memory of a currency speculation scheme also hosting the colonial vets? I don't know what that means. Perhaps some grills are country-sized. Perhaps some grills are just really, really big. Don't work in the government. Everything is an acronym. I would get so lost. Ghost of Aces, thank you. You can currently and have always been able to own a cannon. It isn't against the law. One reason people clowned on Biden's statement that we can't.
We have problems at home.
Can we actually use cannons for home defense? Actually,
spends to do things like it's a video game. That is not how the government works. The two do not consume the same resources besides money.
I don't see it as like a limited number of president points. I understand that you can do multiple things at once, but can you understand that it is frustrating watching a year of a federal judge has prevented you from deporting this violent criminal? A federal judge has released this violent criminal. And then seeing other countries get actually good progress against their authoritarian overreach. Like it's very frustrating. And it's just like, I would like more focus to be on that. I would like more effort to be in getting rid of these things that are making our country diametrically worse. Be advised that the reference Trump address has not been put out via normal White House or other normal Trump accounts, which is why you haven't linked it yet? Oh, okay. Okay. Military action is much easier than playing politics domestically. I don't really care about what's easier. You can have a cannon for home defense. Just make sure not to load cannonballs so you don't blow the intruder in half and take out a load-bearing wall in the process. With the house across the street. If I use a cannon for home defense and I hit somebody with the cannonball, would hitting them with the cannonball lower the, like, torque of the ball so that it wouldn't actually destroy a home wall across the street? Or what if I'm across the street from, like, a forest? Would that be okay? Brings a whole new meaning to castle doctrine. A funny thing is, you actually can own a cannon. It's fully legal to own a black powder weapon, and you don't need a license or anything for it. Help. What if you really don't like that wall? Well, it's not your wall. Help! Getting rid of judges needs political power. Successful military excursions generate political power. I mean, you could be right, but it feels like... I'm using feels a lot because I am a woman. I don't know. And it feels like there's so much muddying in the waters that doesn't actually generate more political power at this time. Globally, maybe, but domestically, I don't think so. I don't think there's anybody that was on Trump's side before that is going to genuinely be like, well, no, fuck you now. And I don't think there was anybody that was against Trump before that's going to look at Iran and be like, you know what? He's not such a bad orange man. Just use grape shot. But cannonball seems fun. Video originates from Trump's Truth Social. It's all good? Okay. Loading a cannon with 0-0 shots reduce the front half of the home intruder into a fine paste. You have to juggle both anyway. The world isn't going to stop turning just because you're focusing on domestic issues. But then why are we focusing on domestic issues in a different country? Like, couldn't we just let them kill each other forever, I guess? I don't know. It's like, that sounds callous, but it's like, with all of these people who are like, we shouldn't go in there and we shouldn't help them, that's pretty much what they're advocating for, right? If the people who are saying, like, we shouldn't ever go, even if the people of the country want us to do it, they're just advocating, like, yeah, just let their regime continue killing them. Is it not? 0-0 sends you. It's pronounced double-aught. What the fuck? It'll fuck us over in the long run if we don't. And maybe. You have to focus on it because the retards in those countries want to kill Americans, which was what I said yesterday, because it's very obvious that's what their goal is. They say it openly. more stability in the world, the less need to take in infinity refugees. And that's another thing that doesn't make sense to me, where people are just like, oh, this thing in Iran that we did, this will create more refugees. And it's like, how will it create more refugees? In theory, with this regime gone, they can create whatever the fuck they want to now, right? So they should stay in their own country and they should rebuild. If they try to leave after the oppression leaves, that doesn't make any sense. War creates more refugees? No. What we're doing in Iran would not create more refugees. It would create less, and it would create a safer place for us to be like, now you can get the fuck out of our country. In fact, many should go back. There's always more refugees. Groypers have started blaming Israel for the Texas shooting because the shooter is Muslim. Groypers are actually impossible to take seriously. Well, yeah, obviously. Refugees created by this war with Iran would be the radical Islamist fleeing. In other words, the exact refugees we don't want. Which, again, they wouldn't even be refugees. They would be Islamists masquerading as refugees because they know that they can take advantage of the fact that our countries are willing to take in war-torn refugees. So it's very easy for someone like Ilhan Omar's father to pretend to be a refugee when in fact they're actually one of the dangerous, violent people who would be bad regardless of which country they went to. Assad was deposed and you haven't heard of any Syrians returning? I couldn't really tell you what goes on in Syria aside from like those interviews that I have watched of the people in Syria saying that the men who left their country forsaken their country pretty much. They've banned the wars in the Middle East for refugees for years, but all the refugees now come from countries at peace and without Western intervention. It's all bullshit. And it's again, when you see refugees bypassing so many other countries to get to a Western nation, it also makes you wonder how legitimate their claim is. I'm kind of sad. You expected me to pronounce refugee as refugi? Windstalker, thank you. Even if there are refugees, we can just say no. Can and should at this point. Much of the refugee crisis we've had for the last few decades was planned by global communists. Castro organized much of it. I wouldn't know that. Evil Mandrake, thank you. Michael Knoll said it best. Any opinion on the strike isn't informed enough to truly judge unless you're the commander-in-chief. Yeah, it feels like there's just not a whole lot of information, and so there's no way to really be like, this is definitively good or this is definitively bad. Phoenix DS, thank you. You're saying if we had cannons, what would happen if you loaded a cannon with beanbag shot? Would it be less than fatal or somewhat less than fatal? I have no idea. No idea. And Desert Ghost, thank you for the 27 months of Tier 3. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You're not allowed to shop for asylum. You get to the First Nation and you have to stop, not get supplies from HIAS to keep going to America and Europe. Well, that's cool that you say you're not allowed to do that, but that's what's been happening for a very long time. A Furious Dan, thank you. Is LGBT pronounced LGBT or lig butt? What the fuck? It's basically canister shit and it's fatal. I don't know what that means. You should not... A lot of internet politicians. I mean, I think it's interesting to get like more information about this stuff because I don't know a lot about it, right? I don't know a lot about it. Turkey has been intentionally pushing refugees that come to them into Greece and Bulgaria. Beanbag the size of a Kirsche won't kill you if shot by the cannon. Oh, delicious water. We also don't know what the follow-up moves are, and Trump rightfully won't leak them. Once we see those, maybe it'll all fit together. I mean, that's very possible. That's very possible it'll all fit together, but it's also like... Do we have more of a scope how things could go in the sandbox besides what we've seen basically since the, what, 60s, I guess? Because from what I know, which isn't a whole heck of a lot, the sandbox has been at war with each other for thousands of years, and no matter who gets involved, and no matter what country tries to do anything in the sandbox, nothing positive really ever comes from it. 40s. Courts might see blowing a bowling ball-sized hole in a home intruder as a tad overkill. I mean, it's like, it's my right as an American to choose the size of the hole I blast in the person trying to enter my home. We were promised a sandbox reset button 3,000 years ago. You can't send this as a super chat, but Love It Artillery Collection is a webpage of a private collection of historical artillery pieces. He buys and refurbishes them and they all work. That's pretty cool. Unleash a new crusade at this point. It's the only next step that makes sense. They call it the Graveyard of Empires for a reason. That's kind of a cool name. Very spooky name, but a cool name. Pocket Sand. On the money. The streaming thing Kirsche uses has pretty bad Kick integration. Most alerts on Kick don't get seen. Chat also isn't as autistic. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but yeah, no, I don't get like almost any alerts through Kick. I can see resub messages finally. That's fucking great. I can see resub messages, and I used to never be able to see raids, and now I can see raid flags on my Kick chat, which is also great. Fourth Crusade and Third World War should be cool though. What the fuck? The war already got extended to be at least a month. Some people were saying that he always said it would be 4 weeks. I don't remember seeing 4 weeks, like, anywhere as I was looking through this stuff the other day. All thinking about the cannon debate all wrong. The cannon's for destroying the vehicle that the intruders came in, hopefully with them in it. Jesus. Well, let's see what this is before I read the president's statement. They're great people, the president said, and you know, we expect that to happen. Unfortunately, it could happen continuous. It could happen again. Trump acknowledged that the 3 casualties were the first in his second term, as the January capture of Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro and the June bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities were pulled off without a single American death. We've done pretty well, he noted, adding, but they're great people with outstanding records, outstanding. Trump also revealed a potential timeline for the war with Iran, suggesting fighting could go on for the next 4 weeks. It's always been a 4-week process. We figured it'll be 4 weeks or so. It's always been about a 4-week process. As strong as it is, it's a big country. It'll take 4 weeks or less. He said he hasn't been surprised by any of the outcomes of the strikes thus far. Oh, is this the video? Oh, I was gonna say, wasn't there like a little tiny plink that happened on like the Burj Khalifa? I feel like I saw a video where it was just like a little tiny poot and it just didn't do anything. No, I think it's going as per planned. You know, other than we took out their entire leadership, far, far more than what we thought. Looks like 48, he answered. I don't know what that means, looks like 48. The president remained open to more talks with the Iranians, but couldn't say if that would happen soon. I don't know, he answered. They want to talk, but I said, you should have talked last week, not this week. Oh, US has killed 48 Iranian leaders. Damn. That's a lot of leaders. The president spoke to the Daily Mail from his Mar-a-Lago resort, where he's been hunkered down since ordering the strikes on Iran. The president suggested he would address the American people again. His initial announcement of the Iran strikes came at 2:30 a.m. Saturday morning via a Truth Social post. I'm getting ready to do so, he answered, when asked if he would give a speech or remarks on the attacks. He didn't give specifics on timing. I'm with the generals right now just to give a little bit of an update, so I'll be doing that now. I'll be doing that right after this call, as a matter of fact. The president said he had spoken Sunday with the leaders of Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Jordan, and a couple of others. Responding to the news that Saudi Arabia could launch attacks on Iran after being initially targeted, the president said they're fighting too. Trump is expected back in Washington, D.C. later Sunday. He said his people had been in touch with the families of the deceased service members, my bad. And I'll be meeting with their families at the appropriate time, he said. Trump said he'd maybe travel out to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for the solemn, dignified transfer of the troops' remains or invite the families to the White House. He also remained hopeful that a democracy could grow in Iran after the U.S. and Israeli strikes end. Ooh. I understand the sentiment of saying this, but once again, considering the war on terror and considering literally everyone's opinions on America being like, I'm gonna go and spread democracy. I don't like that. I do, he answered. It'll be very interesting to watch, but a lot of things could happen and a lot of very positive things could happen. The sandbox is never going to be a democracy. I don't think the sandbox can be a democracy for the exact reason that we see any kind of democracy we have in our constitutional republic kind of fading away. Democracy is nice and all, but I don't think it can work in certain cultures. Swear to God, if we do nation building again, you're gonna be pissed. Yeah, I do not want us to do nation building. We need to nation build our own nation is what we need to be doing. We cannot really be building other nations while communists are eating away at the walls inside of our home. They'll probably put in a kin, the Shah, and it'll destabilize in less than 10 years. I have no idea. the Shah of Iran wants to help the populace shift to a representative republic. And I mean, I hope he can do something like that, but who knows? Is it though? Is mob rule good? Is having the unwashed, mentally challenged masses telling you how to live a good thing? And that's why we were like, instead of a majority rule democracy, we were a constitutional republic. But eventually people found out ways to exploit that as well. Unfortunately so. Let me see where that video is that Binary Mind was talking about. Damn. Armed rioters breached several layers of the security perimeter at the U.S. consulate in Pakistan in an attempt to take it over. U.S. Marines can be seen opening fire on rioters who breached the consulate, killing 22. I can't bring that up because there's blood. Found it weird that the new Trump address is not put out. Blah, blah, blah. Trump vid originates. Trump's Truth Social. Original. Can I view Truth Social on my browser? Do I have to have a Truth Social kind of thing? Oh god, someone was trying to say cannons aren't lethal. What the? Even I know cannons are lethal, brother man. Video? Okay, I opened the Truth Social thing, but yeah, it looks like... Would the volume be better here?
Over the past 36...
Nope. Alright, it's the same as Twitter. Yeah, but apparently, Iran declares jihad as anti-US riots spread across the Middle East. Senior clerics issue fatwa against America, saying vengeance is religious duty for all Muslims. And I wonder, right, because when I see something like Iran declares jihad or anti-US riots across the Middle East, I imagine that these are from the majority of the people who genuinely wish death on not just Americans, but Western culture in general. I imagine that these are the people who would like to conquer Western nations in the name of Islam. And so when I see this, I'm like, this is bad, but it doesn't negate that our actions were good, right? This is our enemies being angry that we did something instead of just rolling over and taking it. And so I think that there's going to be a lot of people who look at this and they're going to be like, America's doing this like interventionalism that no one wants. The people of Iran didn't want this. And they're going to run with a narrative of like, America bad, America brought this on themselves, and America deserves what's going to happen from the retaliation for their bad move. And I think that would be a very wrong narrative to say. Hassan declares jihad. It's the death rattle of the Iranian regime. Yeah. So I don't think these are the regular people, either in Iran or the Middle East. I don't think these are the regular citizens. It's not about good or bad, it's about survival. You can't bomb villains because they'll react like villains. Yeah, pretty much. You can't kill your enemies, then they win. I'm on you. Speaking of taking it, you heard the Prophet Muhammad laid down to take 30... What? And the people of Iran actually asked for it. They even said what was taking Trump for so long. I mean, there were some videos of people celebrating as well. But there are still tons of people on Twitter trying to say, even before I read this tweet here about the jihad, tons of people trying to say, like, no, that's wrong. The protests aren't organic. The majority of people were supportive of the regime. Like, this isn't something the Iranians wanted at all. And it's like that doesn't seem to be true when you actually can talk to some of the Iranians who have been using, like, VPNs to get around their internet ban. They don't want us to know, but we know the Knight of Al-Zut. I don't know the Knight of Al-Zut. Men of Al-Zut pilled. I don't know what that is. Quick, get ahead of the story. And then here is Trump addressing the nation a little bit ago.
The United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now, was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives.
Surrender.
They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there.
And I also do think, right, like, we're obviously, like we talked about earlier, working off of very little information, so it's hard exactly to figure out whether this is completely good or completely bad, or if there will be some kind of gray area here. But hopefully once things are accomplished and we have more information, we'll be able to make a much better informed, like, opinion on it. It's really frustrating, I guess, from my view, because I don't know a lot about the historical sandbox stuff. And it's I would feel bad to not talk about this, but it's like I'm not an authority. I don't have a ton of knowledge about it, but I would like to know what's going on, and especially as it affects me as an American.
Here today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world, by far.
Trump isn't eloquent enough for this message. I mean, I can kind of appreciate that he's not the most eloquent, because it makes him sound more like a normal person, I guess, instead of someone that's, like, trying to smooth speak over something that's not, like, the best to talk about, right? Maybe he's just tired. I mean, I'm sure he's fucking exhausted. Dude tells the truth, but he fucking sucks at conducting himself. I don't know about that. Phoenix DS, thank you. You don't think this, you don't think that the Hague International Prison for War Criminals would be that big for the Iranian IRGC soldiers? It would need to be expanded. The heck? Honest question, do I think Biden ever thinks about the people he left behind in Afghanistan? Probably not. Probably not. Penitent Lizard, thank you for the 7-month member. Does Iran have a decent military of any kind that could fight on equal footing with the U.S.? I have a hard time believing it if that's the pitch. Well, when we think about, like, fighting on equal footing, and I've said this before as well, it's like you think about fighting with boots on the ground. And I don't think that their military could even touch ours, even though we've, like, kneecapped ourselves with reducing standards and allowing the mentally ill into the military and allowing people who probably shouldn't be in certain positions to have those positions, right? Even with us handicapping our military in that way, I still think we are by far and above any Middle Eastern military that exists. The problem is is not the boots on the ground in that kind of question, but like the missiles and the bombs that they're able to use to strike us. Because you don't need to be like efficient at warfare in order to hit someone with a missile. Biden checked his watch and almost fell asleep when the caskets of the U.S. Marines blown up during the Afghan withdrawal were being walked by him. There's no way he thinks of the people he left behind. Yeah, that was really fucking gross. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Give you a Trump telling you harsh truth over a smooth-talking Obama Biden who will whisper sweet little lies about it. We had 3 killed in action, 47 injured under Biden, and Democrats weren't screaming then. Yeah. I thought it was more than 3 under Biden, but I could be misremembering. Chat, can we not pray to Allah for the new Ayatollah? Will Stancil, inshallah. What the heck? Iran would destroy our military boots on the ground. We haven't been good at land invasion since World War II. I might not be the most informed on, like, military tactic things, but I think it's a very silly thing to think that our military still isn't one of the best in the world, even though we've kneecapped ourselves. Is that chatter retarded? I feel like it's... I call so many people retarded when they say dumb things. I gotta get more interesting, you know? Desert Storm wants a word. Mod Sandpaper is nuts. Oh my god. We should airdrop a Burger King right in there. We're really good on the ground, but we fucking handicap ourselves so fucking hard, right? Even kneecapped, we would curb stomp them. That's very true. For boots on the ground, don't we use the power of all the elements to beat their ass? Air, sky, tanks. We're like the fucking benders, dude. You enjoy the effort to elevate above petty retard spotting.
But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do.
True. I will agree with that.
It's because of warriors who are willing to lay down their lives to do battle with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons.
Very true.
Allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose.
Mm-hmm.
We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us.
This gives me another question. Listening to this, right? When someone signs up for the military, right? These are men that, in theory, when you sign up, you're like, I am willing to work on behalf of my nation. I want to serve my country and protect my people. And so, like, especially coming from my perspective, where it's like, I don't want people to die. I don't want to see suffering. What is the point of the military? Like, what is the point of having men sign up for the military that want to serve and protect their country to just have it stand there and do nothing? Right? Like, if we apply my I don't want death ever kind of logic, right? What would the military be for? Like, if you're not willing to use it to attack your enemies before they attack you, if you're not willing to use it to defend yourself, what is the military even for? What is the point of it? And the answer would be, there is none. If you build a military, but you refuse to employ it because you're worried about any kind of death that might happen, you might as well not have a military. And so, like, that immediately, like, just completely dissolves the, well, there shouldn't be any death ever logic, and death is terrible. You don't want to see it. You don't want it to happen. But it's not always some Machiavellian, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make kind of statement from someone. Deterrence sometimes requires demonstration. Yeah. It's an unfortunate reality. It's a very unfortunate reality. The woman brain is strong today. I was just discrediting the woman brain. What are you talking about? To crush your enemies, to see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women? Yeah. It's just like...
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
True. Schmearlies, thank you. You have a vid of the rocket landing in Jerusalem an hour ago. I read your super chat talking about taking shelter while shopping. Do I want you to post on Twitter and share the link, or post in Kiercord and send to a mod? Putting it on Twitter and sharing the link would probably be the easiest. And then I could also retweet it as well. Schmearlies, thank you very much for offering that as well. That's crazy. Tell you a secret, we all face death at some point. Yeah, we do. We do, but it's like... When you say... If we did this thing in Iran for the betterment of our country, and we just don't have enough information beyond we're kneecapping China's oil, and we're getting rid of a regime that chants death to America and is in the pursuit of weapons to try and bring death to America, right? With just those two things, logically, it sounds like it would be a good idea, especially after any kind of peaceful negotiations have fallen through multiple times, to preemptively strike them before they strike us. But when you're someone who's like, I would like to prevent my enemies from killing me, you have all of these people in politics and in podcasting and in content creation and just other talking heads being like, that's bad. If you want to attack your enemy to prevent them from killing you, that means you're okay with military members dying. You're okay with the death that happens. And I think that's kind of part of what prevents some people from being more pro on this stance, because it's like, I don't want the death to happen, and I get shamed for being happy that we attacked our enemies before they killed us. And it just creates this people just don't want to agree with it. A tale as old as time, I guess. Some of the absolute pacifism is retarded. Some of it is literal enemy agents. Yeah. Yeah, to be fair, if we were just going for kill counts, America could have won in the Middle East. The problem is we're playing the objective. Yeah. Probalicus, thank you for the... A poorly disciplined military just becomes another form of welfare for bureaucracy. Which is like... I mean, on Caleb Hammer, you see how many people, like, just... He's like, I've never had a veteran on the show that doesn't have 100% disability. That seems a little weird. Seems a little strange that's all 100%. And like there's been like some guy ever since I talked about this case on Caleb Hammer's show that goes around being like, Kirsche hates veterans. Kirsche hates veterans. And it's like, I don't hate veterans, and saying that I do is kind of fucking crazy simply because I point out that there's some kind of fraud that exists. Like that's kind of wild, bro. But it's like, when you follow the I don't want death to its logical conclusion, your army is purely decoration. If you build it and you have a ton of fraud as well, and you don't use it, it's decorative. It means nothing. And that would be the logical conclusion of the I don't want death ever kind of train of thought. The really fucked up part is that a veteran stuck on 20% and he actually has real issues and no knees left in his 20s, but he can't get more. And that is fucked up. That is absolutely fucked up. Bagman, I'm gonna get you inside your bag. Most vets are some under 100% being paid at 100% is total and permanent. Question, does anyone remember a documentary that came out in the early 2000s about the fanatical Islam in the Middle East? Do you believe it was called Obsession? I don't remember it though. I hate when veterans commit fraud does not equal I hate veterans, and only a fucking idiot would say that it's the same. Pretty fucking much. I served chicken tenders at Fort Hood for 4 years. Military is like a concealed carry or wallet condom. That's a funny analogy. Baha Cat, thank you. Being reported that Iranian state TV has been hacked and is now broadcasting messages from Trump to the Iranian people. That's kind of cool. Lambie Chop, thank you. When you join the military, you take the oath. We were all prepared for death. Is it controversial to say that I agree with you, but very clearly in current year, there are some people counting on the peaceful times lasting forever, and so they sign on for the forever paycheck and not for what the military actually means. Is that controversial to say? Bagman's disabled from his time in the Navy, as you know, but the VA won't give him fuck all. Again, which is fucked up. If you've served, if you got fucked up by being in the military and they're not giving you what you should get by being fucked up by the military, that's fucked up on their end. You're a disabled vet with 100, but you've also had 12 surgeries and need 2 more. Take that as you will. Yeah, when we're talking about the people on Caleb Hammer, right, these are people who are like, they do things for other work that makes it seem like, oh, how did you get 100%? Like you're out here doing like mechanic work. You're out here, walking normally. You don't talk about like suicide attempts on record on Caleb's show, right? Like this is why Caleb brings it up, is like this happens so frequently, and you think there would be some disparity, right? You seem like there would be like, oh, there's a 20% veteran, here's a 50% veteran, here's a bunch of like 70 to 80%. Seems like, no, across the board, everyone who's been on his show is 100%. Joining the military during peacetime is a gamble on a conflict starting. No conflict equals free money. Conflict equals gamble lost. And I agree, right? But like there are definitely people, and I think this is a civilian thing too. Like we've gotten brain rotted from how long we've been in a peacetime that we think conflict not only won't happen, but if we try to participate in a conflict, that's bad, regardless of the reason for the conflict. Caleb's show does seem to attract retards. It does. You get 100% off of hearing loss, and most people lose a lot around ships, guns, and aircraft. That's a permanent thing. I don't know if 100, but like that, I would say, like, yeah, that's a reason to get disability off the military, right? Your dad has no cartilage in his ankles from breaking them so much in the army. Jesus. He had to fight like hell to get any disability, and the experimental surgery the VA had him go through didn't work, and the recovery almost killed him because of doctor negligence. See, when I hear stories like that, it's like, that's fucking crazy. If someone like that had to fight to get disability in the VA, that's insane. Like, that should be an obvious shut and close case, right? It took you 11 years for the VA to say, you know what, your tinnitus might have something to do with the jet engines and gunfire. I have heard very much a lot that they try to argue, no, this didn't happen while you were here. And you know what, your vertigo that 98% plus of the time affects sailors had nothing to do with you being in the Navy. I have no idea how 100% are so common. Yeah, right? Like, from the stories that people who are veterans in my chat tell me, it seems like it would be rather rare. But I don't know, maybe it's a slanted box view because it's simply from Caleb's show. Just imagine how many veterans are stuttering in the corner that can't get disability, which is fucked up. Absolutely fucked up. When you demobbed, they wanted to write you up for service-based COPD. You'd smoked for 20 years at that point. What the heck? I'm on you. 100% does not mean unable to work. It means receiving the full amount allocated for your injuries. What I'm saying is the people that show up on Caleb's show do not seem to have injuries that would mean getting the 100% payout. Remember the one woman on financial audit trying to get her 100% disability overturned because she wanted to rejoin the army and they wouldn't let her rejoin if she was on disability. That's kind of funny. Remember Vietnam? U.S. lost relatively few soldiers, and yet people lost their shit. The U.S. has always been very weak-hearted and unable to bear mass casualties. This does not mean the U.S. military is bad. Most units you were in kept the names of the fallen from each deployment in your headquarters building. It was to remind you of the risks your profession held, and that we may have to pay that ultimate price for freedom. One of the reasons you got out of the army was because the new recruits were just in it for the money and the GI Bill. See, I feel like it's far less controversial for someone who is actually in the military and like knows what's going on in there to say something like that. It feels weird to like use my ability to reason through what I'm told and say it, because it's like I wasn't in, so people can see it as like me just being a bitch, right? VA disability is a literal scorecard. The VA is a who do you know more than a do you qualify kind of place according to your dad. That's kind of depressing. You know, very few dudes who get 100%. You have fake joints and an implant that keeps the nerve pain from keeping you from walking. Holy fuck. That sounds horrendous. I know what nerve pain feels like, because I've had a lot of, like, nerve pain issues, and it fucking sucks. I am sorry, dude. There are activists in the VA that try to give out 100%. They probably view it like reparations for not paying out previous legit disabilities. That'd be a really weird thing to view it like. That's true. You were shocked by how many people said college money when you were asked in basic training. Jesus. Platinum Sniper, thank you. You keep hoping to hear Trump resurrect his AI Baghdadi speech in the middle of the speech. Ali Khamenei, he died like a dog, or I said Ali, don't cry. What the hell? Probalicious, thank you for the I read that already. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Your friends who were infantry, so they got pretty good at mopping rain when it wasn't busy, so they're masters of the custodial arts. That's funny. Phoenix DS, thank you. That would be like the Canadian military, pointless in every way, all because they refuse to look in the mirror, seeing how they've let ideologies embed themselves within. You know? Why can't you get fucking 100%? Good question. You're about to enlist a private agency to ram your VA claims through. You've been out for 12 years and have managed to get all of 10% for tinnitus. I don't know what the usual payout for stuff is, so I wouldn't know how to argue. Dan Wu, thank you. Iran has been allegedly involved in several assassination attempts on Trump. This should stop those. I had no idea that they were allegedly involved. He's not wrong. He had a friend set to join the army after college. He wanted the GI Bill and the initial bonus. When he realized deployment to the sandbox was a real possibility, he dropped college, ROTC, and his plans to join. His dad was very disappointed in him. That's a bit sad. That's a bit sad. You can only get 10% for tinnitus? I see. 10% gets you $180 a month. That's like grocery bill. Alco Toasty, thank you. A literally Claire Obscure for those who come after. True. True. Saren Mathis, thank you. 100% doesn't mean 100% disabled. It means 100% of that disability. So it's a cumulative number that can exceed 100% with multiple issues. Oh, I had no idea you could get multiple 100%. That's kind of interesting. That's kind of interesting. I know New Hampshire does a lot of, like, specific benefits for veterans as well, but I can't remember them off the top of my head. That's a single trip grocery bill at least. No. Triple S rank disability, let's go!
Spicy
Not
cat
quite
raid. What
one guy. What do you mean one guy?
Raid?
It depends on where you live and where you shop. A Ludwig World Order, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. It was weird. I saw that alert, but I didn't hear anything. An ex-serviceman told you that a lot of it depends on how well you keep your receipts during your time in the army. Don't let anyone tell you keeping receipts is bad, bro. Keep receipts on fucking everything. Keep receipts everywhere. I found a receipt, like, I keep everything autistically for, like, all of my paperwork, and since I was doing tax stuff recently, I found a receipt, like, just stuffed in my old paperwork, and I was like, what the fuck is this? I don't even recognize the company, and it turns out it was a receipt for, like, the first ever vibrator I bought, and I was like, why would I keep this? Why do I have this? 10% is normal for tinnitus. I've been fighting the VA for 20 years for an injury that happened on base, and they finally did spinal... Oh, fuck, the scrolling. Oh, fuck. They finally did spinal fusion, but still fight it being service-connected. That's kind of strange. And, like, obviously, if it happened on base, there's a record of it, and especially if they did your spinal fusion, how are they fighting it being service-connected? It's so strange, man. Any active service members, make sure you get any injuries documented. Don't let leadership talk you out of getting things looked at and documented. 100%. If you get fucking hurt, document that shit, man. Down to the fucking second that it happened. And demand they replace the vibrator under warranty now. Will the IRS give you a tax write-off if the vibrator you have has a receipt for explodes in your face? I don't think so. Smear Lies, thank you. Sent the vids by PM. I will have to remember to check that when we finish this Trump video. Thank you, Smear Lies, my guy. Thank you. Ronald Big Don, thank you. Israel having any level of involvement immediately rules out any coherent discourse for 60% of talking heads who go and patter the dying for Israel slogan.
Please pray
that
for
and the
my
LARPing
friend John
Islamists
Lewis.
like Sneeko.
I'm at the hospital with him
I
now.
actually have a
I've been
Sneeko
told
tab today.
He's almost brain dead.
That's,
I'm absolutely devastated.
I
He's
very
been
much
like a second
understand the
father
I
to
do
me.
not want to do
Sorry
Israel's
for missing
bidding,
stream. I just
but I
need
think there's
something
also
to block out the black
we have
pills.
to separate the things that are specifically doing Israel's bidding and then things that are good for our country that might also be good for Israel. I feel like there's a difference between those two things, you know? Devastator, thank you for the 50, thank you. There are cut and paste companies that take advantage of veterans and actually falsify information. There are investigations underway now. You never participated in them instead of opting for a VSO, and it's taken decades to get anything. That's kind of gross, right? Like, I feel like taking advantage of veterans in that way is just as gross as taking advantage of, like, the elderly or, you know, like, young people who don't know anything about loans or taxes or whatnot. That was a Sag TTS. Did my...
Many years ago.
Oh, my audio went out again. You
duty
piece
and
of shit! You piece of shit! Not you, chat. I didn't hear the TTS at all. So I'm glad someone said something. My audio's completely fucking dead now. Jesus Christ. Alistair Corvo, please pray for your friend John Lewis. You're at the hospital with him now and you've been told he's almost brain dead. You're absolutely devastated. He's been like a second father to you. Sorry for missing the stream. You just need something to block out the black pills. What happened to your friend? I'm really sorry to hear that, dude. And I don't know if someone can recover from that, but I hope things can be as okay as possible. And don't apologize for missing stream. You should absolutely be with your friend right now. I'm sorry for talking over the TTS. My audio died. I've been having audio issues for the past week, so I'm very sorry. I was not... If I had heard that, I would not have talked over it, so I'm sorry about that. She hates us! I do not. I do not. Sorry, friend. Do hope things get better. Yeah, that's fucking rough, though. He's 72. He was found unconscious at the rehab center. Jesus Christ. At least, right? The tiniest of silver lining, and this is like kind of what I have to keep telling myself as my grandparents get up in age as well. It's like, at least they've lived a very long and thorough life. At least I've been able to spend many, many years with them, and I will have many memories with them to think about in the future. Azuto Aragi, thank you. Things are as bad as you can see. Please give you a reason to not blackpill. I don't feel like things are, like, super destitute right now, you know? Pakistani National, thank you. Only in the tales that humans tell do the hunters kill the wolves in the end. I guess that's fair. We don't know the stories of the people who were never around to tell them. Asman has also been having audio issues for the last week as well. Sometimes I can't tell if, like... There's like extra leaning into this weird meme. #1 funder of terrorism for the past 47 years is no more, so there's that. That does seem like a good thing. And it's no more for now, right? Like the power vacuum could mean that somebody just as bad gets into power, which would not be a good thing. Diego Free Spirit, thank you. I might want to get sound switch to stop the audio from swapping from my default. Set it and forget it. I don't think that it's swapping from my defaults. I think that it's like, for some reason, my headphones are just losing connection every so often. I think it's something wrong with my socket. Spydrick, thank you for the 3 months, my guy. Your mom came up to you and asked if you were worried the war was going to reach the US. You were like, Mom, the dude's dead already. I think the worst that we have to worry about right now, after we have done this strike in Iran, are like the sleeper agents being like, this is revenge for what you did, Americans. Sounds like there's a bunch of terrorists that are accepting a new boss. Maybe. Atomics, thank you. In 2010, the Navy still had a good part of its members' medical records on paper only and as a single copy. Lots of things get lost. Yeah, that's kind of goofy. I don't understand why everything in government is, like, the least efficient possible. Phoenix DS, thank you. The question is, who's the VA ran by? Are they ran by bureaucratic bean counters or someone who had served? That's also a good question. I have no idea. Seal Boy, thank you. Terrible military DRs is a rabbit hole, like the airman who went under for appendix surgery and woke up with no legs. And you can't sue for malpractice. What the fuck? How do you go in for appendix surgery and then they remove your legs? Wouldn't the doctor notice that, like, hey, this guy's got healthy legs. Maybe we shouldn't cut them off. How does that fucking happen? I am fucking speechless. What the hell? Rimworld ass surgeon. What the fuck? The medics took your legs as a treat. What the fuck? Athlon, thank you. Up here in Canadian Armed Forces is struggling because the government doesn't want to spend money or support you guys. You know, because you're an officer. A lot of the army wants to fight, but the cases of MAID being given to, or the case of MAID being given to a CAF vet. Is that the one that was like, I'm depressed, and Canada was like, have you considered killing yourself? And then they just gave him MAID. Is that the one? The fake H-1B degrees. Jesus Christ. Now he can't walk off and desert now. Jesus. Dark Lelouch, thank you. Don't lie, Foxu. You kept that for warranty. The warranty doesn't last that long. Surgeon, wow, for free. Okay, let me see if this plays now. Let me see if I have audio again.
We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime.
That's also a good point. People like thinking about like freedom and the rights that we have, but having freedom is also kind of a burden because you must defend your right to keep it because everybody else seeks to take it from you.
With nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America" or "Death to Israel" or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
My cat
We are
agrees.
the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death.
That's the second time he said that, and it sounds badass every time. As just like, yes, this is how I wish to see our enemies spoken to. It's like, you either submit or we're going to fucking kill you.
Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Yes. This is like another thing that reminds me. Sometimes it's happened to me a couple of times on stream where like someone will mention being a service member, and I'll just be like, oh yeah, thank you for your service, guy, and they'll get like really mad that I say that, and it's like, well, I feel like that should be like the default kind of respectful thing to say, right? Because like in theory, once again, like people in chat said today, you know what you're signing up for when you go into the military. And so regardless of like your personal feelings, you still signed up to potentially make a sacrifice, and it feels like a minimal of respect is just thanking them for that, right? And I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Did I spill something on my desk? Why is it wet? Why is my desk wet here? What did I do? What the fuck? That's so much wetness. What the fuck? What does it smell like? Nothing? I guess I spilled a bunch of water when I opened my water bottle earlier. I just put my hands down on my fucking mouse pad and I was like, what? And the service member gets mad at you for thanking them, or other people do. The service member. Chair towel's working overtime. No, it's my mouse pad. All right, I got the video from Schmearlies. Schmearlies said that he got a video while he was out grocery shopping of some sort of airstrikey thingy that happened. What's it smell like? Well, if my thing is wet, if my mouse pad is wet, I gotta know what I spilled on it. Because what if it was like sticky? Right, I'd have to, like, get something to clean it up, but if it's just water, it's fine, it'll dry. Dragon Balls GT, thank you for the 50. Thank you, my guy. Iran is in a unique situation where many leaders are dead from the last fight, low ammo, massive riots going on, plus crazy help inflation. We're talking wheelbarrow levels, and then they managed to catch all the leaders at once. A now or never kind of thing. I guess true. I guess true. Alright, okay, he just commented on the stream. You can actually see the shockwaves and the blast. Just a casual shopping adventure for Schmearlies. Holy shit. Jeez, Jesus fuck. Here comes the sun. That's scary. I could not imagine having to deal with this shit. Yo, that looks fucking cool. I mean, it looks cool from the safety of your home, but when you think about the guy recording it and all of the people around him, like, that's horrifying. Cataclystia, thank you for the 500 biddies. Some of us in the military are very used to people being very disingenuous with the thank yous for the service, so it can get hard to tell when people actually mean it. There are people out here actually bothering to give, like, some kind of sarcastic, yeah, thanks for your service, chuckle fuck. Who does that? What kind of a petty retard does that? And people cheering this on cannot now complain about the medical and housing costs? What? Talked to a few active service members about this before. We agree that you should say thank you to military members who served in Desert Storm and later. There's no way I'm going to be able to tell where someone served by looking at them, man. You've seen that? It happens all the time? Really? That's so fucking weird. I wouldn't bother saying anything at all if I was, like, pissy about it. That's so strange. Ammonia. They're exactly who you think, you know? A lot of people feel like they haven't done anything to deserve the thanks as well, much like the imposter syndrome situation. I mean, that kind of makes more sense. Fox going, Bagman! I'm coming to get you in real life, in your bag. Bagman, we saw a Jew yesterday whose head was the opposite of your head. You have, like, the big dent in it, and he had, like, a big mountain. And I wondered what would happen if we fit your dent and his mountain together like Lego pieces. Would you become, like, some kind of transformer? Massive Doge, thank you. It's Commies, my child. It's always Commies. Through their skulls combined, they will have a normal head. They call him Juicy Dented. It would initiate the singularity. Oh no. That's how they kiss. We must combine the puzzle pieces. Chippy the Wizard, thank you. Watching the silly Foxy was definitely a comfort watch while sitting in your bunker waiting for the missiles to go away. Keep up the good work. You and the other VTubers do help keep morale up. I'm glad. Sorry you have to be sitting in a fucking bunker, bro. Bagman, we saw a Jew yesterday. we had a very rare Jew sighting. How exciting. Provolicious, thank you for the regarding thanking service members. It's just imposter syndrome. So many of you have grandfathers that served in what we consider real wars, like Vietnam, or seniors in the service that served in the Great War on Terror. And I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense if you're, like, you know, a service member who's mostly dealt with peacetime rather than an active war scenario. But it's still just like, even if you didn't go to an active war and have to do what people did in an active war, you signed up with the idea that that could happen, right? Kirsche playing Pokemon Snap with the juice. Oh god, Pokemon Snap was a fun-ass game. Baja Cat, thank you. The Art of the Deal. Submit or Die edition. K-Boy, thank you. One of the first things you'll learn after being in the military is that not every service member deserves respect. And I mean, that's true, right? But as just fucking someone being told, like, hey, I was a service member, I did XYZ, it's just like a, you know, I'm gonna say it. It's just like a blanket first time respect thing. Yeah, respect can get taken away if you start acting like an asshole, obviously, but like, what did you do in the Great War on Terror? Well, I jorked it in a guard tower. Someone had to watch the rice fields. And I'm telling you, bag boy spotted. Baja Cat, thank you. Everyone in the US seeing this footage better thank God we're blessed to not have to live through such hardship. And to the leftists wishing the demise on the US, do some soul searching. I don't think they have souls with which to search. I did not jork it in a guard tower. I just don't believe you. You always think those thanking you, even though you honestly didn't do much. I think it's just like a normal respect kind of thing, you know? People want to be nice for the most part. What kind of respect do service members like Admiral Rachel Levine deserve? Is that like weird greasy looking fucker? You were in a porta shitter. If you regularly did a shift in a guard tower, it's far more likely you saw a goat getting it from a local. Not like this. Let's see here. Where was I in looking at stuff and things? Not this. Not that. Where were we? Okay, we looked at the 495 stabbing. I don't know if there's many updates on the stabbing, but for the rest of the stuff on Iran, I have beep, beep. So there's a couple things here. Ham the Third, thank you. Discussed this with Silas Frostrunner on Steam. Navy is an acronym. Never again volunteer yourself. I don't know. I think I'd like to learn a bit more from my grandfather about, like, what he saw as, like, one of the first nuclear techs on a submarine. That sounds like a really fucking cool thing to have done, you know? Why are there so many donkey stories? I don't know. Ask Columbia. A Penitent Lizard, thank you. I guess Trump's next show will be Extreme Makeover Country Edition, now showing on all family-friendly channels near you. I do not wish for us to do the nation building. I am not you, thank you. I'm dying. Even when it's not real war, we could watch in real time. Some senators say something stupid and then send the military to do nothing. Often felt like toys. I'm sure there's a handful of people in the military feel like they're just like little playthings that politicians disregard as human and just use for personal purposes, right? I'm sure that's a sentiment that some people feel. Myriad Colors, thank you. You gotta say you're hearing echoes because of Bush-era neocons. Jesus.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Shmelize, thank you. Look, a Jew! Me! Jew with black humor. Preheat the oven! What the fuck? What the fuck? I appreciate your dark humor, but I feel like some people might get angry at that. It's not nation building, silly, it's nation redecorating. Do you think that you could get more women on board with that kind of thing if you had, like, a home redecorating country edition? The higher-ups literally send men to die for COD achievements. Thanks, I hate it. This, Yeet tweet. Trainwrecks TV, who is Iranian, dropped a flurry of reposts highlighting how he feels about the events in Iran. Long live Iran. Iranians are celebrating in the street while the dumbest, most anti-American liberal you know is pissed off. May the lion roar once again after nearly 50 years. I don't know much about Trainwrecks besides him being like a massive fucking degenerate that's also gotten arrested for like some lap dance thing at some restaurant in some Southeast Asian country. My grandfather served as a nuclear tech. Was it on one of the first nuclear subs by chance? If so, he may have served under or with your great-great-uncle. It's really a small world. Yes, it was. I frequently have to ask chat to remind me which submarine was the one that got sunked that was one of the first nuclear subs, because he was on that one. Not when it sunk, obviously, because he's alive, but he worked on that one for a while. Wasn't that Ice Poseidon? Oh, that was Ice Poseidon. Wait, so which one's Trainwrecks? Chat. I just got Trainwrecks confused with Ice Poseidon. Who's Trainwrecks? Which one's that? The Scorpion. Thank you! Yeah, it's a Scorpion! Oh, a Scorpion. The Iraqian embassy also got attacked today? What the heck? Stuck in a tree guy? I don't know what that means. Trainwreck says gambling streams. I don't know what that means. I like, what is Trainwreck's known for? Because I guess if I got him confused with Ice Poseidon, I don't know anything about him. Trainwreck looks like a gorilla. He's the CSGO case guy. He's the gorilla-looking guy. This isn't helping me. Trainwrecks is the what a fucked up day guy. Okay, I guess I've never seen anything about Trainwrecks in my life. Founder of Kick. I thought that was Aiden Ross and some guy named Eddie. Trainwrecks is directly responsible for Kick. I really min-maxed my family. By the sound of it, they're either fucking awesome or awesomely fucked up. Iranian women are fighting back, being reported that they're driving away morality officers and taking off their hijabs in defiance. Good. Good. Phoenix DS, thank you. A new Trump Tower will grace the skyline of Iran. The God Emperor needs a new home. Massive Doge, thank you. Iran gets plagued by Zoomer house flippers. Do not. Trainwreck is the guy who ranted about e-thoughts invading men's spaces. He helped start Kick. Trainwreck was one of the gambling bros that got kicked off Twitch during the anti-gambling phase. Well, I'm glad he's not as degenerate as Ice Poseidon, but I guess I know literally nothing about him. So I'm going into this with zero knowledge about who Trainwreck is. Gambling streamer of Twitch, hates Twitch TOS. I mean, that's all of us. Decided to get Kick created as Twitch didn't like and support gambling. I don't know anything about him, I guess. But he's retweeting stuff saying, we're learning today is that there's no regime brutal enough, no threat big enough that the left won't sacrifice you too if it means opposing Donald Trump. Someone else that he retweeted saying, all the world's worst people are really sad today. Daniel Negrinau saying, long live Iran. Hikaru Nakamura saying, may the lion roar once again after nearly 50 years. Trainwreck's retweeting someone saying, Iranians are celebrating in the street while the dumbest, most anti-American liberal you know is pissed off. Reddit lies. Iranians are correcting Redditors lying about their translations in a video showing people cheering on the airstrikes. Trainwreck's responding or retweeting Deborah Lee. This is the first time in history where the citizens of a country being bombed are celebrating.
Kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring.
No, in Iran!
I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your...
It's me, I'm the winner. Thank you, Michael Turner. Thank you, my guy. The thank you for your service always seems superficial to you. You get all gave some, but some gave all. Closer to home, your late uncle was injured during the Khe-Sanh operation, then was a prisoner of war in Cambodia. I mean, I get that sentiment, but like, it's just a basic respect kind of thing, to me, at least. You know, like, if it just happens to come up in conversation, you know, you just say it, you know, like you would say, like, bless you if someone sneezed, or thank you if they gave you something. It just feels like a basic respect thing. The Iranian regime has admitted that the school that was hit by a missile was a victim of a failed Iranian missile launch, not US or Israeli arms. Ooh, where did they admit that? Where did they admit that? It is respect, and have the respect to reply politely, you know? Hassan should go to Iran and do the reporting. Oh, man. Trainwreck's also retweeting, this is the first time in history where the citizens of a country being bombed are celebrating, while some citizens of the country who did the bombing are protesting. Leftists, man. They're retarded. Also retweeting, if you're bombing a country and the citizens of that country are celebrating, you're doing the right thing. There's there's a lot of people who are saying that the citizens weren't actually celebrating, that somehow was like a government psyop. I'm not really sure exactly how that would work, considering the government shut off Iran's internet. And there's not many people VPNing out, but you know. Iranian citizens who have access to Twitter have mentioned about broadcasting reports from the regime admitting it. Reddit is a portal to the abyss. It is true. This is a fall of Berlin Wall moment. I wonder if there was internet, right? Like if mass internet as it does today existed when the Berlin Wall fell. Was that 89 or 91? I can't remember when that happened. I was not of existence in the mortal plane, so I don't know. Meow Bunker Kitty. I'm bad at remembering things. It was 89? 91. Okay. Okay, I guess chat is just as unable to remember as me, because I see people typing 89 and 91. 89, 91 was then the Soviet Union fell. Okay. 89 and then 91 followed the Soviet Union. Okay, so in 81, by the way, in 89, when the wall fell, if the internet was as it is today, I wonder how many people would be decrying the wall falling and saying that that's a bad thing. That's what I'm kind of curious of, you know? You were mere genetic code at that time. Man. Trainwreck also retweeting Muslim countries that support today's U.S. strike on Iran, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain. Muslim countries that do not support today's U.S. strike on Iran, France and the United Kingdom. What a weird time to be alive. When all of the other Middle Eastern countries are like, yes, we are happy this is happening. And then France and the UK are like, no, that's bad. Maybe we'll have to do something about the European Caliphate soon. Trainwreck's retweeting, I don't care where you've been, but I urge you to stand with Iranians now. And then another one saying, Iranian women are dancing in the street with no hijabs to be seen. The Islamic regime's oppression of women is coming to a close. It's disgusting that so-called feminist liberals at home would call this Islamophobia. True and real. France would be speaking German if it wasn't for us. This is our thanks! You know? You know? Trainwrecks only says Persian, never an Iranian. Aren't Persians like part of Iran, right? Like, aren't they a large ethnicity in Iran? Am I crazy? Daniel Sierra, thank you. The wall fell the year the Sega Genesis came out. I knew Japan had to be in some dark magics in order to create those consoles, man. Your wife calls herself Persian. Persia's pre-Iran. And part Iran is the Persians' home country. Joventino Villa, thank you. You did your sandbox time in Afghan, got thanked. It feels weird sometimes because you actually made it back mostly whole, minus pains and PTSD, but you lived. I don't think you should, I mean, I understand, like, the survivor's guilt kind of thing, but you should absolutely never feel bad for being alive and surviving something like that. It's like, I can understand the point of mind where it's like, why me when, you know, all of these brothers of mine had to lose their lives? Why am I still here? I've obviously never been in your position, but I can understand that mindset. And it's like, you should not feel bad for being a survivor, you know? You should feel lucky and obviously mourn those who have lost, but you're here and probably here for a reason. And it's a good thing that you are. Gary Coleman, thank you. Iraq War Vet told you he was in charge of area beautification. He was artillery! I think it'd be really funny for, like, the Zoomers, if a Zoomer was an artillery guy, and he was like, yeah, you know, I'm just really into Minecraft topography. This usually reminds me of Ubisoft made a Prince of Persia black in their recent game. Wonder what Persians think of that. That's a great question. Speaking of French, have I seen what Sarue tweeted? My advice to anyone trying to tweet something political and then getting shit fling backed on them and then being like, actually, this wasn't political. Look, man, I'm for any content creator saying any opinion that they want to say. It's your opinion. You can say it. I don't care if you're not normally a political streamer. You have every right to say whatever the fuck you want. But if you're not a political content creator normally, and you don't understand the arena that you're dipping your toes into, you might not be ready for what's about to happen to you. And so it's like, please just take pause. And my biggest advice, whether I agree with your take, whether I disagree with your take, whether you think of me as some, like, big, bad, evil Hitler reincarnation, my advice to you, do not lock your replies. Don't do it. It will make things worse. You don't have to check your notifications. You can just clear them. Don't lock your replies. My second piece of advice, don't hide replies. Hidden replies are pinned replies. Those are the things people will see first, and anything you hide will be applied to what you think and what you believe. Don't lock replies. Don't hide replies. If you can do those two things, you'll be so much better off. I promise you. Muting and hiding mutes your argument. Yep. Some of your buddies in Africa during the Great War on Terror were doing Obama's dirty work with drones. Shit looked like a video game. That's kind of weird. It's just a video game quote. Is the dumbest defense ever. Like, it could have been a coincidence, right? The timing could have been a coincidence, but there's been so many instances of, like, a non-political creator being like, here is a subtly political tweet, and then when they start getting shit flung back on them, they're like, actually, that wasn't really political, that was a joke. And it's like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. We're not fucking retarded, man. Like, it's fine if you want to have your opinion, but at least stand by it, dude. Basically, no bitch-assness behavior on X. It's like a non-political creator's pretty much playing, like... What's that stupid fucking game? With the like, I played it on GameCube, and like they're cute little animal things, and you can bury things in the ground, and they all talk like. What's that game? What's the Animal Crossing? Thank you. Oh god, I'm glad you guys can speak autism. It's like a non-political creator's playing Animal Crossing, all right, and we're out here in like Escape from Tarkov. And then the Animal Crossing creator decides to, like, step into Escape from Tarkov. Like, they don't know what's about to happen, okay? Like, it's like, as long as you understand when you move over from Animal Crossing to Tarkov, you might need to get some plate armor. Everything's gonna be fine. Remember when Biden and Harris tried to play Animal Crossing? No. As you're literally playing Escape from Tarkov. Every so often, I get like a real fucking hankering to play that game. But I know, like, I've been out of the game for so long, I would just be free fucking money for anyone that found me. You're tabbed out and just thinking I was arguing with the cat. I was trying to think of how I could describe the game, and I couldn't remember much about it. And I wanted to call it Animal Farm, and I was like, I know it's not Animal Farm, but how can I describe it so chat tells me the name? You've never heard of a happy Tarkov player? I know that they installed like a PvE mode now, and I've been interested in trying that, but previously it was like, all Tarkov players are masochists. Even if they're like the angry man yelling at the dumb people in their match, he's still a masochist. It's your God-given right to walk into a war zone, but you might need some armor on if you don't want to get shot. Very true. Joe of the Mask, thank you. USSR was your birthday, so it's 91. And the Soviets were so scared of you, they removed the whole country when you were born. That's a fun way to look at it. But Kirsche, you are a masochist, and that's why I played Tarkov. Matt Larson, thank you for the 11 months, my guy. The funny foxy noises have made you smile. I'm glad you speak autism, chat. Plasma Legion, thank you. Surue wouldn't be nearly as annoying if she stood by your shit. People that throw rocks and hide hands are the worst. I'm not even gonna chastise her too much for it. It's just like, say whatever you want, but like, don't get that mad about it, man. Don't lock your replies, don't hide replies, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Everything will be fine. It's like the lady who tried to say Morning Glory Milking Farm, a romantasy book about a woman jorking minotaurs, was actually a critique of capitalism and an allegory for a communist revolution. There's a reason every civilization has oppressed women since the dawn of time. Peanut, thank you. You just heard on Ground News, the UK is now allowing the US to use their bases to strike Iranian targets. Damn, took them long enough. Phoenix DS, thank you. Artillery, let's put a swimming pool here at this grid square. Exactly. Ammonia. Grey Ghost, thank you. Fenton title, Themes Princess Doko. We have multiple suppliers. Battleizer, thank you. Trainwrecks is from Istanbul, not Constantinople, if that makes sense. Or she is a 2020 and after weeb, not an OG. What? Treading really close to the olive? Am I? My animal talking impression gave you the idea that I was talking about Animal Crossing. Thank you. Thank you. A little late for the Brits to say that. I am not you, thank you. As someone mentioned, many of us know Vietnam vets who were spit on, realizing how much worse it was for them, making us younger vets feel odd to be thanked when our uncles were hated. I think that's a really weird thing to do, right? Like, you can dislike what the American government did. You can dislike the entire theater of the Vietnam War. But to spit on the soldiers, I think, is a bit strange. Well, like, yeah, you could be like, I have more respect for someone who is like, yeah, I'm not gonna go. Like, give me the desertion, I don't care, right? From that person's perspective, I could see them having more respect for that guy than someone who stayed in. But it's like, those vets still went and sacrificed their lives, whether you agree with the reason or not. It seems a little weird. I mean, obviously, if it was an enemy, I'd be like, yeah, fuck them. But it's like, those are my countrymen, right? It's very silver spoon to hate the Nam vets, yeah. Kind of weird. Time to leave for the Lego factory. Enjoy the Lego factory. Should we have a grilled cheese or a microwave burrito? I like the grilled cheese. Bad latency, thank you. The French are also sending their carrier now? Wow, one whole carrier? I didn't even know France had that. And then Mrs. Dirty Bloomers over here. Laura Loomer sets her sights on Kick, specifically co-founder Bijan Tehrani, who is Iranian, and Sneeko being on his platform. And I wanted to read Laura Loomer's tweet. The dirty bloomer lady. So I'll read her tweet like on her actual page so we can watch the video. But there was also a tweet added here. Here's a clip posted by Sneeko's own clippers in which he brags about Kick paying him over $166,000 in the month of February. That's fucking crazy, first of all. $166,000 in 1 month? That's insane. How much money does this man make in a year? That's fucking crazy. Holy. This is shameful. Kick has a lot of explaining to do. That's fucking wild. Enterprise, my beloved, thank you for the 16 months. You believe the quote is, women will post this shit and then wonder why the entire planet and every major religion has imposed strict social restrictions on their sovereignty since the dawn of time in every place humans have ever lived. Damn. Isn't he like an owner? Sneeko? I don't think so. Battleizer, thank you. Don't knock the French. They have the only non-US nuclear carrier. Oh, okay. Oh, I was not aware of the size of the carrier. That many people watch Sneeko. I don't know much about Sneeko, except, wasn't he in like a debate with Moist Critical that got Moist Critical to basically say that he was okay with like the mutilation of children? Wasn't that Sneeko, or is that somebody else? Am I, please don't tell me I'm confused on both him and Trainwrecks. That did happen? Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I remembered one thing correctly. No, you thought I was talking about Trainwrecks. What the fuck? Moist lost the debate to him. You don't think they actually have any carrier aircraft? But they have a carrier! They're helping! We can give their carrier a hug with our planes. Sneeko's only W in his fake Muslim run. But here's Laura Loomer's thing. She said, new? I really hate this new trend, by the way, where like everyone starts their post with like the police siren or like some kind of giant red emoji with like new or breaking or new news or whatever. Like I hate that, man. It annoys me. But either way, Bijan Tehrani is the co-founder of Kick, a streaming platform. Bijan Tehrani is Iranian, and all of the Kick streamers are mostly paid via crypto. It's interesting to see Bijan celebrate the US strikes on Iran that killed Khamenei, because one of Kick's largest streamers is Sneeko, a Muslim who lives in the United States who spent all of yesterday attacking the strikes on Iran and praising the Ayatollah. Now, we're only in the second paragraph, and she already sounds like a dumb bitch. Why does it matter that one of the creators of Kick supports the airstrikes on Iran, and yet one of the creators on the platform is against it and is praising the Ayatollah? This just tells me that Kick is a good platform because they're not banning people that disagree with them. So, like, what the fuck is she talking about? In this clip below, Sneeko said everyone should pray during Ramadan for the Ayatollah to get the highest rank in paradise. Yeah, and? Like, I disagree with him, but he's free to say this. What point are you trying to make, Miss Dirty Bloomers? In February, Kick paid Sneeko $166,637.44 for streaming on their platform. Most of his streams focus on anti-American topics, and he spends a lot of time trying to recruit men to convert to Islam. In the past, Sneeko has also praised Osama bin Laden. Yeah? And while I very much disagree with him, he is completely opposed to my worldview. He is free to say these things. And once again, this gives me a better view of Kick, because this is someone against my worldview, someone who obviously disagrees with one of the owners of Kick, And not only has Kick not banned him, but he's making fucking bank on their website. This makes Kick look good. What do you mean? That's right, we should deport him to Iran. Praising Osama bin Laden is probably one of the most retarded things I've heard. But, like, I wouldn't want him banned for this. I wouldn't want him fucking not able to make money because he says things I disagree with. He says things that are incompatible with the way I want my country to be. This is part of what discourse is like. And if you just start banning people that you disagree with and say things that you don't want to happen to your country, you start losing the plot. They start saying things secretly and underground where they can't be countered by rational thought in the light. Giving them more reasons to claim censorship is just a hassle, yeah, right? Why is Kick paying Muslim streamers to simp for the Iranian regime and promote Islamic terrorists while the Iranian regime is chanting death to America and trying to murder Americans with missiles? Where the fuck has Miss Dirty Bloomers been through, like, the last several years of Hassan content? Like, what? What are we doing here? They're very biased because they didn't do that to Hassan. Yeah, like, it's just like, what are you complaining about Sneeko for when Hassan exists? What are we doing? Sneeko doesn't deserve to go to Iran at the chance. He'll get an Iranian woman. They tend to be very pretty. As long as Kick doesn't defend him calling for actual violence like Twitch does with Hassan, we're good. Yeah. Like, if he was out here calling for, like, blood to run in the streets, that would be a different issue. And I'd be like, hey, Kick, what the fuck are you doing? We were mad at Twitch for not getting rid of Hassan when he said these things. So why would he be able to do that on Kick? But as far as I know, he hasn't done that. Why is Troy, Michigan trending? Why is your state trending on Twitter? I don't know. Bahamut, thank you. Breaking! Foxy spits fire. Reports say that while she didn't spit actual fire, her words set haters on a light with rage regardless. News at 11. Hassan is so hot, she can't physically do anything. What the fuck? You're pretty sure Sneeko's updated range preference is like 16 or something? What do you mean by updated? Luma continues, this is very alarming and it's quite hypocritical for the founder of Kick, who is Iranian, to be celebrating the death of the Ayatollah and talking about how he's happy his parents are still alive to see this day, 47 years later, when Kick is paying pro-Iranian regime streamers 6 figures per month. No, you're a fucking retard. What? It's not hypocritical. It's not hypocritical at all. And this kind of like weird purity spiraling is very strange. Once again, like, one of the reasons I praised GamerSupps was because they have a plethora of different creators. None of us have anything to do with each other. We just work with a similar sponsor. But it's like, it's good that we have people that have stripes from all fucking over. And that's exactly how a platform should be as well. Like, if the owner of Kick was kicking people off for specific opinions that weren't violent, that would be a problem. Nathan Nishimoto, thank you. You just got the UR in your first 10-pull in Boatwoman game. Thanks for the luck. Fuck you, buddy. I think it took me like 150 pulls, man. Just people talking about Exit 60 on Big Beaver Road. Oh, I don't know what that means. You think having politically aligned companies is fine? The problem you see is when one side is prohibited while the other is funded by the government. I agree. And like, I think it's also weird when she says that Kick is paying pro-Iranian regime streamers 6 figures. Like, Kick has a, like, KCIP program, which is why I say, like, if you're watching my stream on Kick, I get paid passive American dollars just for you existing in my chat. It's not a lot, because I'm a multi-streamer. If I was a solo Kick streamer, it would be considerably more. But I like multi-streaming. I like multi-streaming. And so it's weird for her to frame it as Kick is paying him, because this is a content creator program offered to pretty much anyone that is partnered. Maybe Sneeko has like a special contract with them. I have no idea. In that case, it would make more sense for her to say Kick is paying. But when she brings up the like 166,000 or whatever, he's going to his dashboard to show his payouts. So this is like subscriptions. These are the kick bits. These are gift subs. This is like his partner payout from the partner program that I'm a part of as well. And so it's a really weird thing for her to say it that way, trying to be like, well, Kick is specifically funding someone that they disagree with, which is hypocritical, which just isn't true. Just isn't true. You also love being on Kick too, between Twitch. Yeah. She doesn't hate us. I love my warm bodies on Kick, bro. Sneeko can either shut up or go back to his cock chair. I was like, he's free to say whatever the fuck he wants, even if I disagree with him. Like, if I wanted him deplatformed, I would be hypocritical, you know? What was that chatter talking about? France makes the Rafale M a variant of their Rafale fighter jet meant for its own carrier. Sorry it took you so long to type this. You were stun locked. That's a long stun locking. I didn't know they had a special fighter jet made in France. That's pretty neat. Not sure who gave you a gifted sub, but thank you. Congrats, Mr. Sheriff Luigi. And then, this is the Bijan Tehrani saying, grateful my parents are alive to see this day after 47 years. And then here's the Sneeko clip that she added to her tweet complaining about nonsense because she's dumb.
But it's a reminder that this life is short. And so Khomeini, if he did die, if you died in this act, especially during the holy month of Ramadan, inshallah, he gets the highest rank in Jannah and he gets eternal paradise. He gets the highest rank, he gets martyrdom. That's the highest achievement we can get. But it's a reminder that this life is short.
She's literally complaining because she disagrees with him. That's kind of goofy of her. Like, I would be fine if she was criticizing him. That's cool. But, like, doing this weird, the co-founder of Kick is a hypocrite. Why is Kick paying this pro-Iranian regime streamer? That just makes her look like a dumb weirdo. Here's the clip posted by Sneeko's own clippers in which he brags about Kick paying him over $166,000. This is shameful.
But here's the revenue for February. And obviously I cross-stream on YouTube. Only missed 3 days in February.
So he's cross-streaming. Dude, his partner income is fucking pumped. That's nuts. Partner income is pumped. He says he cross-streams on YouTube. I do wonder how he's making so much cross-streaming because, like, if I look at my dashboard on Kick, hold on, I have to, like, expand my browser. And I'm sure he has, like, a trajillion more audience people than I do, but I don't know what the exact payout per chatter is, so that could have something to do with it. But let's see here, revenue dashboard, partner income. Oh, it's March, so I have to go back to February. So my February partner income. So the partner income is literally what I get from you existing in my chat. So you just being in my chat on Kick, not subbing, not doing anything with your own money, just existing, your lifeblood. In the month of February, I got $3,436.53, which is fucking crazy when you think about it, right? That's like literally just extra money for you guys watching me specifically on Kick instead of on YouTube or Twitch. Right? Like just existing, that is what I get from partner income. And so, like, I have no idea what that translates to for, like, his viewership, because again, I'm sure he is a fucking way larger streamer than I am. But I have roughly like a CCV on Kick of about 800. So like 800 people in Kick roughly translates to about 3.4k USD. That's pretty fucking crazy when you think about it. The warm bodies are mining Bitcoin. Yeah, I'm not fucking up the graphics card market. Just fucking up the warm body market. Loomer's ethics are simple. Jewish good, non-Jewish bad. That's so weird. Shit, that's a living right there. Yeah, it's crazy. That's decent. Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy. And that's the big reason why, like, anyone I'm friends with, if they talk about multi-streaming, I'm like, multi-stream to Kick. It's not gonna feel like anything in the beginning, but it's a huge boost. Huge boost. He's also streaming every day. Yeah. I'm not saying like his numbers are fishy or suspicious or anything. It's just like, that's an insane number. How is he getting that? I would like to get that, right? Like, how do I get up to that point? How do I do that? That's nuts. That's nuts. That used to be the default setting for every tribe. Yeah. Kick chat, I'm doing my part. Yeah, right? You get 2 to 10% of the viewers on Twitch that you do on Kick. Kick is far better. Did you start on Kick though? Because like when I started multicasting years ago, Twitch was my first and my main platform. So I started on Twitch, and obviously Twitch was my highest CCV, and then I cycled in YouTube, and my Twitch CCV went from about like 900, 950 to about 700 or so, maybe a little under 700. And my YouTube started at around like 200 or 300 viewers. Now my Twitch sits around 1100, 1200 CCV, and my YouTube is about 2900, 3000. And the Kick growth is certainly a bit, how do I explain it? The Kick growth is definitely not as fast or bulky as YouTube, but I now have almost the same CCV on Kick as I do on Twitch. And so it feels like because I am a consistent streamer, I get that much more algorithmic pull, even if I have like all those denotations on me, because I do politics, I have my stream flagged for profanity, I don't play by the like streamer word rules, I'm not out here like, and then the bad man bad touched the woman before he used spiky object to snuff her out of existence. Like, I'm gonna say rape, I'm gonna say murder, I'm gonna use the no-no words because you guys aren't fucking children and my streams aren't for minors. So it's like, I have these debuffs on both Twitch and YouTube, but like, I like Kick a lot, and I like that I can get passive income for just doing what I was gonna do anyways, based on how many of you are just existing in chat. And I think it's also a really cool way, because like I get super chats occasionally, or I get like comments on my videos of people being like, I'm sorry I couldn't support more, like I wish I could, you know, send you super chats because I appreciate what you do, but like I just can't afford to. And it's like, don't ever feel bad that you can't do that. If you wanted something to do, just watch on Kick. Watching on Kick is literally just paying me by existing. Kick is way more fun. I like that the Kick chat is basically a copy of the Twitch chat as well, because it has all of the like little animations and colors and stuff that draws your attention to it. YouTube is definitely lacking on like chat customizability and shit. Massive Doge, thank you. Don't touch the no-no square. Yeah, absolutely. I exist. I'm doing my part. True and real. The mod tools are decent too. Yeah, it's definitely a bit better. The sewer slide or self-deleted is the stupidest YouTube doublespeak. I really hate that. And it's like, I don't dog on creators that abide by it, because it's like, I understand why they do. Because it's very frustrating to have your videos like get flagged because you refuse to play ball with their like stupid newspeak nonsense. But it's like, if my streams are already flagged for 18 plus, like why am I getting further penalized is my question. You should cancel your member here and resub on Kick. Kick also has a 95-5 split, so I retain more of the payments that I'm given. But if somebody has a platform that they like I don't try to specifically tell people like watch me on this platform, because it's like everyone has their preferences, right? Personally, I think YouTube's video player is better, and I like the chatting experience on Twitch and Kick. YouTube sucks. Really? F Twitch then? Off to join Kick. Yeah, on Twitch, just like YouTube, it's a 70-30 split. And then Kick is a 95-5. And then my stream elements link for donos, that is just like 100%. Oh, it's like 99.2% or something, because there's like a tiny sliver that goes to the processing fees from getting the payment. But like all of it goes to me. None of it goes to Twitch, none to YouTube, none to Kick. Wish there was a unifying chat. Yeah, it would be nice if there was a tool to like combine all of your chats, not to like have on stream, but so that all the chatters could be in one chat together. I don't know if that would even be possible, but I think that would be a really cool tool for streamers to have. Also, Twitch will now make it impossible to mute ads, so you get time to make a Kick account. As far as I know, Kick still doesn't have ads. I know they came out with an announcement at the beginning of the year where they were like, we'll have to have ads eventually. Chat would go so damn fast. It really would. Phoenix DS, thank you. YouTube is so censor happy, even some words that shouldn't be. It's so Orwellian of them. It really is. It really is. You thought you saw Pippa tweet about that? No. She tweeted out a tool for streamers to read all of their chats combined in one place, but it doesn't have all of you guys typing together in one chat, right? So this is like, if I wanted to read Kick, Twitch, YouTube all together, instead of the 3 separate ones. I had a tool that I could have used to do that, but I hated it, so I just read them separately. It's easier for me, unironically. I have autism. But when I'm saying I want a plugin for the chats to be all combined, I don't mean for me. I mean so that, like, Baja Cat could reply to Nevaeus Luna, where Baja's talking on Twitch and Nevaeus is talking on YouTube, right? And then fucking Maverick Marty could respond to both of them in the chat. You guys don't have that ability right now. And I would like that to be something that streamers could use. Because those of us who multicast, we don't see our communities as separate on each website. It's one big community. And so people having the ability to, if they so choose, to use a combined chat, I think would be really fucking cool. Twitch chatters shall engage in a war upon the other chats. Unleash us! The segregated chats! True. True and real. Welcome, brother. Welcome, Mackie, to the kick. Welcome, Warm Body. You can technically have a bot post chat to Discord and pull chat from Discord, but it's very messy. I've seen some people use those, and it looks really bad. It's just like, because it posts like the bot name and then the person's name and everything's like disjointed, and it looks really bad, and I don't like it. So I would love for someone to like code something that's actually a real combined chat. I don't know if it's possible, but if it is, that'd be a really fucking cool thing to have. That's impossible unless Kick and Twitch work together, which won't happen. I mean, Kick and Twitch are run off of like IRS. Not IRS. What's that called? There's a like 3-letter acronym, like really old chatting service. IRC, thank you! Their chatting is run off of IRC. I have no idea what the fuck YouTube's is, because it's way worse. But if they're run off of IRC, there should be a way to combine everything, I would imagine. But even if you could combine Twitch and Kick together so that they could live in harmony, how would YouTube then be slotted into that as well? I feel we might attempt to get rid of other chats if this power was given to us. This is just like the US government forcing unsegregated spaces. A third-party dev could make this happen with a third-party app, but Twitch and YouTube would likely shut them down quickly. I don't even know about that. The app, your browser app to like automatically claim Twitch points, that was around for years. Just bully YouTube chatters as third-class citizens. Leo Siugi, thank you. The brother wars will continue. But yeah, Mrs. Dirty Bloomer's kind of a retard. Kind of dumb. I wanted to bring that up because it's like, that's really stupid. Just because you disagree with someone, unless they're actually calling for violence on people, you shouldn't want them deplatformed. You shouldn't want that. That's just weird. It's weird to me. I wanted to bring up something the other day. Let me see if there's any new news on that stabbing from earlier today, though. I-495 stabbing. 4 hours ago. 31 minutes ago. Okay. 31 minutes ago. Here we go. Update. Irate motorist stabs 3 people at crash site before trooper stops him in his tracks. A knife-wielding maniac stabbed 3 people during a clash on the side of a Virginia highway Sunday before a state trooper shot him in the chest. Capitol Beltway on I-495 southbound, closest to Annandale, Virginia, roughly 15 miles outside of D.C., was at a total standstill by 1:30 p.m. More than a dozen police cars were still on the scene hours later, as captured on the Virginia Department of Transportation's traffic cams. The carnage unfolded after an irate man allegedly started stabbing people in another vehicle involved in a property damage crash, according to the Fairfax police dispatcher. One responding trooper with the Virginia State Police opened fire just before 1:30 p.m., striking the knife-wielding suspect twice in the chest, as recounted on the dispatcher. Damn, bro. There were 4 confirmed victims, including the man shot by police and multiple individuals down with stab wounds. Medics had to resuscitate 1 victim at the scene. 2 others were critically injured, and emergency responders said over the dispatch. The victims were all rushed to the Inova Fairfax Medical Campus. No troopers were injured in the confrontation. The VDOT advised that people seek alternate routes as miles-long traffic continued to stretch down the Beltway. The Post reached out to the VSP for more information. I see we still do not have any information on the man who did Dunzit. He was stabbing people. He wasn't a victim, end of line. That is very weird, and I'm glad you said that, because I didn't catch it as I was reading it. Why does it say that there are 4 victims, including the man shot? 4 confirmed victims, including the man shot by police. So it should be 3 confirmed victims, and then a 4th being the man shot by police. Karlak, my guy, thank you for the 10 gift blankets on Kick. Thank you for the gift blankets to our warm bodies. Thank you. Thank you, Karlak, man. Was Scream 7 that bad? That's some hella strange wording. A little bit. The poor victim was shot to stop his rampage of stabbing random innocent bystanders with a knife. Howard Curtis, thank you. Just ordered a couple of them Zippo hoodies. Thanks for offering the superior hoodie config. You're welcome! It's also my favorite hoodie config. And the fucking logo on the front is fuzzy. Ah! It makes me so happy. Please hydrate. I'm hydrating. He's a victim now. The poor innocent man was minding his own business until the cop randomly shot him. I was hoping we'd have a bit more information. I was hoping. But, there is also that article on the side that I have in another tab. Where are you? Hey, my tabs aren't populating like they should be. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Austin Bar mass shooter possibly motivated by the Iran attacks. Quran found in car as FBI eyes terrorism after 2 killed, 14 injured. The fiend behind Sunday's bloodbath at a packed Austin bar was an ex-New York City resident wearing a Property of Allah hoodie and possibly out for vengeance over the U.S. attack on Iran, law enforcement sources told the Post. I made the joke on Twitter, wearing a Property of Allah hoodie. Literally some fucking Discord kitten sounding ass. give me the daddy's little kitten special, but make it halal, bro. Texas shooter Nadaiga Diagne, 53, had a Quran in his car and was possibly also wearing an undershirt featuring the Iranian flag or other Iranian symbols when he opened fire on Buford's backyard beer garden near the University of Texas Austin campus, according to sources familiar with the investigation. Diagne, a U.S. citizen originally from Senegal, was naturalized in 2013 and applied for asylum in 2016, sources said. This is a great argument for denaturalization and deportation. The Austin Police Department and the FBI investigate a shooting. That looks really cute. That looks really good. That little heart, that's cute. The gunman was a known emotionally disturbed person in both the Big Apple and Texas, sources said. He also had a history of arrests in New York City and Texas. He is believed to have lived in the Big Apple for years, arriving in 2000 and then racking up a string of arrests between 2001 to 2016. Hey, so when people who emigrate here do this, they should be denaturalized and deported. Why is this our problem? Why should this be our problem to bear? This doesn't make sense. He was known by police. He was arrested in 2001 for illegally vending. Okay. His other 3 city busts are sealed, sources said. Okay. Why are they sealed? Why are we sealing criminal records of people who emigrated here? Can we just, can we have some explanations? Obviously, it's still way too early in the process to determine the exact motivation, but there were indicators on the subject and in his vehicle that indicate potential nexus to terrorism, said Alex Doran, acting special agent in charge of the FBI San Antonio office. This attack happened at about 2 a.m., closing time for the popular night spot, as hundreds of people were leaving to head home. Diagne's large SUV was spotted traveling around the block several times before he stopped in front of the bar and began shooting out of his front window with a pistol, hitting patrons on the front patio, according to Austin Police Chief Lisa Davis. He then parked his car, got out, and began shooting at people walking by on the street. Clearly he was an engineer of social distrust. Police confronted the shooter within less than a minute of the first gunshot on the intersection of 6th Street and shot him. 2 victims and the shooter died at the scene. First responders rushed 14 other patients to nearby hospitals, 3 of whom were in critical condition. Our hearts go out to the people that are victims of this, and I want to reiterate my thanks to our public safety officers and officials that so rapidly were on the scene. They definitely saved lives, Austin Mayor Kirk Watson said. This act of violence will not define us, nor will it shake the resolve of Texans. To anyone who thinks about using the current conflict in the Middle East to threaten Texans or our critical infrastructure, understand this clearly. Texas will respond with decisive and overwhelming force to protect our state, Texas Government Greg Abbott said in a statement. I just don't think that these are things we should have to deal with. If someone immigrates here, it's because they want to be here. Right? We shouldn't be taking in people who then rack up criminal records and say, well, he's just one of us now. Like this doesn't really make sense in my opinion. And this actually reminds me, hold on a minute. This makes me think of something I saw earlier, and I asked a binary mind to verify the source before I showed it. Oh my god, what is all of this? This is a very, very weird video. Damn, how much did get posted? So much did get posted. Okay, here we go. So, there was a video made by this guy. This is just like some Japanese Twitter account guy. He says, I'm arbitrarily cheering for the Conservative Party. The videos are works created by an individual and do not represent the official views of the party headquarters. Feel free to share the videos and images. So he just makes, you know, like memes and shit and whatever. And there have been a handful of people who have commented on it, and it's just very interesting. Very interesting. Let me bring up the video here. You're shocked that we're letting residents commit crimes and still get citizenship, but honestly, this shit's par for the course at this point. It's also tiresome. Damn, everything's going slow. So this is a video that he made. It says, this video created by Iwaki-san, a supporter of the Japanese Conservative Party, is fantastic. To explain the inconvenient truth of the immigration issue, this clearly, before Japan stops being Japan, as many citizens as possible should know this reality. Obviously, that's a translation. It was originally in Japanese. I can't read moon runes. And I think it's really funny, considering Japan has basically gone from, like, 99% Japanese to 98% Japanese, and they have only had to suffer through 1 year of like foreign streamers being absolute jackholes on their fucking streets. That this was made after like a 1% drop in the change to their population is just fucking wild to me. Johnny Somali did this! The fucking boat, bro. So that's very, very interesting that was made. This is just wild. That is wild to see coming out of Japan. Version with translation? Oh, thank you. Version with translation would be very helpful. Hold on. Let's see what the translation says. Let's see what the translation says. I would love to see fucking Asmon react to this. Are you kidding me? This is like prime eyebrow wiggling content. I can't read that. I can't read moon runes. But apparently there's a translation one. Hold on. Japan for the Japanese. You would be curious to see what the moon rune said. Apparently there's a translated version here. I won't know how accurate it is. Maybe have to ask Polt Fan how accurate the translation is, but we'll see. We'll see here. One can hear the screams of Nazi. Watching a video from Japan makes you a Nazi, by the way. Yeah, it says like family stuff. Let's see what it says. Translated by the otaku gatekeeper guy. You can get permanent residency after working in Japan for 3 months. Please come to Japan with your entire family. Japan, I want to go. Any number is fine. Please consider it family. Family to Japan. Japan, heaven. Do whatever you want. Let's make more children. Vote. Japanese people work. Work. Overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Japan is changing shape. Interesting. I guess that's one way to get the birth rate up. Shinzo Abe said, please fucking have children. What the fuck are you watching? I think it's clearly AI, but it's very funny that someone in Japan happened to make this at this point in time. Like that's funny. Japan has been dealing with immigrants for years, but the explosion of attention has really happened in the last year. People have been getting extra exhausted, which is why their right wing is growing. Yeah, there was I don't remember if I showed it on stream or if I just retweeted it, but there was something that said that, like, the Communist Party in Japan was defeated so thoroughly by their right-wing party that there's, like, some sort of question and answer thing that happens at the end of some sort of term or whatever, where, like, the leaders of the party get asked, like, certain amount of questions and they're able to respond to them. And the communists lost so many seats that they weren't even allowed to have any questions. They were just like, get fucked. There was already a meme picture like that, but this was very poll-coded. Yeah. You saw that? They lost the right to ask questions of the incoming leadership by the incoming reps. That's what it was. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Today you're like 10 years drug and alcohol-free. Just wanted to say, congratulations, dude. Proud of you. Japan culture's so intense that immigrants don't find root there. Used to be like that, at least. Maybe things are going south. It's really weird as well when people are just like, why would you praise Japan for doing that? You know they don't want you there either. And it's like, yes, I know they don't want me there either. That's why I like them. It's not like we're advocating like Japan, you should let us be there specifically. It's like, no, Japan for the Japanese. I would love to visit Japan. I would love to be immersed in their culture temporarily, but I'm not Japanese. And the existence of the Communist Party offends you? True. However, don't trust the Japanese Melanie women. She's a Muppet. I don't know what that means. Why the fuck you go home? Stay home, Dio. Visiting is different than staying. Yeah, and I feel like I get very angry when I see the nuisance streamers in Japan, because it's like you're going to this culture that you don't seem to know anything about, that you don't seem to care about, and then you act like some sort of arrogant, narcissistic asshole the same way that you would in America, but your behavior stands out even more against the backdrop of a society that doesn't allow that kind of behavior and actively shames that kind of behavior. Cuts to elite shrine maiden on a rooftop holding a sniper rifle. What the heck? Going anywhere to just be a nuisance should be shamed. I agree. Act like silly fox you. It's not an act. What, you don't like Johnny Somali Fox Lady? If we're lucky, he will get his hard labor sentencing. You know? If only we could be so lucky. Where are my taboos? Oh, I thought this was funny, so let's just look at this one real quick. The Libertarian Party, New Hampshire. The Uninquirer said, New Hampshire House passes a bill banning leftist ideology, LGBTQ, critical theory, and more. If this succeeds, schools will be forced to focus on math, English, science, and history instead of the rot. And it's got a screenshot saying, New Hampshire Bulletin, House passes bill banning leftist indoctrination and LGBTQ teaching in public schools. Known as the Charlie Act, and named after the conservative activist Charlie Kirk, House Bill 1792 would prohibit schools from engaging in indoctrination of critical theories or related practices that promote division, dialectical worldviews, critical consciousness, or anti-constitutional indoctrination. The bill's title, the Countering Hate and Revolutionary Leftist Indoctrination in Education Act, forms the acronym Charlie. And I've tweeted about this a couple of times. Pretty fucking great. Thumbs up. Love to hear it. And the Libertarian Party said, it's now illegal to be gay in New Hampshire. Is this true? No. Do we want it to be true? No. Do we want progressives to believe this is true? Yes. And this is similar to, like, there was an article I retweeted last year sometime that said the best place to live in the country is Nashua, New Hampshire, or some shit. And I was just like, for all intents and purposes, it's in New Hampshire, so that may be true, but also, don't move here. There's like Wendigos and shit, right? You know, stay out of my New England area. All the other states around New Hampshire are blue. Let's keep that one free. Teach them about the dangers of communism. I love a good acronym. It is a good acronym. You can fight a Wendigo. It's like, that's a great frame, like mind to have, right? It's like, yeah, we don't want to ban being gay. We don't even think that that's bad, but we want people who hate us to believe that so that they leave. As the old saying goes, fuck off, we're full. It's very funny. New Hampshire, Maine is half blue. Maine's dealing with the same problem as Minnesota right now. So regardless of how purple Maine used to be, it's kind of fucky-wucky at the moment. You recommend looking into the Free State Project for moving to New Hampshire? I've talked to Jeremy and Travis a handful of times. They're pretty fucking cool, to be fair. Don't come to North Carolina either. We're all drunk rednecks. We'll ruin your property value. Tell them about the front yard barbecues that you get to with your John Deere lawnmower. Quality Lobster Leering Center. True. What is this anti-propaganda? Propaganda. You're gay and you approve of this. Yes. You're gay and you agree with the bill. Leave the kids alone and give them the proper education so that they can succeed in the future instead of all the problems we have at the moment. Need to correct this mistake so we can get the commies out. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure you guys are fucking sick of commies using your identity to push political brain rot. You live in Oregon, you got liberals and Sasquatches. Why not feed the liberals to the Sasquatches? Stay out of Tennessee. We're gonna deport our Californians eventually. Oh my god. Based in New Hampshire. There's a really interesting thing happening in New Hampshire right now as well that I wanted to talk about. Oh god, how can I find the tabs? It's because it was like a series of tabs that I had and I kept adding on to them because like every day something new happened with it. And it's another like federal judge fucking issue. Okay, so it starts with this tab. I don't know why my PC having so many issues today. My OBS is using a fuck ton of my fucking CPU. That's kind of fucking weird. I'm gonna go ahead and close my main browser just to help a little bit here. Sadly, the Sasquatches have a minimum standard. They won't eat the rotten meat. Sasquatch is not vegetarian and killing. Maybe some states and cities need to be walled in to keep their populace from spreading, like isolating an infection. I've absolutely loved seeing fucking people in New Hampshire start shitposting about Ultra New Hampshire, where they just like, they claim the clay of Maine and Nova Scotia and like North Shore, Massachusetts and part of like Northern Vermont. They're just like, this is new Ultra New Hampshire. We will build a wall and keep you out. Don't feed the liberal to Bigfoot. They will get high and aggressive. Let's put a big bubble over New York, like in the Simpsons movie. The Newer Hampshire. The country of greater New Hampshire shall rise. Poor Sasquatch would get a tummy ache. True. Become the super state. I tried closing my other browser and it's now frozen, so I'm guessing that'll take care of itself eventually. So, this one, federal judge again says New Hampshire must continue vehicle inspections. This was something really cool I started talking about, I think in fall last year, where it was decided that New Hampshire would no longer have vehicle inspections. It was passed, everyone was happy with it, nobody wanted to deal with vehicle inspections. And a lot of representatives even said, I don't care what the judge says, I'm not going to enforce this. So we now have representatives because a federal judge has now said, you cannot vote your way out of vehicle inspections. You must continue this. And Matt Drew, he's a representative for District 19 in Manchester, said, what's unique about the situation is that it is very rare for states to repeal a law. It's normal for judges to consider the constitutionality of new or existing laws and legality of actions under those laws. This judge is attempting to unilaterally reimpose a law that no longer exists at the behest of the corporation that benefited from it. I'm not sure this has ever happened before, but the absurdity of it is so great that I think it would have been newsworthy if it happened previously. Hey, Mr. Judge, inspect this! The even newer Hampshire. You're sick and tired of New Hampshire safety inspections because they're so prohibitively strict? It's really funny you say that, because anytime I've talked to someone about, like, any kind of safety stuff or, like, standards for anything, everyone's like, yeah, since New Hampshire's so lax, a lot of people just go with, like, Massachusetts stuff for that. The fuck that federal judge? She should be removed for violation of the 10th Amendment. Patrick Elsie, thank you. Do I think they'll be able to get traitorless? I will never be able to say that. Traitorous hirelings in New England. That's a good question. What the fuck is a vehicle inspection? I only remember, like, emissions, but I'm assuming inspection is more than just emissions. And so you have to get your vehicle inspected, and it has to pass inspection in order for it to be street legal. And you have to have your, like, your little sticker on your window. Judge was humiliated during a PP inspection day 60 years ago and vowed revenge. It's emissions and safety. Sounds like hell. Now you know not to move to New Hampshire. Wait. It sounds like hell to not have inspections? Me confused. Emissions, lights, brakes, wipers. In England, it's just Hampshire. Mass is so corrupt that it's not like anything will ever change without some rework. Probably. You're probably right. In Jersey, you just do emissions. Yeah, we drive badly and unsafely. Same thing, really. It's just like, I've talked about a bunch of times how New Hampshire doesn't require you to have car insurance. They require you to be a responsible adult. So it's basically just saying, yeah, I have the money to pay for an accident should I cause one. And if you don't, you're probably going to be in some big fucking trouble. But they don't require you to have car insurance either. And because they don't require you to have car insurance is crazy fucking cheap in New Hampshire. You don't have to do that in Idaho either. It's pretty crazy how, like, when people will hear that, they'll be like, wow, that sounds so unsafe, but it actually just opens the market and you don't get charged as much money if you desire to have insurance. You know? Pennsylvania has that too. It's just a tax on your right to move freely. What's a tax on your right to move freely? What do you mean by this? Emissions, making sure the car isn't falling apart, making sure the car isn't a Frankenstein monstrosity that may or may not explode. But what if you want to have a Frankenstein Mad Max car? Wouldn't car insurance being optional drive up the price because fewer people are paying into it? How? Because if you're not required to buy it, then you cannot buy it, right? It's, how do I explain this when I'm not a numbers-brained person, chat? Because, like, it makes sense to me, but how do I explain this? Like, when you're forced to buy something, it drives up the price because you have to have it, right? It's similar with health insurance. Like, you're forced to have health. I guess you're not super forced, but you're somewhat forced to have health insurance, and so the prices are, like, fucking astronomical. Limited demand drives down prices. Also fair. If you aren't required to buy it, that means that the insurance company can't artificially boost the price because of a captive market. That's a good way to put it. Thank you. Prices go down because they want incentives to take up on the contracts. True. Voluntary services are cheaper than mandated ones. Yes! Eric Wammel, thank you. Used to work for one of the companies that made the emissions machines in a corrupt, scummy industry. Your company was involved in some kind of bribery issue in Utah involving local politicians. That doesn't surprise me. Fringe Horizon, thank you. Weird! If the market is allowed to work, prices go down. Imagine. It's just like me who's like, I don't exactly know how things work, but I know they work that way. That's nuts. Being forced to have it decreases supply, which increases prices. True! Insurance in Washington for a 23-year-old car is $130 because you'd be taxed if you didn't have insurance. My old-ass car in New Hampshire, no, not New Hampshire, Massachusetts, sorry. My old-ass car back in Massachusetts when I lived there, it was like, I'm pretty sure I had a 2002, and it was about $1,400 for me to insure it. I've always paid every 6 months. It was $1,400 every 6 months for my vehicle, Massachusetts insurance. When I moved to Georgia, that same vehicle was about $400 every 6 months. And then when I got my new car in 2023, that one, for the first 6-month payment, it was like $1,800 because it was like literally brand new. But then after that, it went down to $800. And when I was looking at like getting quotes for prices of insurance for that car in Mass and New Hampshire, in Mass, that car would have gone up to about $1,650-ish, I think, if I'm remembering right. And then in New Hampshire, that car would cost me $205. Again, this is every 6 months. So pretty fucking cheap. Your car's a 2003 Beamer you bought for $2,000 and got for $1,000 of quality for. Honestly, kind of worth it, but the insurance is a fucking trip. Yeah. Yeah, your state tax for your car was roughly the same as your state tax return. So you were plus or minus $0 in the end, at least as far as the state is involved. Can someone explain state tax for a car? Because I don't... What does that mean? What does that mean? You want to hear auctioneer speed, Foxu, again? You love that. It's been a long time. You paid $200 a month for a 20-year-old? God damn. Registration? Oh. I don't know how registration works. I registered in Georgia a very long time ago, so I don't remember what I paid for that. Plates, sales, emission tax, luxury paperwork. The state makes you pay property tax for the vehicle. Why? There's also personal property tax. You pay over $300 monthly. Holy shit. I've only ever been on like a 6-month rotating payment schedule, so I have no idea what my car payments are monthly. I can only think of them in 6-month increments. The bill says vehicle property tax. It's yearly. You ask yourself that every day. I don't think I've ever seen a vehicle property. I guess Georgia doesn't have one because I've never paid one. And my car was old and paid off in Mass, so I didn't have one then either. In Alaska, if you have an amateur radio license and the proper hookups in your car, you can get your state registration fee waived. Interesting. I don't mind paying like a one-time registration fee when I like get like new plates for a car. I think that kind of makes sense, but yearly fee is a little weird. There was a yearly fee to renew. Was it to renew plates in Georgia? I had some like weird yearly fee related to my car in Georgia that was like $30, and I don't remember what it was. I have no idea. You go to the DMV and sit there forever, get charged out the nose, waste half of your day. I fucking hate the DMV. That's registration. Oh, thank you. I was like, I was paying something. That must have been registration then, yeah? That was registration. Thank you. Registration is another way to tax your car, pet, weapon, bicycle, motorcycle, so forth. That was another weird thing. I learned that, I don't know if this is a state thing or if it's a town thing, but I learned that there are places that charge you a tax for owning a dog. I was like, thank God I am a cat person, because that's kind of nuts. Imagine getting taxed for man's best friend. You pay $280 monthly of high car insurance in Louisiana due to all the uninsured illegals and all the car accident lawyers. That's fucking whack. Yeah, sounds Islamic. It's becoming more popular. Why is that becoming more popular? I don't really... I don't understand a dog tax in general, but if I look at it from like a very strange homeowner association point of view, I can see if we start charging a tax on owning a dog, then we can keep the undesirable dog breeds out of here. And because pets make people happy and they can sell as many as SSRIs? What? You pay $10 a year for your dog? That's so weird. Imagine not liking man's best friend. Came for the fent, stayed for the Kirsche. Hello? The fuck HOAs? Well, I'm saying, like, I don't understand a tax on dog. I don't think it should exist. That seems really fucking dumb for me. And like, the only way I could understand anyone proposing to tax owning a dog is the homeowner association. We're doing this to keep the riffraff out, right? So it would be, we're doing this to keep the undesirable dog breeds out, because the people who get the undesirable dog breeds won't be able to pay the tax. That's like the only rationale I can think of for even instituting a fucking dog tax. Your personal property tax for your car was $303 last year. I've never heard of a property tax for cars. I've never heard of that. That's crazy. I lived in Massachusetts and that blew as fuck and they didn't have one, at least when I lived there. Except those undesirable dog breeds can be expensive as fuck. Are pit bulls expensive? Bill Clinton just released a video about Epstein. What? You think what happened in Iran will make Russia and China more aggressive to the US? Putin already said that he wants to negotiate again. Dogs can detect evil and the politicians don't like that. You can literally just put that there are no pit bulls allowed. I don't think you can do that. I don't think if you're like a town or a state politician, you can just unilaterally say no pit bulls allowed in my state. I don't think you can do that. Any fog with papers gets marked up pretty high. I don't know what that means. Idaho has a limit on the number of dogs you can have before you have to register. Most people ignore it. What the heck? Purebred pits are expensive, yes. Very weird. Civil law prevents you from banning pit bulls. That's what I thought. There's no civil rights law for dogs. You can just give them their own drinking bowls. What the fuck? Mass charges a quarterly excise tax on cars right now. That's crazy. That's crazy. Connecticut taxes you for everything. Car, home, dog, income, bottles, plastic bags, you name it. It's probably taxed. Every time I think about taxes, New Hampshire always looks better than Mass to me, man. Fear of FEMA, thank you. LA County with lots of other places require pet licenses, which is a fee, thus a tax. That's insane. That is insane. Master of Mundus, thank you. The guy paying $250 a month for car insurance in Louisiana is getting screwed. Yours is $60. Uh-oh, time for that guy to fucking call his insurance company and try to get a discount. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. This feels illegal. Phoenix DS, thank you. Biggest scam is paying MSRP on used cars. Even if resold, the tax was already paid for. What? Alexander of Sweden, thank you for the sex. Gundo says you're ghosting him again. I thought we just talked the other day. Did I miss a message? Ghost, thank you. Just got off work. Take some of your wages where you did nothing for the last 3 hours. Welcome home, buddy. Thank you. Your pit was $30 adoption fee, and you could have waived it, but you still paid to support the shelter. Also, Sandy, Utah got blocked from banning pit bulls. Pretty sure you could ban them. Can't see anything but the most liberal court saying you can't, given certain non-domesticated animals can be banned. As much as I hate pit bulls and, you know, total pit bull destruction, I feel like banning them and preventing people from owning them wholesale is kind of like, kind of overstepping a line. You know, like people are free to be retarded and they're free to have this disgusting monster of an animal instead of a dog if they desire. It's just like, if that thing attacks anyone, it should get put down immediately. And not ban them, they're inherently violent. I don't know, I feel weird about like banning things like that, you know? It's okay, you could be wrong about pit bulls. There are people who really don't like my take on pit bulls, but you know? Dogs are only monsters if the owner is shit. Vehemently disagree. Marmalin, thank you. If you're not a guaranteed customer, you have to play competitively with the businesses around you. If you are not required to have it, the insurance companies have to be competitive for your cash. That's a good way of putting it as well. Thank you. I'm glad people are better at wording some things like that than me. The Watchman, thank you. The ape economy videos explain this pretty well. What is the ape economy videos? Highly and Juggalo, thank you. You're required by law, so we can charge what we want. You need this. Cough up, sucker. That's the logic. True. That's also a good way of putting it. Anya. German Shepherds are funny. They can be so silly, doggo. Came in from grabbing the mail, thinking about when I was going to bring up pit bulls, and from the other room you hear total pit bull destruction. This is why you love Foxu. Phoenix DS, thank you. The Brits pay a TV licensing fee just to have crappy BBC TV shows with DEI. True. I hope no one ever proposes that kind of thing in the US, bro. Internet Zen Master, thank you. The idea those undesirable dog breeds are too expensive is idiotic. Also, yes, purebred pit bulls are expensive. A lot of pits are actually mutts. I can't explain further lest I be banned. Sergeant Buck, thank you. You don't get why your dog needs a license when it has no idea how to drive. I don't know, your dog might be a better driver than me, to be fair. You got mauled as a child? You agree with Foxu? I had pit bulls kill my cats as a child, so I have a personal vendetta against them. You feel like you're missing Foxu lore on why Kirsche hates pit bulls? Wow, what a funny thing to read right after that. What you want to know, Kier, is what did pit bulls do? He's Mr. Worldwide. Well, that one's fine. He can stay. He's just a baldlet. A better driver than you? Woman driver? Such a high bar. Now things are making sense, you know? You know? Dreadhe, thank you. Pities aren't the problem. It's the stupid as fuck owners who don't take care of them properly. Kirsche hates Pitbull because he refuses to go down. That's DJ Khaled. I'm sure Pitbull goes down. He's probably a generous lover. It's DJ Khaled who doesn't deserve women. Zuli, thank you for the 13 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. There's more? John Steven here. My tabs are gonna all auto refresh, man. Pitbulls are 100% the problem. People love to cope. I can't wait for, like, this VoD to have 50 more comments than every one of my other VoDs, simply from pitbull owners and pitbull defenders suffering from copium. Every time I bring up pitbulls, my VoDs have like triple the comments of normal, and it's all pitbull defenders. I'm like, who even are you? How did you find my video? Are you just like Google searching keywords for pitbulls and going into random comment sections and defending them? Who are you people? Engagement bait, Lamau. Your mini pit has never heard a fly except the one that she crop dusted. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Joe of the Mask, thank you. Pitbulls were bred to protect kids. You've read the kid death, but you've also seen them protect kids. This is one of those things you just mule on. I can't wait for all the comments on someone correcting that in my comment section, and then that getting 70 more replies. Every fucking time. You're gonna put a pitbull in the thumbnail. Fuck you! Ghost of Aces, thank you. Family raises pigs. You had a neighbor pit tear through a steel gate to kill an entire litter. Not to eat, just to kill. True. True and real. Can we get a mega VoD of pitbull rants to help drive engagement? Lady Takanashi, thank you. Foxu must lore dive on her pitbull reason someday. It's a very sad... It's short, but it's sad and disturbing, so I don't like telling it often. I've told it a couple times on stream before, though. Ham the Third, thank you. Put it in a super chat. Pit bulls and variants thereof are bred to fight, attached to single owners, and are ill-tempered. You had a neighbor that had wolves as pets. This is the same thing, you know? John in English, thank you. Kirsche, Rev finally said Desu. Just thought you should know. Finally. Finally, we can stop calling for him to be fired. But Kirsche, the pit bull has a flower wreath on its head, so it's double plus good. Regardless, back to New Hampshire. This is John Stephen, executive counselor for District 4. I don't know where District 4 is. There's no town name there, so I don't know where he is. A federal judge just denied New Hampshire's motion to stay a court order that would force the state into a contract the executive council rejected. The council has existed since 1679. For 350 years, no state contract moves forward without our consent. That doesn't change because a federal judge says so. We voted 3-2 to support the Department of Safety's termination of the Gordon Darby contract after being assured the department would reissue an RFP pending decisions by the legislature, the duly elected policy body of the state. That vote stands. Make no mistake about what this contract actually is. Gordon Darby collects mandatory fees from every driver in New Hampshire. That's a de facto tax on every Granite Stater who owns a car. Only elected legislators can impose that burden, not federal judges and not monopoly contractors. There was no enacted policy requirement at the time of our vote. We cannot be forced into a contract that is contrary to state policy, regardless of whether you agree or disagree with that action. No current state law requires vehicle emission tests, period. What this court has done is unprecedented. A federal judge is trying to compel a sovereign state to impose a mandatory fee on its citizens against the will of its elected officials. If this stands, no state constitutional office in America is safe from federal commandeering. Any company that uses a federal court to force a de facto tax on the people of New Hampshire should not receive another dollar of state business. I will do all that I can to assure that as long as I serve on this council, that is a promise. That seems pretty interesting. That seems pretty interesting, right? I don't know what an executive council is, but apparently New Hampshire's had one since 1679. This must be something unique to them and why there's like hundreds of representatives in New Hampshire as compared to other states that have far, far less. At what point do we curtail the tyranny of judges? Which is a great question. There's been quite a few like activist judges doing weird shit. I don't know if this one's an activist or if they're just bought by whatever company wants to keep vehicle testing in order. Filthy fucking quangos. True. Sounds good, but not gonna work in the sense of firearms tax. Well, we're not talking about a firearms tax. We're talking about vehicle emissions tax. And how the people of New Hampshire, rather the executive council, they voted to repeal the tax on vehicles. We're no longer paying for emissions and safety inspections. And yet a judge wants to reinstate that tax on New Hampshire people at the behest of the company that would be losing money because we're no longer paying that fee there. To be honest, you hate German Shepherds for the same reason. Lost 300 worth of chicken and 1 dog because of those monsters. If it wasn't for your mini pit and her pup, they would have killed your nephews. What the fuck? Koi Kitsu, thank you. The judicial department is null and void unless it has constitutional basis, and the court judges should be required to support their decisions with constitution citation or be disbarred and jailed. Very interesting. Very interesting. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Oh shit, states' rights versus feds again. Yeah? I have another tweet. There's another tab. Mildly OCD, thank you. Both sides of the pit bull argument are correct. Pits can be really sweet, but you're coping if you think it can't 180 in a heartbeat, and when it does, it will cause problems. Many stupid owners get one because of cope or specifically for that reason. It's just like, I hate pit bull. I'm not gonna say people can't own pit bull, but I hate them, and I dislike that they exist. And that's never gonna change. Travis over here, say he's also a rep in New Hampshire, quoting a Boston Globe here. Boston Globe, the federal judge who ordered New Hampshire to keep its motor vehicle inspections program up and running isn't backing down. So let's take a look at this article. Phoenix DS, thank you for the 1515. You know of this crappy pit bull breeder that has his stud dog attacked by his females that got out of their crates? Had to drive that piece of shit and his torn up dog to the 24-hour vet. What the hell? Oh, fuck you, Boston Globe. Fuck you, Boston Globe, making me have to go to a fucking archive site, you dumb bitch. Let's loop on pit bulls for the rest of the stream. No. No. There's no way this hasn't been archived. There we go. I just had to remove the little tracker thing. Breaking news. Spicy Cat hates dogs. I will tolerate a dog owned by someone else. I just don't want to own a dog myself. Is the New Hampshire motor vehicle inspection program really suspended? Not as far as the federal court is concerned. A judge said state leaders asked her for a stay that would foster disrespect for court orders and the rule of law, so she rejected the request. So state leaders voted to remove the tax. A federal judge says, no, you can't do that. You must continue paying this company. And then the leaders went to another judge and asked her to, like, just get rid of that previous judge's ruling to reinstate it. And she said, no, that fosters disrespect. That's kind of fucking wild. The federal judge who ordered New Hampshire to keep its motor vehicle inspections program up and running isn't backing down, despite outright defiance from state leaders who have been advised that their actions run the risk of incurring steep fines under the Federal Clean Air Act. Although the inspections program, which critics have long penned as cumbersome, unnecessary, and an expensive burden on motorists, was repealed last year by state lawmakers, the company that had overseen the program challenged the change in federal court. Judge Landia B. McCafferty ruled in January that the state needs approval from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency before it can sunset the annual inspection mandate. She ordered state officials to take all steps necessary to keep the program in place. The Attorney General then recommended a short-term contract extension with the company, Gordon Darby Inc., but the Executive Council rejected that extension with a 3-2 vote in early February. Those who opposed the extension criticized Gordon Darby for suing the state, and they bristled at McCafferty's authority. Which, yeah, that seems really weird, right? If the people of a state don't want a tax, and the fucking state reps of the state vote to repeal the tax, how is a company able to sue the state being like, hey, we're gonna get less money because you repealed this tax, and that's a problem? How is that an okay thing to do? What the hell? What the hell? The judges need to be disbarred. You don't know of any legal precedents for this ruling? This reeks of company paying off the judges? That is really fucking weird. How is a company able to sue state representatives to keep taxing us? Jackals of Terra Argentum, thank you. You owned a couple mid-content wolf dogs and a few black labs. Your half-blind 16-year-old pit mix is the one they're afraid of. She's sweet with people, but you wouldn't get another one again. Alright, the judge has made their judgment. Now let's see them enforce it. You tweeted an interesting thing. Apparently, Canadian State News posted a picture of 2 mourning Iranian women to glaze the Ayatollah, but there's a lot of evidence it was AI. Some are saying Reuters is the source of the AI image. I have no idea. Pinochet, hello, Tors, thank you. We have the fix for rogue commie judges. I'm a judge, so I can do anything trend increases. Thanks, I hate it. Oh, mama. The Attorney General, I read this, I think, yes. That left New Hampshire without an approved vendor, and the state announced February 13th that its inspection program is suspended until further notice, while the Attorney General pursues an appeal. The state asked McCafferty to issue a stay, pausing her prior ruling, but she declined. Instead, she issued an order Wednesday that questions whether officials have done enough to maintain compliance with the law and her directives. State reps repeal a tax. Company sues the state to reinstate the tax. Judge rules on behalf of the company that yes, that should be reinstated. And then the judge issues an order that questions whether officials have done enough to maintain compliance with her directives. Who the fuck this bitch? But the reps make the law. Yeah, exactly. There is no more law. To grant a stay at this point would only result in greater confusion and foster disrespect for court orders and the rule of law, McCafferty wrote, reiterating that her preliminary injunction is still binding. Federal judges really do just be speedrunning, bringing tar and feathering back into popularity. Yep. Directives, who the hell is she? The Watchmen, thank you. Pitties have been overbred into neuroticism like shepherds, plus a lot of the pit bull attacks are misattributed to boxers and rotties. The argument to remove them is like saying, just get rid of guns. I disagree, but I've also been talking about car inspections for a while now. I kind of moved on from that conversation. We're not going to come to any conclusion. I hate them. You don't hate them. That's kind of where it's going to be. Pit owner cope. Yeah. To grant a stay at this point would only result in greater confusion. I read that already. To be clear, the court does not view the inspection and maintenance program as indefinitely suspended, she wrote. The state representatives have suspended it. To be clear, the court does not view it as suspended. If the judges are able to look fucking representatives in the eyes and be like, hey, you repealed this law, but I don't believe that you repealed this law, so what I believe actually matters more than what you actually did, Mr. State Rep. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Guns don't automatically stand up and run around shooting things. Would I be more okay with pit bulls if they shared their phone passwords? You know what? Why not? Master Prick, thank you. What the F are the federal judges? I think what she's trying to claim is that, like, if they repeal this law, then there will be issues with the Federal Clean Air Act. But, like, why would state reps not be able to repeal a state law? Because if it's a state law, but then they can't repeal it because it would do something to a federal law, then wouldn't that state law actually be a federal law for all intents and purposes? EPA won't get its required funding. Maybe she's getting kickbacks from the company. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. As a southerner, federal overreach makes you glow. You're overthinking it. She's just butthurt her kickbacks aren't happening. I mean, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. This just identifies as a legislator. She's a Jill. What is a Jill trans legislator? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Good thing Trump is slowly repealing the EPA. Judge Dredd was supposed to be social commentary, not an ideal. That sparked a fresh round of indignation from some Republican officials who had pushed for the change that McCafferty temporarily blocked. Of course, an unaccountable federal judge continues to side with self-interested foreign corporations against the will of the people. New Hampshire House Majority Leader Jason Osborne said in a statement Thursday, adding that New Hampshire is done with its vehicle inspection mandate, no matter what delusion this judge is under. Based. Why can't more people just say, I don't care what you said, we're the legislators and we're gonna do it? Did the judge strike down pitbull legislation? There's nothing about pitbulls here. There's about car emissions. Hayden Wayne, thank you. Texas literally got rid of inspection stickers last year. This smells of corruption. Really? That makes it even more interesting, actually. Foreign? It said foreign corporations. I don't know anything about... What's the corporation's name again? Gordon Darby Inc. So Gordon Darby Inc. is the one that sued New Hampshire to keep the inspections in place because they get paid. Who owns Gordon Darby Inc.? Gordon Darby Inc. is a wholly owned subsidiary of Opus Inspection Inc., which is part of the Swedish company Opus Group AB. It is a foreign company. It is a foreign company. It's a Swedish company suing the state of New Hampshire to continue taxing American citizens in New Hampshire because otherwise they would lose money, and a federal judge sided with them. Why are we paying the fucking Swedes? Hayden Wayne, thank you for the 25 months. Thank you. I read that already, but thank you again. Thank you again. It's 2026. Where are flying chromed out cars? Damn. The goddamn Swedes. Well, someone needs to pay for their caliphate, you know? Where did I leave off reading? McCafferty's ruling notes, however, that state leaders had plenty of advance warning that the timeline of their legislation to eliminate the annual testing requirement would run afoul of the Clean Air Act and risk litigation and financial penalties. New Hampshire did not heed these warnings, she wrote. Although the state filed a request with the EPA in late December seeking approval to sunset the inspection program, that was weeks after Gordon Darby filed its lawsuit. The EPA's approval process can take up to 18 months. Gordon Darby's lawyers have already nudged the court to consider imposing unspecified sanctions against the state. Can a Swedish company do that? Like, Swedish legislature could possibly put sanctions, right? Because that's like what the president does with tariffs and shit. But like, can a company do that? The company declined to comment Thursday on McCafferty's latest order, but said it is prepared to work with the state as this matter unfolds. A spokesperson for the New Hampshire Department of Justice said the state is reviewing the order to determine what steps to take next. In the meantime, the guidance from the state's February 13th announcement remains in effect, the spokesperson said. Still need safety inspection for your vehicle? It's connected to your registration. They just got rid of the sticker. As far as I know, that would not be the case. Swedish company was promised those taxes 3,000 years ago. The sanctions would be from the judge for ignoring her order to continue the program. I wonder exactly how Texas managed to do it. As a reminder, government was set up for a moral and Christian people, not designed for a grifting and litigious people. True. I think they mean damages. Still vile, but that might be what they mean. No, you don't. Only some counties in Texas need emissions testing. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. But when will New Hampshire elect its first pit bull senator? Man. You think only their parliament can invoke sanctions? And then this Boston Globe article was retweeted by Travis. And someone said, let me get this straight though, liberal judges think that you can't make a state enforce federal immigration law, but federal vehicle inspection law, that's a different story. And I thought that was an interesting point, that it's like, hold up, wait a minute, how come everybody cries when we try to enforce immigration law, but like now it's different somehow? That doesn't make any sense. Suspect countries that are Democrat strongholds, or counties that are Democrat strongholds: Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio. And Travis said he's not 100% up to speed on the whole thing, but there's a federal law that delegates power to an administrative agency, EPA, and that power allows the EPA to make binding agreements with states. New Hampshire has done so decades back, and the federal argument is you are now abrogating that agreement. I've never seen the word abrogating. This is a coherent argument, however, the devil is in the details. The agreement has a liquidated damages clause or something analogous to it, and if you fail to uphold your end of this agreement, we, the feds, may stop giving you highway dollars. New Hampshire's stance is, yup, that clause is there, okay, we've called your bluff. Stop giving us dollars. Do you have the balls to do it? The plaintiff, the private firm, and the judge are butthurt. No, that's not the spirit of the whole thing. We order you to XYZ. New Hampshire responds, signing contracts with private firms to do inspections is the constitutional authority of the New Hampshire Executive Council. You literally cannot order them to do that. You said that there are liquidated damages. Very well, enforce them. The judge has written a pissy ass-mad response, which is, yes, I don't technically have the authority to order the New Hampshire Executive Council to sign a contract, but I would have hoped that a mutual understanding of emanations and penumbras would lead you to do what I'm ordering you to do, even if I don't have the authority to order you to do it. And the New Hampshire Executive Council in the House rebuttal was basically, LOL, get fucked. And, that's kind of an attitude I would like to see more politicians have. You don't always get to be right, but when it happens, you feel good. Sometimes it doesn't feel good to be right, you know? That's not how authority works. You don't have it get bent, right? That was the proper response. That is a funny response. Lol, Lamau, said New Hampshire. Montana passed a higher speed limit than federal law allowed a long time ago, and feds cut off the highway repair funds until Montana repealed the law. That's kind of interesting. You wouldn't know, you're always right. Oh my god. Can we just have a state law that says we can't be pulled over for non-compliance and the max penalty is a stern warning or a $1 waivable fine or something like that as we await EPA action? And Travis said, that's already been done. Malicious compliance is the best kind of compliance. That's so fucking funny. That's so funny. Matt Larson, thank you.
Spanking because you've been a bad girl.
As long as you've been driving in Minnesota, there's never been safety or emissions tests. When you buy a vehicle, no inspection required, and your insurance company doesn't even look at a vehicle when insuring it. Not every state has inspections. Why can't New Hampshire? I guess because the company is butthurt, they would lose all the revenue from taxing the people in New Hampshire, you know? Feds blackmailed the states with the interstate project. That's just great, though. This guy... Could we just have a state law that says you can't be pulled over for non-compliance and the max penalty is a stern warning or a $1 waivable fine? Oh my god, that is great. So, yeah, basically, the legislators are getting what they want regardless of this weird-ass judge. The Opus Group is 3 stages of shell company owned by Searchlight Capital Partners, a multi-trillion investment group out of the USA, Canada, UK, that is co-founded and owned by Eric Zinterhofer, Olivier Hierman, and Errol Uzumeril. What the fuck? Feds use interstate funding to get every state to raise the drinking age to 21. Patchouli, thank you. Well, this whole snafu is partly why you haven't changed your vehicle registration. You love that New Hampshire has the stones to call the bluff and tell them to kick rocks. Well, I mean, it seems like if they've instituted something that's like your penalty for not having your sticker is a warning or a $1 waivable fine, doesn't really seem like it's going to be an issue. Emanations and penumbras, what are we doing having a seance? Well, I mean, we are kind of close to all those fancy ley lines the witches in Massachusetts use, right? The fuck emissions, it's all a scam. The judge is full of shit legally. Arkansas has no emissions testing or laws for vehicles, literally allow people to get permits to drive LNG, liquefied natural gas, and propane-fueled vehicles. The judge has no power here. That's really funny. That's really fucking funny. And then it continues on February 28th. Representative Keith Ammon.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Spider Bro, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. And Kataka, thank you for that raid about 10 minutes ago. Sorry I didn't say thank you in time. Thank you. Thank you. Speaking of thank you, Blue Reprisal. Mr. DePoor Man, thank you for that 74-month resub. Big fucking numbies, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Shit, you don't even have this in British Columbia. Keith Ammon is the state rep for New Hampshire Hills 42. I think that's Hillsborough, right? New Boston, Mount Vernon, Lindborough. Mount Vernon has beautiful Victorian homes. I was looking at one out there, but it was near a fire station, and I was like, I don't know if I could deal with that, bro. That's a good point. If other states already don't have inspections, the judge can't even cite precedents. In fact, New Hampshire could. Stay booty blasted. Well, that's what the other rep said, right? That's what the other rep said. He said... He said something about precedents. Where is it? Yeah. What this court has done is unprecedented. A federal judge is trying to compel a sovereign state to impose a mandatory fee on its citizens against the will of its elected officials. If this stands, no state constitutional office in America is safe from federal commandeering. And this isn't something that's happened before. Paradoxical innuendo. Thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Psycho, thank you. The only reasonable tax is the Foxu tax. So Keith Ammon said, feds are forcing New Hampshire to run emissions inspections we repealed. Unconstitutional commandeering, 30 plus years of SCOTUS precedent. Congress can't conscript state governments. Prince versus U.S., New York versus U.S. New Hampshire voted to repeal. Judge can't override. Federal overreach, 10th Amendment. It's nice to see more and more people say, no, I don't think we're going to do that, actually. I don't think we're going to do that. As a Texan yourself, remember the state inspection sticker being done away with back in the 2010s, but the state inspection was still required for your registration up until the changes that went into effect last year. The Foxu tax is voluntary and thus moral. Voluntary taxu. And then, the Boston Globe article I have over here as well. Next to a fire station, but Kirsche, think of all the himbos. Yeah, but think of all the alarms, man. And then, as a response to the Boston Globe writing, the federal judge who ordered New Hampshire to keep its motor vehicle inspection programs up and running isn't backing down. You have Rep. Michael Granger down here, representative in the New Hampshire House. Very old-fashioned Republican Liberty Caucus. I don't know where he from, but he said, as soon as my browser starts responding, neither is New Hampshire backing down. I have no idea where she gets off thinking she can commandeer the New Hampshire state government to inflict inspections upon the people, but she's got another thing coming. Like every time I see a fucking representative say something from New Hampshire, it's always based, man. There's been a couple of weirdos that seem like they're just Democrats that move from out of state to like take a Republican seat, but you know, most of them seem pretty fucking cool. Sotomayor still has no clue where we get the silly idea about state rights. She has no clue where it comes from. What the heck? Are we just making laws in public forums now? Yeah, why not? Hey, what's the problem with that? Oh, this has nothing to do with New Hampshire. That's a different tab. So I think that's all I have on the inspection stuff. And I thought that was pretty interesting, considering we keep complaining about all of the federal overreach when it comes to immigration. So, Ariano. Scott Roush, thank you. The cursed Kirsche doesn't listen to corrupt judges. Be like the Kirsche, true. The mass fox, gotta remember the first 13 don't take shit. That's how we used to do it. True and real. They're 100% invaders from mass. Laws should be made in public, in the language the public understands. That's like the worst part, right? And especially when it comes to voting, like some of the language of the way things are written is just like, what the fuck is even this? What are we doing here? What's going on? Next to a fire station, that's a good thing. If your house catches on fire, they'll be there in minutes. Yeah, but anytime there's a fire anywhere, you gotta hear all of the alarms and shit, and that shit's loud. That shit's loud as fuck. That stuff is deliberate. What else is in my tabs? Let me see here. Let's go back to today. All of my tabs are like fucking killing themselves, man. I don't know what this issue is. We looked at the stabbing, that was new today. We looked at the Austin bar stuff, that was new today. And New Hampshire activating their National Guard, and we're not exactly sure why. There was that other shooting that happened at New Hampshire's northern border. I don't think I talked about that, but I don't think that would have anything to do with the National Guard, because that's pretty much over. And nothing else really going on with what happened there. Pitbulls are attacking my tabs! Not like this. Not like this. Oh, this was an interesting thing from Asman. Hold on. I thought this was an interesting thing from Asman, because I've said something similar previously.
And why are they like that? Because women are not the enforcers of the law. Women can never be the enforcers of the law because men are bigger, stronger, faster, and they can react faster than women can. Like, every woman's right is upheld by a man.
People have gotten mad at me for saying this before, because I guess it's just really fun to blame women for everything. But back when the feminists campaigned for Equality Act stuff, it's men who passed that because women didn't have power at the time. So any gains that the feminist movement originally made were because of men. Men were the ones who unleashed the horrors of feminism being enshrined in law on everyone. Yes, the feminists and the women therein are a problem, but that doesn't remove the culpability and the complicity of men who got us here.
That's the way it works. Men give women rights. If men decided that women don't have rights, then they don't have rights. How do I know that? Because every single society in the history of humankind behaves this way. So because of that, I think that genetically, or evolutionarily, there's not the same outlook that women have on rehabilitative justice that men do. Because they're not the ones that have to be accountable for if this person does something wrong.
It's the toddler ethics. It's the just treat everyone nicely.
And that's it. Science. Yeah, it's probably just science. What? See, I say this stuff, and I feel like, duh, obviously, of course. Like, what are we talking about? Of course this is true. It's going to be a clip. It's a fact. It's obviously a fact. The thing is that is there a single culture in the entire history that has ever been, at least as far as I know, let's actually make it simple. Right now, any culture that basically doesn't have men's rights, but it has women's rights, where women are controlling everything. And before you make a joke and say, oh, it's the UK, not really though, right?
South Korea kind of had that, right? Because South Korea had like a feminist shadow government controlling their president before they like arrested and tried her. That's like the only one I could even think of potentially.
No, there isn't. Every single country follows this paradigm. And the reason why it's a 100% fact is because it's biology, and it happens every single time.
That was some weird death cult shit. Yeah, that was an anomaly. Like, really an anomaly. That was some soap opera shit. The men still had the power over the military. Also a fair point. The men are statistically the victims of violent crime more, on top of being the ones dealing with the violent crime. Well, it's also like, I don't know. I just don't understand the let's not punish criminals, let's always do rehabilitative justice kind of thing. And on that same line, hold up, I have a tab for that where I was like, I really hope that this woman is fucking baiting, because if she's being serious, I'm about to lose my fucking mind. So there was this article. Where is it? Deep, deep, deep. Deep, 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 deep. Boys 12 through 15 charged as adults in connection with rape of 12-year-old in Overtown. Miami police say a group of boys took a 12-year-old girl to a community garden in the city's Overtown neighborhood as one of them raped her for 30 minutes. Authorities... Hold on. I got... in the... I didn't want to say I got excited because this article is really fucking depressing, but this thing says Lear en Español. It's a quality leering center en Español. That's exciting. Anyways, back to gloom. Authorities said Josiah Jones, 12, shoved rocks in the girl's mouth so she couldn't scream, while Nelson Nunez, 13, sexually assaulted her. A third boy, Xavier Tyson, is accused of participating as well. He was 14 at the time. While police arrested them on juvenile charges the next day, all three are now charged as adults following a grand jury indictment issued on Wednesday. Court records show they were booked into the Metro West Detention Center on Thursday, and Jonah Nunez appeared in adult bond court on Friday, where a judge ordered them held without bond. Tyson, now 15, was initially believed Friday to be solely charged as a juvenile, but Miami-Dade prosecutors confirmed that afternoon he was indicted on adult charges as well. Police said a fourth boy witnessed the incident. According to the Miami Police Department, the rape happened at the Greenhaven Project Community Garden, located at 1160 Northwest 2nd Avenue, near Frederick Douglass Elementary School. MPD arrest reports state that the young girl was leaving a friend's house in Overtown when she saw Jones, Nunez, and the two other boys in the parking lot area. According to police, Nunez grabbed the girl and took her to a couch within the garden as Jones and the other boys followed. The report states that the victim told police that Jones and Tyson held her by the arms and legs, preventing her from leaving, before Nunez started raping her. More details about the alleged assault came after a woman who heard a commotion saw the girl in the aftermath of the assault had her son call the boy who witnessed it, according to the report. Police said she heard a recounting of the incident over the phone, which she partially recorded and described the call to investigators. According to the report, the witness at the scene, after saying over the phone, "What your mama seen, it wasn't like that," recounted that the Tyson pulled down the victim's bra as the victim was yelling to stop and proceeded to play with her breasts while holding her hands. Then he said that Nunez asked one of the boys, "You think I should put it in?" and then began raping her. The victim began to yell, "No, no, stop, it hurts," and while she was yelling, Jones put rocks inside her mouth to shut her up as the rape continued for a half hour. This is actually fucking disgusting. And anyone who would, like, say that these things should be charged as juveniles is just absolutely fucking insane. Like, I would even say charging with adults. Does Florida have the death penalty? Because, like, this is not something you rehabilitate. This is not something that is rehabilitated away. I don't give a fuck what their age is, man. The woman said as she went to pick up her mail, she heard the girl screaming, "Stop, no, I'm not playing, I'm not playing." She told police, according to the report, that she went upstairs and asked who was screaming and got no response. Then she said she heard the girl's father, whom she knows, yelling his daughter's name. The victim stated that Nunez finally stopped when they heard the father calling her name, at which point Nunez, the co-defendants, and the witness all ran towards the opposite direction of the sound of the victim's father's voice. Well, yeah, if that father had seen them, he probably would have fucking killed them on the spot. Are you kidding me? A witness would eventually flag down an MPD patrol officer to report the rape, the report states. The detective interviews those involved. The boy who witnessed the crime would tell detectives, according to the report, that he did not intervene because he was outnumbered and was afraid of getting beat up. Prosecutors say that all three boys are facing a false imprisonment charge, while Nunez and Jones are facing sexual battery charges. Nunez is additionally facing a kidnapping charge, while Tyson is charged with lewd and lascivious molestation of a child. I don't see a rape charge though. That's kind of weird. Here's the statement from a member of the Green Haven Project. The Green Haven Project is deeply saddened by this unforeseen and unacceptable incident and stands with the victim and her family. As a community garden, our space is meant to serve the community by providing access to fresh food. Like many public community spaces, we recognize that spaces open to the public can attract both positive and negative activity. However, an opening caused by nearby construction activity created unintended access after hours, and this occurred during non-operational hours wherein the garden is normally closed and secured. Following an unauthorized intrusion into the space, we remain committed to serving the community. Why? Like, it's nice and all that they say they stand with the victim and her family, but like, they couldn't even call it horrific? It's like, it's a fucking rape. They stuffed rocks in her mouth. Like, what are we doing here, bro? We stand with the victim, but we'll defend the scum at the same time. It's like in these kinds of things, I don't really care about the ages of the people. When you do something like this to another person, and when you take the extra step to like fill their mouth so they can't scream, like, you know what you're doing. I don't think there's rehabilitation there. They don't want to be too condemning. Trying to do high trust things with low trust society, right? With lascivious molestation charges in Florida, it's a life sentence if charged as an adult, 5 years if charged as a kid. Well, it's a good thing they're at least being charged as an adult, but like, I still don't have hope that even if given a life sentence, they would actually serve it out, because just judges do not give me any faith in having actual justice for people who are victimized anymore. And I had this in my tabs for like a couple of days ago. This was, when was this fucking published? February 27th. And then I saw this. I didn't see this until like yesterday. Before everyone asks for the murder of these children, just know that if it is true, there is ample rehabilitation for children sex offenders who rape. Rehabilitation is very successful and it doesn't require incarceration. They do not need to be charged as adults. They're not adults. They are children acculturated into patriarchal violence who raped another child. Devastating and completely heartbreaking. Nah. Now we're not doing that. You're getting called a slur. I really hope this is like a rage bait account. Because, like, otherwise, what the fuck? How do you come to, like, blaming the patriarchy for a violent rape of a young girl? Like, what is this? There is no rehabilitation. How many times have rapists been released just to go and repeat the action again? Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. The Dork Laird, thank you. R. Wilson says first time suffrage was pushed. Women could vote on it and 96% voted no. So the feminists banned women from voting on letting women vote. I don't know if true, but if true, that's funny. 25k followers, one of the Rad Left's Nexus accounts. Is it 25k followers? I didn't even, yeah, it does have 25k. But as you can see, the ratio is fucking brutal. 4.2 million views. 801 likes, 1.8k retweets, and obviously replies are fucking locked, man. Days like this, you're so glad to have a glow emote. Yeah, check location immediately. Joined April 2010. Damn. Account based in the United States, but oh, connected via United States App Store. Okay, so it is a fucking US person. Yeah, no? This person is seriously unhinged. Even radical feminists do not engage her. I don't understand why people put this kind of stuff as, like, their banner when it's an accurate description for them. Like, it'd be funny if it was, like, unhinged people saying shit. But that seems pretty fucking accurate for this account. Probably an Apple user. Unending amounts of, white women will sacrifice other women to destroy what they view as patriarchy. I mean, I don't think... I mean, this could be like a movie actor. I don't know. But it's a picture of a black woman on the account. Whoever typed that tried to warn us. How is letting them off with not even real imprisonment not more of a patriarchal problem than putting them in the dirt for this? Because think of the children. What about the girl that got raped? But the other children, they're just children. I hate that, man. Dreadhe, thank you. YouTube won't let you say what you want to say about these creatures that share your skin tone. Don't blame the patriarchy. They clearly don't know their dad. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. The only situation where you support gender transition. See, I would love, right? I would absolutely love to be hardcore. Like, genuinely hardcore. Either, like, complete castration or death penalty for rape. However... as long as there are zero repercussions for people who make false allegations, it's very difficult to take, like, a full hardline stance on that. When there's obviously direct evidence, like in this case, yeah, fucking get rid of them. They shouldn't be here. But until we start having repercussions for the false accusers, you can't just blanket statement things, I don't think. That's the tough part, yeah? Yeah? Death penalty by castration. We actually just send you to the Mexican cartel and we have them flay you penis first. Same penalty for false accusations. Interesting. The accuser, if proven to have lied, must share the punishment. It's like some H-manga idea right there. What the fuck? I don't know if anyone will see this, but tomorrow's your birthday. Happy birthday, Parm. I hope you have a good birthday day, my guy. I hope you have a good birthday day. So that was an infuriating article and an infuriating individual that somehow is real, potentially. Again, I really hope that's a fucking rage bait account, because what the fuck? What the fuck? And speaking of rage bait, do you guys remember Jonah Wheeler? I don't remember what he said or what was happening, but we covered some stuff by Jonah Wheeler last year. Jonah Wheeler being a New Hampshire representative, once again, New Hampshire. Always in the news. He was still is, New Hampshire representative, and he was basically diverting from his party. So Jonah Wheeler is a Democrat, and he was going against the Democrats on something, and so they were being, as Democrats do, very insulting of Jonah Wheeler. I don't remember exactly what we were covering, because my memory doesn't go back that far, but you know. And there's a new video here. Unhinged trans rights activist scolds New Hampshire reps Jonah Wheeler and Lisa Mazur. Recorded by Lisa Mazur.
You're coming up with political... All right, good. Good. You're coming up with political talking points in your head.
Jonah has been pilloried by his party for protecting children and women's private spaces from gender ideology. Okay, so that's probably what it was last year. That's probably what we were covering last year.
Mansion or cinema, you don't even know my politics.
Speaking about you.
Good.
I know your politics.
I hope that you do, because the Peterborough Democratic Committee has been against me from when I first ran for office, prior to my speaking up on this issue. So I hope you go to them, and I hope you will
Doctors put her daughter on cross-sex hormones at 15. What the fuck?
continue to go to them.
And I will go to
if you wanted to speak
all
to me
people
respectfully,
all over.
then we would have been able to have a conversation. But you decided to
You
come
don't
up to me
speak to me
in the
respect
middle
to
of a
me right
committee
now.
hearing.
I did not.
Diana works for the New Hampshire Department of Corrections. That's not a woman I would trust working there.
I asked you to come out to the hallway to speak to me.
Not, because we have had interactions before which have been
And defends placing men in women's prison. That seems like a conflict. You'll recall that another representative compared passing trans people to white passing black people in response to Wheeler's points. What the fuck? Oh, I remember they were saying something derogatory to him, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was. It's been so long, man. Deport her to California. This is the kind of person that needs to believe that New Hampshire wants to get rid of gay people. Right? Just let them believe that so they move away, right?
You started getting belligerent.
No.
Yes,
I said I'm not going to come out here and be attacked in this exact way, which you are attacking me, which you have done before.
You began this
The
attack
fact that your
first.
child went to school with me
It has
does not
nothing to
mean
do with the
that
fact
you
that
can
my
come out and
child went
attack
to
me
school with
in
you.
the
It has
hallway.
nothing to
You've
do
done it
with that.
before,
I'm
you've
sorry,
done it again, and that is
I just
the
gotta
end.
go on.
That's all right,
I
Jeff.
just gotta complain about the noise.
I totally agree.
I am fine with the conversation.
This
but
man
if we
is
can
raising
do-
his voice and yelling at me. He's supposed to be a representative.
What? You were raising your voice to him first? What is this victimizing shit? You don't speak to me like that? No, we do. You work for the government. Welcome to redressing grievances. Don't like it? Quit. Wrong.
I'm yelling.
Wrong.
I'm all set. I'm
Wrong.
yelling.
No,
You guys
you're
want
wrong.
to? I don't
Shame on you.
Hello, rap. Hello.
Jesus Christ. Lisa Mazur R. Goffstown is a quote-unquote bigot for advocating for laws banning child sex change procedures. Oh, she just like me. She get called a bigot for not wanting to mutilate children.
You bigot. Hello. Go share it with everybody.
This is going on X. Are you going to enjoy
good,
that?
Good. Oh, I love it.
Okay, great.
Because I'm not
Lisa's fighting to restore women's sports and to remove men from women's prisons.
on X because I don't care because I don't follow bigots.
Okay. Have a nice day.
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's?
Have a nice day.
Yeah, you have a nice day.
You really should
I
have
actually
some
plan to.
You should have some respect for the public. They come here to
Rep Rosemary Rung D. Merrimack. How are you gonna have a last name one letter off from dung and actually choose the worst policies?
testify.
Rosemary, did you see
Actually,
the way
my
she
name
talked?
is Rosemary.
Did you see,
Do you see the way you're talking to me, threatening to put me on X?
Did you see how she talked to
Threatening to put me on X. Maybe if you weren't an unhinged psychopath, that wouldn't be a threat. I don't know, maybe.
You're representing the House.
He's your people.
You're representing me. I'm just asking you to respect the public.
I am not representing you at all, actually. I'm a Republican, and I represent the people in my town. I don't represent you. No.
She's like, you're recording me, I'm gonna record you now. She pulled out her phone with such aggression. Threatened to show exactly what you said. Yeah, exactly. Threatened to just see the things you say. We annex Greenland and turn it into a massive asylum.
No, you pronounced that wrong, too.
Hello.
Wow.
I don't think you see how you look in this interaction, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm glad he said that because I was just about to say, like, she's the one complaining about, oh, you threatened to put me on X, but then you just look unhinged. Like, you're not being coherent, and the way that, like, you're acting is not gonna convince people to listen to you. That's wild. That's wild. That's somebody who needs meds. She needs more meds, man. That's crazy. Maybe this is me feeling internalized misandry, which I recognize was a major part of my motivation to transition, but hearing a woman weaponize this man is raising his voice to take advantage of the naturally deeper tone of a man and use it against him gives me chills. That's an actually interesting point. Because, like, he wasn't even raising his voice at her. It's just he's got a manly, deep voice, and so it's got a boom to it. They call us crazy. Maybe Antarctica that might make the right-wing Cubans upset. What? You think Asmon's idea is good? Make North Korea the world's prison for the worst people? How would we get North Korea to agree to take our prisoners, though? Like, what would we offer them that they would agree to take people off our hands? Make it legal when someone points or waves their hand in your face to get smacked hard back? Reset them? I don't know about that. We don't have to, just airdrop them. Battleizer, thank you. She needs some milk. I think she needs more than that, bro. Holy shit. They don't have to agree. Just airdrop them. We can't just airdrop prisoners to North Korea, all right? Like, I mean, we could, but I feel like that would be a bad idea. You can just do things, but you have to ask what might be the ramifications. Sure we can, Jesus Christ. Calm voice equals raised voice. Oh my god. Oh, I have so many New Hampshire tabs all of a sudden. Jesus. Travis again saying, we must deport every Somali from the United States. And he's quote retweeting, shocking statement in a surprise remark, Democratic representative from Maine, Adeka Delac. If you guys remember, Deka Delac has been mentioned multiple times in regards to the Somalian fraud going on in Maine, the Maine Care fraud happening, stated her goal in American government is to get American taxpayers to give money to Somalia. We must pay for the people of Somalia and pay for the development of their country. Well, at least that's a little better than, not Ilhan Omar, but that other one I forget the name of, saying they in regards to the U.S. Rashida Tlaib, that's her name. Rashida Tlaib referring to the U.S. as they when she's a sitting congressperson. Deportations when? So I'll give this person the benefit of at least she's calling Somalia their country instead of my country here, right?
Policies. How can the politics in Somalia can be, resonate what we have here in the United States, the democracy that we have? How can you help us, be a better country and build back what we used to have back in long time ago? So hopefully...
build back what we used to have back in the long time ago. I don't know what kind of infrastructure Somalia used to have that has fallen into disrepair, but I don't think any kind of infrastructure that has fallen into disrepair is the responsibility of Americans to pay for in Somalia. I feel like if the Somalians would not maintain the things that you wish to rebuild, that's the Somalians' problem.
We will be able to help our country, our former country, Somalia, and policies.
Nah. Somalia wasn't too bad when it was a pair of colonies. Why can't they just stand up for themselves and fix it themselves? That's what I would like to see. Once again, even with like yoinking Maduro and yoinking Khomeini, I don't want any American involvement in rebuilding those countries. That Venezuela for Venezuelans, they can rebuild. Iran for Iranians, they can rebuild. Get denaturalized. I was like, how are there so many of these people that do not have any interests for Americans just in our politician seats? That's crazy. You think they built that shit? White Europeans built all of Somalia's infrastructure? Well, I didn't say they built it, but it's like if they failed to maintain whatever infrastructure they had there before, that's on them. That's not on us to maintain their shit. Why do you feel your IQ being drained? Arclight Sniper Shy, thank you for the 23 months. When are these people allowed, or why are these people allowed to be elected officials when they just want our money to help other countries? That's a great question. Next question. Lethal Weeaboo, thank you. Oh god, she's a Yakub believer. Yeah, when she said that, I immediately thought of fucking Wakanda. I was like, hold on, what does she mean by this? But bring out the trebuchet. Kirsche didn't read the contract. There was no contract. I didn't sign shit. Let's see, what else do I have here in my mystery tab bags? Oh yeah, there was this fucking weird shit. I don't even know how to react to this, by the way. Hold on. Beep, 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 beep. So, there's apparently some, like, weird thing that happened. And I had to find an article, because I was like, I'm not going to believe this just from a Twitter thing. It says, this story is nuts. This guy, Igor Komarov, the son of a Ukrainian crime boss, was kidnapped in Bali 2 weeks ago by some people who said his dad stole a ton of money from them. They broke his legs, cut off his fingers, and tortured the hell out of him. Made him film a bunch of hostage videos disclosing how his family's business scams people. Anywho, he's dead now. Anyway, here's Nashville. Dad didn't pay the ransom. Crazy stuff! And it makes me wonder, like, there's a picture of him here with, I'm assuming, his girlfriend. Yeva Mishalova, fuck 14th of February, love you every day. I don't know what that means, but either way, I guess fuck Valentine's Day, maybe. Either way, if his Instagram thought girlfriend was the reason he got found, that's hilarious. I'll give another hot content creator tip. When you go somewhere, take lots of pictures. Don't ever post that picture while you're still in the same area. That's bad. Pick your women wisely. Something is wrong with his tattoo. Well, it just looks bad, but it's kind of in that position where, like, he can wear normal t-shirts and people won't see the tattoo. That's now someone that should be in charge, or that's not someone who should be in charge of guarding anything. This is also good life advice. It's hilarious. This man... What? No, it is not hilarious. What? I say it would be hilarious if this was the reason he got found. Not hilarious in, like, it's funny he died, because it's not. But hilarious in that, like, this woman was such low IQ that she knows she's dating a guy who is wanted by criminal bodies, and she posted their fucking location while they were still there. Like, that is a hilariously fucking retarded thing to do. It looks bad, so you're saying it's a tattoo. But Kirsche, you want people to find you. The danger is fun. No. Need the Joe Pesci, I'm funny how sound bit. True. The woman moment. Yeah, don't fucking do that. This is bad if this is what led to him being found. Could she be a honey trap? I mean, that could be possible. I'm not gonna play this, because, like, this is kind of horrific. I didn't even watch the whole thing when I first played it, but I was like, what the fuck? And I had to go see if this was real, because obviously plenty of fake shit posted on Twitter. And it says, on the run, mystery deepens over kidnapped tourist in Bali after chilling ransom vid, as one suspect is arrested and 6 more flee. Police are hunting for a missing Ukrainian man in Bali and have arrested a suspect after human remains were discovered. Igor Komarov was allegedly abducted on February 15th while holidaying in the Indonesian island. They post the picture of the girlfriend too. Jesus fucking Christ. This is one of the rules of being military. You never post your location. Cyber training hammers that into you annually. What? Didn't we find out we were going through something that I, as a cartoon fox, unironically had better OPSEC than some fucking FBI dude? Like, actually fucking stupid. And she's on a list now. She's either on a list or she was a honeypot the whole time. Kidnap fear. So February 26th, mutilated human body parts discovered in Banjar Keden Kedival, which is way north Bali. February 15th, Igor Komarov was attacked while riding a motorbike on a steep road way in South Kuta. That's huge. I didn't realize Bali looked so big. I didn't know. I always thought it was tiny because of the map. The DEI Secret Service guy. Oh, it's Secret Service, not FBI. Thank you. Star Phoenix, thank you. Kirsche, OPSEC is life. Woman. Oh my god, we're in Cabo. Yeah, true. Like, holy fuck, man. In the days that followed, a chilling $10 million ransom video surfaced, fueling suspicions of Russian involvement. Forensic experts estimate the dismembered remains found are 3 days old. However, there's been no official confirmation the body parts belong to Komarov. DNA tests are now underway, with the Bali police working alongside the Ukrainian consulate. I guess this person just said so flippantly... Where is it? Oh, my tab just died. They said so flippantly, anyway, he's dead now. Because I guess he's a crime boss guy. I don't know. So what the fuck? So I guess there's no official source saying he's dead yet. Officers have taken a DNA sample from Komarov's mother for comparison. 6 additional suspects linked to the alleged kidnapping have reportedly gone to ground. Police released their initials, RM, BK, AS, VN, SM, and DH. What is the point of that? And believe they are a part of a transnational criminal network. Actually fucking wild. He crime bossed too close to the sun. This group is also said to include a unit from Russia's Chechnya region. The prime suspect, identified only as CH, was detained in West Nusa, Tangara, after allegedly using a fake passport to rent vehicles used in the kidnapping. Police believe a black Toyota and 2 motorcycles were involved in snatching Komarov. This, no stress, and my man. Oh my god, she was posting photos in real time. Don't do that. Don't do that! Especially don't do that if you are literally involved in a international crime boss ring. What are you doing? Why didn't he just be like, hey babe, can we post the pictures when we get back home when we're safer? Like what am I seeing? Zero OPSEC. They say what no pussy does to a motherfucker, but I see what pussy done do to one and it's so much worse. Battleizer, thank you. The example of that one tard doxing a delta jump readily to mind about tight OPSEC, since if they can find you, they will, and they think you're a Nazi. Yeah? He didn't know she was posting the pictures, probably? I don't know. Maybe. It's possible she was posting without him knowing, but like... As someone who cares about my OPSEC, if I get a himbo, and we go on vacation, and my himbo wants to take pictures, I would say... That's fine, but if you post anything publicly, do not do it while we're still here. That puts both of us in danger. Don't do that. So brain dead himbo. I got no social media. I feel like it's less of a worry with a man because the men with social media I meet are very few and far between. You've seen what pussy does to a motherfucker? Yeah, no, I just said that. What dude places importance on taking pics anyway? Well, I'm not gonna date a woman. It's the only thing I could say, man. You have 0 social media presence at all? Investigators say 4 suspects fled via Bali's international airport, while 2 are thought to remain on the island. An operation orchestrated by Interpol is now underway to locate them. Komarov had been traveling with his girlfriend, Ukrainian influencer Yia Mishalova. Authorities believe images she shared on social media during the trip may have inadvertently revealed their location. That is so fucking bad. Holy shit. There it is. Oopsie! Got my boyfriend killed in Bali! I don't even know what to say for like this level of retardation. Did the woman know she was dating the son of a crime boss? Maybe he never told her? She posted the pics without him knowing it? I was like, then it would be on him for being a retard, right? Because it's like, you know your girlfriend's an influencer. Tell her to wait to post pictures. I just like, if she asks why, you should just be able to be like, it wouldn't be safe. I can't talk to you about it right now. Just promise me you won't post anything until we get home, and then I'll explain everything to you, right? Like, this seems like a no-brainer. Why are humans incapable of communication? The importance of dating a smart woman, fellas. She influenced the guys to kidnap him. Oh my god. You bet she thinks she didn't even do anything wrong. Jesus Christ. You know what would be funny? Apollo with his gift of prophecy. Fuck, man. Got my boyfriend killed. Just girly things. More like just pearly things, man. Seems like a no-brainer. Yeah, we're aware it's an influencer. So am I! Technically, right? Because you're an influencer, you don't want a crazy stalker knowing where you are, right? I see, he could even have said that, right? I don't know how many followers she has, but like maybe she's fucking huge. He's like, what if a stalker comes? It's easy, simple. Just give me your phone for the next few days. I'll tell you why later. If she was an influencer, it would have been retarded to post live pictures regardless if he was a crime boss or not. I don't know if you guys know this, but flesh influencers post their current location often. Foxy was sane by definition. Jesus. You're a commentator, you're informing, not influencing just yet. Fair, I guess. My boyfriend was abducted and killed. It gives me the ick. Jesus Christ. I'd make less jokes, but he's a crime boss, so I mean, you know. Police were first alerted to the alleged attack by a friend who reportedly managed to escape. What friend? CCTV footage and GPS data later led investigators to a villa in Tabanan, where officers discovered bloodstains matching those found inside one of the rented vehicles. Detectives believe Komarov was held against his will and assaulted at the property. In the disturbing ransom footage, Komarov appears battered and bruised as he reads from a prepared statement. Pleading with his mother to hand over the money, he says, Mom, I beg you, please help me. We stole those 10 million that they're asking you for. Give them back the 10 million, please. He continues, they've already chopped off some of my limbs. My legs are broken, my ribs are broken, my rib cage is punctured. Komarov has been described by local outlets as the son of a Kramatorsk crime figure named Komar. The friend who escaped has been named Alexander Yermak Petrovsky. Why would you do this? Reportedly the son of a Dnipro-based crime boss known as Narik. Well, that guy better be in a safe location, or he's probably gonna get fucking yoinked next. What the fuck? Authorities have not yet formally confirmed the identity of the remains as investigations continue. That's a nice picture of Bali to end off this horrific article. Great job, journals. Now we know. Holy shit. Nah, you're not worth it. His mother probably. I couldn't imagine being part of like a crime syndicate and hoping my parents aren't weighing the cost-benefit analysis of paying $10 million for my safe release. Who wants to go to Bali? Imagine just being like, well, we would have given you the 10 million, but you cut off some of our son's limbs, and so he's worth less now. You'll take 4.5 million, or you get nothing. They would not release him anyway? I mean, yeah. I mean, yeah, probably not. And it's, probably not looking good for this guy either way, unfortunately, so. Don't do crime, chat. Don't do crime. He does spike our grocery bill each month. Maybe this is better. What? King Mech, thank you. There was a paper a few years ago, killed outside a Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles because his girlfriend was doing an Instagram live or was taking photos and posting them. You don't remember the details, but yeah. I don't know what you mean, but there was a paper a few years ago. Do you mean a rapper? There was a rapper a few years? I'm assuming that might have been the typo. Thank you, mobile posting. Thank you, King Mech. Don't do crime. Do the course. No, don't do either of those things. Hell, don't date an influencer if you do crime. Oh my god. Glenn, thank you. Maybe she wanted to break up but didn't want to break his heart. I think this is worse. You can recover from a broken heart. You can't recover from being kidnapped, tortured, and murdered by a rival crime syndicate. Just don't pay taxes. I wish I could just not pay taxes. But this is a fucking wild thing to see on Twitter. 35 million views, by the way. This is fucking wild. That's fucking wild. DRD, thank you. Steins Gate is the best series of all time. I do fucking love me some Steins Gate, man. I think she was offered a payout from a rival cartel. I don't understand people like that, right? Like, if I have someone that I love, I'm not gonna sell them out for fucking money. Don't fuck with Russians, especially not the Chechens. I can't pronounce their name right. No tears being shed over here. Kind of crazy to think it was his influencer girlfriend who blew his cover. Those lips look like she spent some time getting by the Chechens too. I can't read this. Is there somebody in the chat that can read Russian moon runes? Do we have a Russian hieroglyphics expert in the chat? But yeah, she does not look depressed. Maybe she was in on it, chat. Holy fuck, you didn't even see her face in the other picture. Moon rune reader. I know we have like some Bulgarians in the chat who can read this stuff occasionally. Cheeky breaky. Wait, it's the stars. No. This woman is not responsible for the airstrikes on Iran. Jesus, the lip filler is gross. Yeah, I don't understand the fucking puffy vulva lips going on here. That's some rough surgery. Jesus Christ. You don't speak dyslexia. Ask Grok to translate. Could I do that? Could I do that? Grok, if you translate this picture? Hold on, my browser's being really slow. Google Translate says, when you look at photos from the most beautiful places on the planet, but the photographer was your boyfriend. Ask Grok. checking via Gemini and via OpenAI. My browser's so fucking slow right now. Ask anything. Grok, translate the Russian in the picture. When you look at your photo from the worst place on Earth, but the photographer was your boyfriend. Well, that doesn't make sense. Why would it be the worst place on Earth? Best place would make more sense, right? Original Russian, English translation. When you're looking at your photos from the most beautiful place on the planet, but the photographer was your boyfriend. Well, okay, this is obviously before he got kidnapped then. So I don't think we can get mad at her if this was from before he got kidnapped, right? Can't really say that. If it was after the kidnapping, I might be more incredulous, but you know, all shit seems fine normally. Grokathy let us down. Anya munya. Was she a Mossad agent? Probably not. If it comes out that she was, that would be crazy. Oh god. I don't want to watch that video. Unfortunately for Igor, his girlfriend Yiva Mishalova was flexing on Instagram and posting daily from the exact resort they were staying at in Bali. Yeah, that's really fucking dumb. That's incredibly fucking dumb. And also, I mean, like, not to be rude, but if you're like an international crime boss, I feel like you could probably do better, right? Like, I mean, he's kind of beat up here, but he kind of cute. Like, I don't know, man. Tinfoil on, this feels like a post to state that he's in the location ready to be taken. You know? Post-mortem gay. Shut up, chat! We don't know if he's dead! Devious Mile, thank you for the... Mob boss forgets girlfriend, month-iversary, influencer girlfriend. No, I'm not mad. She was, in fact, mad. Oh, that's one hell of a shit test. She should hide from the guy's family. I didn't even think of that. You right. You right, that's crazy. Oh my god, they're all reposting the... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. What was that? What was that? What was that? I don't... What was that? What was even that? There's a bunch of men. There was a police officer. Okay, it was blurred. I thought it was a corpse at first. It was not a corpse. It's blurred and it looks like his fingers that they cut off. Holy shit, that scared the shit out of me. That scared the shit out. I thought it was a full-on corpse. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Battleizer, thank you. Down girl, grab spray bottle. Danny D, thank you. Reminder that Somalia went downhill after commie Muslims took over a decade or two ago. Well, yeah, commies are gonna make wherever they go to shit. Twitter roulette got hands. Oh, yeah, that was a dangerous choice to scroll. And I was like, I'm gonna stop there. Let's stop there, bro. Roadkill VT, thank you. Girlfriend Bad Opsec was Lex's downfall, Superman 2025. You said Lex, and I was like, the fucking FPS streamer? Wait. Let's see what's happening here. Mama. What is this? You thought the kissing a woman with big lips like that grosses you out? Yeah, I'm glad that men don't get lip fillers, because I would be grossed out. I would be grossed out having to kiss big lips like that. Don't worry, chat. Kier can't turn him gay. He's already... We don't know if he's dead, all right? The person in the tweet claimed anyway he's dead. But the article said they don't know if he's dead yet. And, I mean, it's probably not looking good, because, you know, crime boss syndicate, right? It's probably not looking good. But they did say that they were cutting off his limbs. So it's possible that the police just found whatever they cut off so that they could send the message that, hey, we're not bluffing, we're actually doing this, give us our $10 million. If he's not dead, he's now gay. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. You would know as a reformed crime fox. I like how Kirsche is more concerned with him not being dead than the whole turning him gay thing. Why would I? What? Of course I'd be more concerned with someone being dead than being turned gay. What do you mean? And speaking of being turned gay, let me see if there's an article for this really quick. Because I have a post, but I don't know. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of info here, so I want to know exactly what they got caught with. Damn, my browser's really fucking having trouble today. I guess I need a full fucking restart again. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong. Siad Barre, the commie dictator of Somalia, was ousted and Somalia collapsed in 1991. 1991 was 35 years ago, not 10. How did they not recover from communism in 35 years? Where is this? Where is this? There's not a lot of articles on this, and I don't like that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Alright, well, I guess maybe Facebook is gonna be the best place to look? Question mark? Where? It says she spoke out, but... Okay, well. There's no, like, actual articles, but there's the arrest record, so we know it's real. Laura Russell, an anti-Trump LGBTQ activist, was just arrested in Texas on charges of bestiality. Multiple pets appear on her Facebook page. You have a picture of this person with a doggo. You have a mugshot. You have this person with a tiny kitten in a sock. That makes me feel very sad. I already hate this person. And then you have the charges over here in the corner.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Leaflet, welcome! Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're talking about bestiality. Well, welcome, arrested for bestiality raid. Charges, bonds, arrest, 4 charge bestiality, 2 charges of bestiality and criminal mischief. I'm sorry to call Chippy again. Bring him out. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome to the cursed madness. Just a little bit, man. Just a little bit. It's, you know, the scratches. The poor pet was trying to escape. I don't see scratches, but also, please tell me nothing happened to that kitten. You know, that's why I was looking for an article, because I wanted to know, like, what specifically was she arrested for? And this on Facebook says, after arrest on bestiality charge, Lubbock woman speaks out on social media. A 24-year-old Lubbock County woman is responding publicly after being arrested on multiple charges, including bestiality under a local warrant. According to booking information published by Lubbock County Mugshots, Laura Russell was arrested Friday, 25th, 2026. The listed charges include bestiality under a local warrant, criminal mischief between $100 and $750 under a local warrant, and public nuisance by citation. Does that mean she was doing bestiality in public? What the fuck? What the fuck? Vladimir Crystal, thank you. What a wild start for a leaflet raid. The arresting agency is listed as the Lubbock County Sheriff's Office. Shortly after the arrest information began circulating online, a social media post attributed to Russell began gaining attention. In the post, she criticizes those who believe everything the government and the law tells you. States she takes in strays and rehomes animals and claims she volunteers at an animal shelter. The statement does not directly address the specific criminal allegations, but pushes back against public assumptions. The mention of volunteer work at an animal shelter has prompted questions from some community members about whether she currently holds any affiliation with local animal services. As of publication, there's been no official confirmation from Lubbock County Animal Services regarding any volunteer status connected to Russell. Court records detailing the status of the charges were not immediately available. All individuals are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. Which is very true, and I would like more information. What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? A Pinochet, thank you. Leaflet. What's a leaflet? Volunteers are at an animal shelter. Predators go where the prey is. I mean, you know. I mean, she's a he. It kind of looks that way. It kind of looks like it might be that way, but you know, at least convert to Islam and work on a ranch. No, that was a tranche. That wasn't Islam. He's gay now. What the fuck? What the fuck? Leaf raided into dead cat. No, there's no dead cats. There's no dead cats. No dead cats. Just a dead mob boss guy. Potentially. It's not officially confirmed yet. They only found some of his body parts. What the fuck is a tranche? The tranche was the transgender people running an alpaca ranch, and all the alpacas died. Asari's wonderful, both as a person and a mother. Aww. Nugget on the run. Leaflet is asleep. Oh, so it's a sorry. Thank you for the raid, a sorry. Thank you, thank you. Potentially dead gay mob boss guy. Jesus Christ. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Has been over 35 years and they haven't recovered is because average IQ. Jesus Christ. You remember that? I remember going over the tranche, man. Quangos should be in prison. A lot of alpacas died. Like, a lot. Yeah, it was a lot of alpaca. It was bad. It was bad. It's worse than you think. The raid wasn't Leaf. It was a sorry. Mom was building models. I just dropped bombs on Leaf's mom. Oh, no. Well, at least this person was arrested for the bestiality. I would very much like to know what it was, honestly. Especially if they got, like, a public nuisance charge as well. Because, like, those two things put together make me, what the fuck was going on? Poor sorry. Well, I do news here. Alright, okay? Alright, okay? They had alpaca mass graves. It was an alpaca genocide. Oh, God. Well, alright. Well, alright. How do pets have more rights than kids? What? Screaming the dog said they liked it, maybe? And they did say that they were an anti-Trump activist, so it's like, I wonder what kind of, I wonder what kind of, thing that they're, gonna go with for defense. Oh, you know, I guess we were already talking about castrations a bit ago, so hold on. Let me bring this thing up really quick. Wait, why is this coming across my feed now? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? This is from December. This is from December. This is in my February. This is my February 28th thing of tabs. It's from December. Never mind. We're not going to talk about castrations. That's old. That's old as fuck. What do you mean we? Battleizer, thank you. Does an animal abuser get to chippa or to industrial shredder? Decisions. There was a weird thing going around with WeebCon, and I guess I'll touch on that. WeebCon, someone saying, what the fuck, WeebCon? Guess you can't cosplay Pippa if you're going to WeebCon. Their dress code was very funny. WeebCon is a family-friendly event. There will be minors in attendance, so please keep that in mind when considering your clothing, cosplay, and conduct. Hot take. VTuber conventions should not be family-friendly events. These should not be family-friendly events. The majority of streamers that go to these, they do majority, like, even if it's not OnlyFans or whatever, like lewd content, it's still weird to have minors around for that kind of stuff, right? Like, it's just I don't like that. But either way, said there would be minors in attendance, so please keep that in mind when considering your clothing, cosplay, and conduct. No bunny and Easter-themed references allowed in costumes at the Gaylord Texan Resort and Convention Center. This is including, but not limited to, high-cut or leotard-style bunny suits. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. If you're being family-friendly for some reason, it makes sense not to have those kinds of outfits. But then they said bunny ears, and I was like, what? Confetti and plastic Easter eggs. And I was like, what? Religious iconography related to Easter and Easter celebrations. What? Like, I was just getting more and more confused as the list goes on. WeebCon responded, this is a policy that is put in place by the venue, and we are respecting our partners by providing this in our dress code. Of course, everything is case by case. And I was like, that makes sense. So it's not them specifically as the convention that is doing it. There's something else going on at the same time that asked WeebCon to adhere to these guidelines for some reason. And I was like, okay, maybe they're doing some kind of like weird ass Easter event. And then a community note was later added after I had seen this. And it says the restriction is in place due to an Easter event happening at the Gaylord Resort at the same time as the con, in order to prevent con attendees from being mistaken as a part of the Easter event. I was like, okay, now the bunny ears make sense. The confetti and the plastic Easter eggs, that makes sense. Religious iconography, though, that seems a little weird. That seems a little strange, even with a Easter convention thing happening at the same time. Jesus got demonetized. Sean Duncan, thank you. Oh man, you haven't been in a Fox stream in a while. Wondered what she's up to. The past 10 minutes are all things you wouldn't write in a super chat. I'm so sorry. Pippa's Easter basket would be filled with questionable items. Wait, why would bunny suits make people confuse them as being part of an Easter event? The high cut or leotard style bunny suits are because it's family friendly and there's going to be minors there, and those are like especially lewd outfits. So like I was always on board with like, if you're going to have minors at like a VTuber con, yeah, you shouldn't have that as an outfit being allowed. I don't think minors should be allowed. Hot take. And then they asked, is Pippa okay or not? And Weebcon said, yes. I would suggest having ears that are detachable in case you're on the Gaylord side of the resort and not on the Weebcon side. The Gaylord will be hosting their Easter-themed events that same weekend for non-con goers at their resort, and we're trying to ensure any hotel guest doesn't mistake Easter-themed con goers as a part of the Gaylord's Easter events taking place on the resort side of the facility. Which again, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. God Hates Taxes, thank you. So you could cosplay a character that wears a cross or is Christian. You couldn't. You could. No religious iconography. That one still doesn't make sense to me. Like, are they gonna have somebody like playing Jesus carrying a cross and it's part of like a performance or something? Like what? Why specifically would you not be able to have that? I mean, you know, if you're straight, can you wear the bunny ears? I don't think so. What? No Helsing cosplay. It's a little weird. That's kind of cool though. You can go to both and both are there. At first you're ready to rail against it, but that'd be kind of cool to see both of them across from the other.
I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Or in the ring.
Sorry, I had my volume fucking boosted.
I need to pee!
I'm obsessed with him and wear his makeup and his dresses and use his skin as a coat like the ancient Irish.
Well, that's your winner.
It's me! I'm the winner! Thank you, Brave SJ, my guy. Free my Pippa, she ain't do nothing. The Gaylord just trying to keep a pink woman down. Buy free Pippa shirts on Facebook funds. Go to commissary. Free my Pippa, man. But yeah, no, originally when I saw this and there was no context, I was like, well, what the fuck? That all seems fucked up. Except for the leotard bunny suit shit, because that makes sense if they're trying to have minors be there. But the rest of it, I was like, what the fuck? What is this? What is this? But knowing that there's an Easter event, the majority of the rest of the stuff here that didn't make sense before makes sense now. The religious iconography one doesn't make sense to me. Am I peeing now? No, I'm doing the pee-pee dance, though. Sephiroth is giving out Easter eggs. Jesus Christ. There's a dude in the DFW con scene that dresses as Jesus while very drunk. Also, Pope cosplay, somewhat common for some reason in the DFW con scene. What is DFW? The rabbit steak of Easter is heretical Protestant nonsense that originated in Germany. Platinum Sniper, thank you! You thought Pippa was got by ice? No, that was Philian. Philian got by the ice. We're gonna have to figure out a way to get her back, man. All right, let me see here. I'm gonna actually kill my stream browser, and that's gonna make my PC choke on itself, and I'm gonna open my Google Chrome browser, and then I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Mystic Matthew, thank you. I've been trying to make Pippa's ears detachable for years. They're just now catching up. How many people are we gonna see ripping the ears off as a bit? I saw it. That's nuts. That's nuts, man. DFW is Dallas and Fort Worth. Thank you. Who we raiding, boss? I'm gonna figure it out. I gotta wait for my browser to load, though. And I've now had so many tabs, but I've learned that I can stretch my browser across multiple of my monitors, so I've been doing that. And then I just shrink my browser when I need to actually, like, read things accurately in the middle of my screen. Gotta train your PC's gag reflex so it doesn't choke. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is right now, man. I've been having so many issues with my PC recently. I fucking hate it. Why can't Magic Computer Box just work? It should just work. I shouldn't have to do anything. It should just work. Pneumonia. A poor little Filipino boy. I know. It's so sad. Can we get one like for the sad Filipino boy? Let's see here. I think we rated Bagman yesterday. I think I remember that. I'm gonna raid cute girl doing cute thing. I can't remember when I raided Henya last. We're gonna go raid into Henya. To have some cute girl doing cute thing after some of the cursed shit we learned about in this stream. We gotta lower our blood pressure after all, right? And what a better way to do that than with cute girl who does cute thing. Namonya! I should have gone to my ending screen sooner so we could have beautiful ending music. It's not often that we get a long chunk of ending music. Thank you, chat, for hanging out tonight. I did not go as late tonight as the other 2 days. I went overtime like every day this week, and I was fucking hard up to talking to you, chat. Thank you. I'm hard for you, chat. Thank you for hanging out with me extra late. I will see you again on Tuesday. I got my taxes filed, so now I need to go drink myself into a stupor because I hate fucking taxes. So thank you guys for hanging out a little bit late tonight. A little bit late every day this weekend. Go give Henya some big love. Remember, if you get political in a non-political streamer's chat, you get banned here. So don't do that. Act like a normal human being, please. I beg of you. Well, thank you. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. Bye.